Fox. My name is Christy Matino if you are just joining us for this breaking news coverage. Before we dive right back into it, I did want to pull up this programming note. If you are joining us to watch the Rose Parade out of California, we did have a programming change due to this breaking news out of New Orleans. So what I am going to do right now is pull up this QR code on your screen. If you are here for the Rose Parade, you can scan that QR code. That's going to take you to our YouTube stream where we are playing that in full without commercial interruption, and you can watch it there if that is what you're here for. But again, we will not be airing this parade on the mainstream today due to this breaking news out of New Orleans. So once again, you can scan that QR code, but for right now, we are going to head back out to this breaking news. I did want to pull up one of the many live images that we are getting into our newsroom here, and this is where the Sugar Bowl set to take place tonight, and we actually do have reaction from the Sugar Bowl CEO that I am going to read you here very shortly. Again, the Sugar Bowl is this college football playoff game. It is still going to go on tonight as scheduled. However, there is going to be increased security, and that's per that press briefing that we heard just a few hours ago from law enforcement officials. Again, that game is going to be between the Notre Dame Fighting Irish and the Georgia Bulldogs. Many people in town for that game, and right now what I do want to do is pull up the quote that we have, this statement from the Sugar Bowl CEO, and this is his response to this attack. This is from Jeff Hundley. He says, quote, "The Sugar Bowl committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they do become available." Again, those details we're hoping to get at this press conference set to start here in just about 45 minutes. Did want to take you out to this other live look that we've been bringing you throughout the morning here of the scene on Bourbon Street. Again, all of this happening in New Orleans, Louisiana. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, what we know right now, 10 people killed, 35 injured after a man plowed his truck into a crowd of people this morning, all happening around 3:15 a.m. Eastern time. We also do have some issues on we have an update on family reunification information on this incident. Families of victims arriving at the University Medical Center are now being asked to go to the UMC Conference Center on the first floor that is across from Tower 2, which is the midpoint of the hospital. I did also want to turn over to one of our Fox News correspondents, Alexandria Hoff. She does have a new report out for us that I do want to play for you right now as we do await more information.
Our prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans.
At least 10 people are dead and dozens more wounded in what police say was an act of violence on New Year's Day. It happened on Bourbon Street, one of the busiest areas of the New Orleans French Quarter. A man driving a pickup truck accelerated quickly around a series of police barricades and rammed into a crowd celebrating the new year. Officials say there is no doubt this was a targeted attack.
It was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation.
From there, things escalated quickly. The man crashed the truck, then began firing at police, wounding at least 2 officers. Both are in stable condition. After the suspect died, improvised explosive devices were found at the scene.
We are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. Stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne, until we can figure out what is going on.
Today's attack comes less than 2 weeks after a similar incident at a Christmas market in Germany. New Orleans police had been on heightened alert and had said more than 300 officers were deployed to the area, but they still weren't able to stop the attack.
This perpetrator, who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
The White House says President Biden has been briefed and the FBI is taking lead on the investigation. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Thank you to Alexandra for the latest. And you actually did hear some clips there from that press briefing from law enforcement officials a bit earlier this morning. And if you are just tuning in with us here, we are going to bring you that latest update set to start here in just about 40 minutes as we are awaiting new information. In the meantime, I did want to take you back out to this live
Welcome
look
back
right
here
now.
on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over at the scene.
Apologies, this live look right now, as we do actually have a statement from President-elect Donald Trump. He is reacting to this right now, and I do want to read it to you here on Live Now from Fox. He's calling this, quote, an act of pure evil. In this statement he just did put out on Truth Social, and I am going to read it to you. It says, quote, the crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. Again, we are hearing from officials throughout the morning here. We also did hear from the White House and President Biden just a little bit ago. And I do want to speak a little bit to what we do know as of right now, these four key bullet points, if you will, as we await this other press conference. And I am going to give you this other live look on your screen here of this scene, which you can see still very active there on Bourbon Street and Canal. Again, law enforcement asking you, if you are in this area, to try and avoid it, as this is a very active scene right now. But here is, again, what we do know, that 10 people were killed, dozens have been injured. Again, this suspect, he plowed into people and into this crowd at about 3:15 this morning Eastern time on New Year's Day. People were there celebrating, as I said just a little bit ago, many people in town for the Sugar Bowl, which is that college football playoff game. City officials again saying 35 people are injured, many of them transported to 5 local hospitals. The FBI is investigating this incident as an act of terror. They did say a bit earlier in that press briefing we played you that the mayor had come out and said that it was, but the FBI was not yet confirming that it was. And now it is being investigated as an act of terror. And police say the suspect is dead after he jumped out of his pickup truck and he traded gunfire with responding officers. 2 police officers were injured, but they are in stable condition. Again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are sharing these live statements with you as we do get these reactions in here to our newsroom. I actually do want to read out a statement from President Biden just a little bit earlier today, as well as we did hear from the White House. And that statement said, quote, the FBI is taking the lead in the investigation. They are investigating this incident as an act of terrorism. I am grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state, and local law enforcement work to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. So again, we are going to just keep an eye on all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are expecting that press briefing to happen here just about the 12 o'clock hour or so. In the meantime, let's go away for another 2-minute commercial break on Live Now. We'll be right back.
the shots, wipe your snot with it. It's a headshot, you a drop with it. Whipping the dope, better lock with it. 30 to life, get a cop with it. You don't want problems, you not with it. You got a gun, shoot a op with it. You waving that shit, hit a cop with it. Scheme a shot, I shoot a shot with it. I want the block on that hot shit. Make it lean with it, rock with it. Cuz got a Glocky and pop with it. I want the guap and the thought with it. Fat ass in the top with it. Let that bitch give me some mop with it. Money dance on the clock with it. I'm on the mic, I won't stop with it. Watch how I switch it. Niggas be acting like bitches. Niggas stop hating, tripping. Cuz keep thinking you British. Don't hurt nobody. You know nigga be scared. If you scared, go to church. You know I keep my herb. I don't need none of dirt. Nigga fuck with me, be dead. Nigga take two to your head. It ain't matter, so yeah. Nigga just lay right there. Nigga won't play around here. Nigga gon' spray around here. Let him know. Nigga won't play around here. Nigga gon' spray around here. I'm on the block on that hot shit. Nigga lean with it, rock with it. Cuz got a Glocky and pop with it. I want the guap and the thought with it. Fat ass in the top with it. Let that bitch give me some mop with it. Money dance on the clock with it. I'm on the mic, I won't stop with it. Watch it get hot with it. Smooth nigga, but a scotch with it. Pippin' the up, I'm Scott with it. On the mic, smoking pot with it. Weed fur like a fox hit it. On the pivot like a box with it. Won't fight when I ops with it. That's a fake click and a props with it. Back on the block with it. Niggas gon' flop with it. Gunshots, niggas flock with it. That's the perfect way to end the plot with it.
All right, well, I am going to take you back out live to that scene right now, one of the many images coming into our newsroom here. This is just one of those live looks right now, and we actually do have another perspective to show you from our Fox affiliates as they are bringing us all of these images just hours after this horrible attack on New Year's Eve. Again, this is now being investigated by the FBI. They have taken over that investigation as an act of terrorism. And we actually do have a new reaction in here from many people, lawmakers, and we've been bringing you these reactions all morning. I am going to pull it up on the screen right now. This is from Senator Tom Tillis. He is saying, quote, horrific terrorist attack in the great city of New Orleans, praying for the innocent victims and their families. God bless the first responders who assisted the injured and the law enforcement who tracked down the terrorists. Now, again, that's still under investigation. We don't know who this man who did this is, and we're hoping, again, to get some of those answers in about 30 minutes or so here. It has now been confirmed that he was a terrorist. However, again, this is being investigated as an act of terrorism, and we will hopefully get those answers, a little bit more insight into a motive, who this person was, as well as some of the victims. We don't know who they were either. And of course, as I was saying a little bit earlier too, a lot of people were in town for this Sugar Bowl that is set to still go on tonight. I am going to pull up that live image because we do have that in here to our newsroom as well. That Sugar Bowl, which is that college playoff game, that is set to still go off tonight. But there is going to be some increased security as well as hopefully we get a little bit more information on that as well. That's the latest with that, though, as we heard a bit earlier this morning from law enforcement after all of this did happen. Now, law enforcement also did say that they are going to be providing us updates throughout the day. So potentially more than one press briefing with this information. And I did have an interview a little bit earlier today with Lieutenant Randy Sutton, and he was in law enforcement. He's retired law enforcement. I asked him, you know, if we're getting these multiple updates throughout the day, are we really going to get more information that quickly? And he said, yes, that this is moving very quickly. And the latest here right now, the Associated Press reporting that investigators are searching for potential explosive devices on scene. So let me pull up another image of that live scene for you. Here's what we know from the Associated Press. Investigators combing the French Quarter for potential explosive devices. And a law enforcement official did tell that to the Associated Press. However, the official was not authorized to discuss details of the investigation publicly and spoke to the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity. Now, we also did hear from the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge saying officials are investigating at least one suspected improvised explosive device at the scene. Hopefully we get more information on that as well a little bit later. Again, just so many questions that we don't have a whole lot of answers to right now, but I did want to play out one of my interviews a little bit earlier. You heard me mention Lieutenant Randy Sutton, who is retired law enforcement. I asked him a lot of questions about this, what comes next, as well as just the investigation as a whole. I do want to play that out for you now as we do await this press conference. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans after a man drove a truck into a crowd of people, killing 10, injuring 30. We do have this update that the FBI is now investigating this as an act of terrorism. So for that, I do want to bring in Lieutenant Randy Sutton. He's retired law enforcement. He's a friend of the show. Appreciate you joining us on short notice. Sad way to start the new year, of course. I guess I just want to get your first initial reactions when you woke up this morning and you heard this news. What went through your head?
Well, I woke up this morning to this news. I was notified about this attack and have been keeping up with the reports in the media and watched the press conference by the mayor and the police chief and the FBI. This is clearly a terrorist attack. I was a little surprised at the press conference that was done a little earlier, where the FBI assistant special agent in charge said they were not treating it as a terrorist attack, which I didn't quite understand. Well, I guess there's been some clarification now. So this attack is horrendous, and it is demonstrative of what we have seen in other terrorist attacks recently in Europe. In fact, just about a week or so ago during the Christmas season in Germany, a vehicle was utilized to do a similar type of terrorist attack and killed people there. This is a relatively easy target for something like this. You have a massive crowd of people, and a vehicle can do, extreme amount of damage as it did today. And it's very difficult to guard against it unless you put cement barricades to prevent vehicles from coming onto the road there. So what we're seeing now is just the initial part of the investigation. There's also been a report that there were explosive devices found at the scene. This is going to add another dimension, and it shows that this is a well-planned attack.
A lot of questions I have for you, but let's just go back to your initial comment about this being, you saying that it's a terror attack. Again, the FBI investigating this now as an act of terrorism. Is there a reason, though, why a bit earlier this morning they didn't outright come out and say, we're investigating this as an act of terrorism? Is there a reason why they may not have done that? And now that this is an act of terrorism investigation, does that change anything?
It really doesn't change anything, because they announced this morning that the FBI was going to be taking over the investigation. They did that at the press conference. And of course, if the FBI takes over an investigation, there has to be a federal nexus to that. And even if 10 people were killed, this would, if there was no federal nexus, such as a terrorism nexus, then the local authorities in New Orleans would be handling it. So the fact that the FBI came out immediately and said they were taking over this investigation, it really created a kind of weird dynamic when the ASAC said that it wasn't being investigated as terrorism. So I think she basically just misspoke, and they've clarified it since then. But now, what's the difference? The difference is if it's a guy who is just bent on killing people for his own weird purposes. The difference is, what was there an ideology involved here? And that's the difference between a terrorism incident and a mass murder.
And when can we expect to get answers here? I know this is probably going to be lengthy, but in terms of these press briefings, we did hear them say they're going to give us updates multiple times. All right, we are going to pause that. I'll bring that interview back to you, but we are hearing from President Biden live right now on all of this. Let's head over there.
I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from CIA, to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hope so, Mike.
All right, so very brief comments there. We did catch the very tail end of President Biden speaking on all of this. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to head back to my interview that I was just playing for you, because Lieutenant Sutton did offer a lot more insight into all of this. So I do want to head back to that right now. Can we really expect new information at each time we're getting those briefings? Does that happen this quickly?
Yeah, they're developing information, literally by moment. So yeah, they're gathering the information, and they will be dribbling it out as the day goes by. Remember, this is a massive investigation. Okay, we know we have one suspect here who's now been killed by the police. And they have to determine were there other people involved? Are there other devices that have been planted? Is there a secondary attack plan? And then they got to go deep into the motivations of the suspect. They're going to have to be doing search warrants on all of his properties, whether they're going to do search warrants on his residence, on his devices, his laptop, his phone. And it's a massive investigation.
Exactly. And you mentioned something at the beginning of when I brought you in here, that this was it's a large crowd of people, right? So makes sense, I guess, if you are going to try to do as much damage as possible, that would be your target. Can we talk about if we're seeing this, has we seen this play out multiple times before? And in terms of planning something like this, I mean, like you said, we're seeing explosive devices. In terms of planning this, how was that really possible, given the amount of law enforcement that typically are around these large crowds during these times?
Yeah, this is a real conundrum, because this is a very easy target, and this is a dream come true for a terrorist or an attacker, because you have a ton of people concentrated in a very small area. That is the beauty of this for a madman or a terrorist or someone bent on killing as many people as possible. And the utilization of a vehicle is something we have seen terrorists use quite often in the last few years. It's unless they had temporary barricades up, and these temporary barricades they're only for traffic control. They're not for security, really. The only way to target hardness from a vehicle attack would be to put cement barricades at different locations, which would limit the access and the ability for a vehicle attack to happen.
I know we talked about questions still remaining here, because there are a lot, right? But given your background in law enforcement, going through your head, is there anything that really sticks out to you as a big question mark, or what needs to come next when trying to figure all of this out?
Oh, I've got a ton of questions. The background of the suspect is going to be is the number one. That's the number two priority. The number one priority is to search for those explosive devices. They could be anywhere, and they know that, and that's a really, really dangerous situation. So that's going to be priority number one. Priority one is saving lives, safeguarding lives. Now, two is determine if there's anyone else involved, determine what this guy's background was. What was it what was his ideology? Now, I did read an interesting tidbit in one of the articles that was written, and one of the news reports, and that was that the suspect had a black flag attached to his vehicle. And I haven't verified that, but that was in one of the news reports that came out. And if that's true, that would, indicate, of course, that there might be, he's indicating that he's doing this as, as an Islamic terrorist. But I don't know that. I don't know for fact. But it's interesting that I read that there was a black flag attached to his, or flying from his vehicle.
And I did also want to touch on one other thing here, because a lot of people were in town for the Sugar Bowl, which is this college football game. And we are hearing that now there is going to be increased security. But in terms of what that's going to look like now, can you talk a little bit about what they're going to be implementing in light of all of this?
Yeah, I can imagine there's going to be immense security now. And that's going to be, and to stand up, well, first of all, they were going to have good security there anyway. There's no doubt in my mind, because, this isn't new to the law enforcement community in New Orleans, dealing with big crowds, and the football game, of course, is one of them. But this is going to bring it to a whole different level. They're going to be doing probably bag checks of people when they walk in. They may be doing vehicle checks. It's to throw up a really tight security perimeter this late in the game is going to have its own set of challenges.
All right, Lieutenant Randy Sutton, always appreciate you coming on the show. Anything else you want to add before I let you go here?
I just think that we all owe thoughts and prayers to the families and loved ones of all of those victims who have been killed, and those who've been injured, and the officers who've been injured as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you to Lieutenant Randy Sutton there, as we do continue to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans, Louisiana. We are going to go away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Did want to remind you, though, if you are just tuning in for all of this, we are expected to get a press update here at just about 20 minutes or so at noon Eastern time. As soon as we see that pop up here, of course, we're going to bring it to you in full to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans, Louisiana, where earlier this morning, as people were celebrating New Year's, a man drove his pickup truck into a crowd, killing 10 people. 35 are injured. Many of them went to 5 local hospitals. I did want to show you again this live look that we're getting into our newsroom here of Bourbon Street, and you can see that it is still blocked off with that police presence. Another live image here into our newsroom, and we're crediting EarthCam for this. Thank you for this live image, a different perspective there. As you can see, we've been showing this image actually throughout the morning, where we've been seeing officers coming and going, walking through the space. Again, this area still closed down for this investigation. The FBI now investigating this as an act of terrorism. And we did hear law enforcement officials this morning asking people to please avoid this area. Well, we've also been bringing you a lot of reaction here on Live Now from Fox throughout the morning as well. Here is a new statement in here from the platform X that was just brought into us. This is from Council Member Oliver Thomas. And he says, quote, "I'm at the emergency room now, praying for the victims and first responders of last night's mass casualty on Bourbon Street. Thank you to the entire team who has brought the officers involved here to stable condition. We know the predator has been killed." And again, still unsure who that man was, why he did this. All information that I do want to remind you we are going to be hopefully getting here in just about 15 minutes or so at the 12 p.m. Eastern time hour here on Live Now from Fox. Did also want to read you this reaction that we brought you a little bit ago, but I did want to share it because it is from President Joe Biden. He has been briefed on all of this, and we did get this statement in from the White House, and this is what it says. It says, quote, "President Biden has been briefed on the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of individuals in New Orleans overnight. And the White House has been in touch with the New Orleans Mayor-Cantrell to offer support. The FBI is already on the ground supporting local law enforcement in the investigation, and the president will continue to be briefed throughout the day. I also did want to try and pull up this statement if we can here. Again, this is from the Sugar Bowl CEO, and if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the Sugar Bowl is this college playoff game that is set to still go on tonight as scheduled as of right now, with increased security. But a lot of people were in town for the Sugar Bowl, and now we're getting that reaction from the CEO, so I do want to read that as well. This is from Jeff Hundley. He says, the Sugar Bowl committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they do become available. We also do have a statement from President-elect Donald Trump. I did want to read that out as well to you. And let me just pull up this live image for you right here as I read that to you. Okay, so this is on his platform, Truth Social. It says, quote, the crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. All right, I did also want to pull up two more reactions that my wonderful producer Carla has been pulling in for us here on Live Now from Fox, as we do get these reactions in from lawmakers. This is from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She says, quote, we pray for the families of those we lost and everyone impacted by last night's horrific terror attack in New Orleans. We have no indication that there are any credible threats to New Yorkers. At my direction, the New York State Police are on high alert to keep our communities safe. All right, and Carla is also going to pull up this one from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, as we're also just getting this into our newsroom. Our prayers go out to the victims of this heinous crime in New Orleans. I have been briefed by the Texas Department of Public Safety on this attack and commanded them to get to the bottom of it immediately with a special focus to ensure no one in Texas faces any safety threat. Again, all those reactions coming in, and my producer's actually saying we do have one more coming in right now. All right, so that should be up on your screen right now. Office of Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, he's saying, quote, all Texans join Jan and me in standing with our neighbors in Louisiana in the wake of what the FBI is calling a terrorist attack. We pray for the families of those who have lost loved ones and those who are injured. Once again, we are grateful to the brave men and women of law enforcement. So again, we are hearing now, the FBI investigating this as an act of terrorism. That press briefing set to start here hopefully in 10 minutes or so, where we will get more information on all of this, and you can count on us here on Live Now from Fox to bring that to you. Really quickly, I did want to share a programming note if you are here for the Rose Parade, because we were telling you here that we were going to be airing that on our main stream. What you're watching right now, well, we are changing our plans to continue to cover this. So I did want to pull up this QR code on your screen. If you would like to watch the Rose Parade, you can scan that QR code. It will take you to that stream. It is happening right now, and we are taking it without a commercial interruption. So if you are here for the Rose Parade, then you will want to scan that QR code. But if you would like to keep up with the latest on everything going out in New Orleans, then you will want to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox on this mainstream. We're again going to bring you that press briefing shortly. I do want to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour so we can monitor all of this for you and bring it to you when it does start. We'll be right back.
Turn up. Hop in the beat to get money. Nigga just enter discussion. My nigga, you know that I'm coming. Boys running. Reason to the paper. Nigga, fuck it. Got a baby song. Every day I wake up and it's looking sunny. I always blaze up, yeah, I'm getting blunted. I gotta make some, yeah, nigga, monthly. I tell her shake something, she really want it. I'm always waking up and that pussy running. Yeah, I'm always chasing money, so I'm getting funky. I said this real talk, and I ain't trying to be funny. No, hit it once then dub it, Nah, I ain't trying to cuff it, I'm just trying to fuck it, Smacking her ass and then rub it, So good that I love it, and I treat it like nothing. And I got it for dinner, but also wine from. Out of Mississippi, shit flooded. They said that it's contaminated or something. I bet somebody went in there with an trunk it. We coming to get, I check, just tell them cut it. Cut it. Hop in the beat to get money. Nigga just enter discussion. My nigga, you know that I'm coming. Boys running. Reason to the paper. Nigga, fuck it.
Right now, and we're going to start with this off of the social media platform X. Again, we've been telling you all morning here the FBI is now investigating this as an act of terrorism, and so here is a post from them that I do want to read to you. This morning, an individual drove a car into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others, and as we do know, many of them taken to local hospitals in the area. The subject then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. So again, that statement in from the FBI. I did also want to pivot because we do have this new information in from the White House. You're seeing a portion of it on your screen right now. I have the full thing pulled up in front of me, and so I am going to read that to you right now. President Biden called New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell this morning to offer full federal support following the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of individuals in New Orleans overnight. He has been briefed on the latest developments by senior FBI and DHS leadership and his Homeland Security team, and he will continue to be briefed on this incident throughout the day. The FBI is investigating this incident as an act of terrorism, and President Biden has directed his team to ensure every resource is available as law enforcement works to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. All right, so again, that just in from the White House that we did want to read off to. And then we also are getting this statement from President-elect Donald Trump. And we did just pull that up here. This is also from Caroline Leavitt, who is his press secretary. He posted this to his Truth Social account maybe just about an hour or so ago. I am going to read just a portion of it. It says the crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. So again, it's just some reaction we're getting, and I think we may have a couple more that we wanted to pull up. Yep, okay, all right. So this is from our content partners in Fox 5 Atlanta. It says the Atlanta Police Department says it is increasing their security after the attack early this morning in New Orleans that resulted in the deaths of at least 10 people and dozens of injuries, including 2 police officers. So we're seeing other areas of the country increasing their security and police presence in light of all of this. All right, let's head over to New York Governor Kathy Hochul as she put out this statement. We pray for the families of those who we lost and everyone impacted by last night's horrific terror attack in New Orleans. We have no indication that there are any credible threats to New Yorkers. At my direction, the New York State Police are on high alert to keep our communities safe. So again, we're seeing a reaction from lawmakers and also just leaders in other states across the country about how they are reacting to this news out of Louisiana. I did want to we have one more here from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Thank you, Carla, my producer. Our prayers go out to the victims of this heinous crime in New Orleans. I've been briefed by the Texas Department of Public Safety on this attack and commanded them to get to the bottom of it immediately with a special focus to ensure no one in Texas faces any safety threat. All right, I just want to make sure with Carla that that's all the reaction. Okay, so that's all the reaction we have in as of right now from lawmakers and leaders across the country. Of course, we're monitoring social media here, and when we do get these new reactions in, we bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. All right, well, live is what we do best, so I do want to take you out live again to this image that we've been bringing you throughout the morning here. As of right now, investigators are searching for potential explosive devices. That's the latest here from the Associated Press. And again, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we're expected to get updates throughout the day here from law enforcement officials. And again, this latest briefing hopefully set to start here in just about 3 minutes or so. Again, this could not start on time. This could start later. Either way, we're keeping an eye on it for you, and we'll continue to bring you the latest here as we do learn it. But again, I do want to read you just a recap of what we know right now. This is the latest here. Again, all from the Associated Press. A man drove his pickup truck into a crowd and killed 10 people before being shot to death by police. This is all according to authorities. More than 30 people were injured in the attack, which the FBI is investigating now as an act of terrorism. The driver was killed in a firefight with police following the attack around 3:15 this morning along Bourbon Street near Canal Street, in the area teeming with New Year's celebrators. They were all out there celebrating the new year. And again, a lot of people in town as well for this Sugar Bowl, which is that college football playoff game. So lots of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and it is a very populated area. A lot of people across the country know New Orleans. They know Bourbon Street. This is where all of this took place. As of right now, what you're seeing on your screen here, investigators are combing the French Quarter for potential explosive devices. Again, we are also hearing, we heard a little bit earlier from the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge saying officials are investigating at least one suspected improvised explosive device at the scene. That's the latest as of right now out of New Orleans, as we are still awaiting this press briefing. I also did want to pull up this information from Leslie Harris, and let me pull it up here on the screen. Let's see if we can read this. Okay, so here's another statement we're getting in. Last night's incident was simply horrific. We are all grappling with what exactly happened and why. I will share information as I have it. For now, families should call 311 for centralized information about the victims. The New Orleans New Year's Day Tragedy Fund has already been established for victims and their families. Again, this is all reaction here coming in, and we do bring it to you on Live Now from Fox as we do get it. For right now, though, I did want to show you this other image, and we are crediting EarthCam for this. This is just another look at that scene on Bourbon Street right now. And again, we've been seeing these police officers throughout the morning walking through the streets there. This is just one of the many images we have been bringing you throughout the day right now as we are awaiting this briefing to start. I also did want to show you another live look right now at the site of where the Sugar Bowl is going to still happen tonight. Again, with that increased security. So that is still going to happen, and we are going to keep an eye on all of this. But again, that reaction you just heard, that tweet we just read you, was from Leslie Harris. She's with the New Orleans City Council District. And so again, any more information we get, we're going to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. Now, if you are just joining us, I do want to quickly recap everything we know. If you are just joining us, if you've been if you are just joining us, excuse me, then you would know that we are waiting for this press briefing to start here in just about hopefully a few minutes or so. And again, I do have this feed pulled up right now, but it doesn't appear that anyone's up there. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pull up, again, this live image for you here as I reread just some of the key points here, because again, there's still a lot of information that we don't know. And some of the things we are hoping to get an answer to at this press briefing are, was there a motive? Who were the people who were killed? Who are the ones still in the hospital? What condition are they in? And just where does this investigation go from here? Also, where did this person come from? Why did he do this? So many questions. But from my interview that I had with Lieutenant Randy Sutton just a little bit ago, he's retired law enforcement. He told me that, yes, we may actually have a lot of those answers sooner than we think, because this is a very fast moving investigation. So for right now, I do want to read to you just a bit about what we know as of right now. 10 people were killed and dozens have been injured after a driver drove their car into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Street. Again, all this happening at about 3:15 this morning. City officials saying 35 people are injured, many of them taken to local hospitals. The FBI investigating this now as an act of terror. And police said the suspect died after he jumped out of his pickup truck and traded gunfire with responding officers. 2 police officers were injured and in stable condition. As I am reading this information to you, I did want to pull up this other live image that we are getting in here, because I believe this is going to be the area where this press briefing is going to be held. So we are now getting in this feed. Again, it doesn't appear as though anyone is set up there right now, so we may be waiting a little bit to get some more information. But again, either way, we'll bring this to you as soon as this does start. Lots of reaction again coming in. We did hear from President-elect Donald Trump. He called this an act of pure evil. I am going to change the image here because it does look like someone has stepped into the screen. All right, no, I step back out, so let's leave it there for a second. But again, we did hear from President-elect Donald Trump, and we also heard from President Biden saying his heart going out to the victims of the Bourbon Street attack as well. He did say, and I do want to read that quote a little bit to you again, the FBI is taking the lead in this investigation and is investigating the incident as an act of terrorism. Biden says he's grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing an even greater death and injury. All right, so we're getting that standby slate, which means hopefully something will be happening here soon in terms of a press conference. In the meantime, I did want to take you back out to this live image. What we're going to do here on Live Now from Fox is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. But if you are just joining us, I did have a programming note for you. Some of you may be here for the Rose Parade because we were advertising that we would be streaming that here for you. Due to all of this, we are going to pivot, but if you would like to watch it, and that is why you're here, I did want to pull up this QR code on the top corner of your screen. You can scan that on your smartphone. If you open up your camera app, you can point it at the QR code and touch your screen. It should bring you to our YouTube channel, and that is where you will be able to watch the Rose Parade in full if that is why you're here. However, if you would like to keep watching the coverage here of New Orleans, Louisiana, you can stay on this mainstream how you're watching. But again, that is for those who want to watch the Rose Parade out of Pasadena, California. All right, let's go away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully that press briefing will be on the other side. Either way, we're going to keep you up to date with all of this. Stay with us.
I got the dough, not the freedom. Eat these chips like a Cheeto. Me, bro, shooting my shot like a free throw. I need me a shoot, and I'ma keep on till I look like Cletus. You young cheaters catching shells. I ain't talking about Adidas, but me get reefer. I don't f coke, don't give a neither. Looked at my people get left in the bleachers. Turned up like a speaker. I'll hit from the back and go deeper. Ride the boat like a leader. Turn up to a screamer. Hold up, she a creamer. Time to switch it up, lick it up. I'ma live it up. Get hate and just give it up. You wanna be me, but ain't big enough. Too much cap in your rap, it ain't real enough. Go with me, cause I'm killing you. You wanna hug, you ain't get enough. Love, I ain't feeling you. But let's go through drilling you. Popping like a pillar song. We're a pillar song. Eating, all look like cleavage. Yeah, I'm cheaters catching shells. I ain't talking about Adidas. Quick with me, get away for smoke. Don't give a neither. Shot up my peoples, get left in the bleachers. But I killing and dreaming. Out here steady scheming. Get back, get your beanie, kill it. Perfect season. The life for the genie. Weekday to the weekend. Every day be tweaking. Tweak. Those up pull up, bleeding, bullets go put it thicker than defense. Chopper cut up the weakness. Simple tap, you get even. Enemies give me reason. They beat a less breathing. I ain't got none. They probably all under the cement.
But as you can see, we're still having people doing mic checks, and we have not seen any official step up yet. So what we're going to do is we are going to pivot, and I am going to show you this other live image that we've been bringing you throughout the show here of that scene on Bourbon Street. We actually do have some new reaction into our newsroom. We've been bringing you statements from law enforcement and other officials across the country due to all of this news, reacting to this tragedy that 10 people are now dead and 35 injured after a man drove his pickup truck into a crowd of people celebrating New Year's this morning. We are hearing from Councilmember Freddie King III. He is with the Orleans Parish. Very brief comments, but I do want to play them out for you here on Live Now from Fox as he is reacting to all this.
State police are doing an investigation, looking into maybe additional accomplices to the driver. NOPD officers took the driver out. They did sustain some injuries in the shootout, but they're expected to pull through, and that's just the latest I have right now.
And Senator, what else can you share?
The same similar information that we have at this time. Again, I just want to express my condolences and my heart breaks, our heart breaks for all of the victims, those innocent lives who were lost, and those who are recovering. This is not who we are as a city, and we won't stand for it. And right now, we're going to continue to gather information and come up with identifying what exactly took place, how he was able to breach those bollards on Bourbon Street, but no new information at this time.
What are your thoughts on any potential changes when it comes to Bourbon, whether it's, just pedestrian traffic? What are your thoughts on that?
I think everything is on the table right now. Shame on us as a city and as leaders if we don't address this issue and figure out how to make the city safer. And I don't want to say we have any concrete plans of action right now, but definitely look at ways to make Bourbon Street safer for the pedestrians.
Okay. Anything else y'all want to add?
Yeah, I'll just add again that everything will be assessed and analyzed, and whatever we can do at the state level to support our local leadership, who I know is doing everything within their power to find out how we can make it more safe, we're going to do that.
State police are doing an investigation.
All right, so that was some reaction in there. I do have an update in regards to this press conference we were expecting. It is now, Fox News is reporting that we are now going to get that at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Again, we were expecting this to start around noon or 12:30 here on the East Coast. But again, Fox News now reporting that we are going to get that press briefing at about 2 p.m. Eastern time here on Live Now from Fox. So what we will do when that does happen is we will take it here live, raw, and unfiltered on our feed for you. All that new information we will bring to you. Now, of course, if that does change and it does happen a bit sooner, we will pivot to that as well. I do have the image there of where the media is set up on my screen, and I am monitoring it for you. So again, If it does show up, we will pivot. In the meantime, let's continue to talk about what we know, what we don't know right now as I bring you this live look again that we are getting out of our newsroom. I also do have this shot courtesy of EarthCam as well. And again, the latest here is that 10 people were killed, dozens injured after this pickup truck drove into this crowd of people as they were celebrating. Again, lots of people there for New Year's celebrating, but also this Sugar Bowl, this college playoff game that is still set to happen tonight, but they are increasing security. And again, we've been bringing you these reaction here on Live Now from Fox from law enforcement. We've heard from President-elect Donald Trump. We've heard from President Biden. What I do want to do right now, though, is I do want to play out the press briefing from a bit earlier this morning. That's the latest that we have.
I want to go now to somebody who was there. I believe we have an eyewitness on the phone on Bourbon Street when this happened. Jimmy Cothran. Jimmy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Blessed, but I've been better.
I bet. Can you walk us through where you were this morning and describe what you saw?
We were kind of finishing out the night coming from Bourbon towards Canal, and there was a lot of commotion at the end, so we ducked off into a nightclub for a moment to let all that settle, what we thought was settling, and then within a couple of minutes of walking in, a group of frantic females run inside, push past security, and hide under tables. And so when we seen that, we live here, and unfortunately, our first thoughts were somebody shooting or chasing them. So we knew the club we were at, we ran upstairs. We knew they had a balcony. Whenever we got to the balcony, it is not what we expected. It was the beginning of the mass casualties. Dead right in front of us was someone's mother, twisted, obviously deceased. We counted 8 just from a couple of seconds of standing there, 8 bodies. 2 looked to be at least alive. I wouldn't say survivable, but alive. And the other 4 were clearly, very clearly, graphically deceased.
That is
and
a gut punch to hear.
No one was around. Like after they were mowed over, not knowing anything, like no one was helping these people. They wouldn't let us out. I have training personally, and they just immediately locked us in there. And we could see some people did eventually go and start attending to the bodies. One man, deceased, had tire tracks across his back, and then when someone turned him over, he had tire tracks across his stomach, and he was clearly crushed. The mother that was in front of us, she was just horribly disfigured. A little girl that we had seen dancing as we were walking up the street was as flat as a pillow. I mean, it just kept going. Like every eye shot, body.
It's difficult to hear. I'm sure it was far worse to witness and to experience.
It was unbelievable. It was only could be referenced to a movie. The way.
Did you see the pickup truck, Jimmy? Did you hear the gunshots that were apparently fired after this happened, or had you been in the nightclub at the time that this happened?
The gunshots is what we thought was the commotion up the street.
I see.
But it was so loud where we were kind of like in the thick of it. And then the truck, we heard the truck barrel by as more people piled in. And as soon as we got up to the balcony, he had already advanced 8 to 10 blocks. And that's what I was trying to tell the other people is there were no barricades. Like this barricade stuff they're saying is not true.
Were there any barricades at any part of Bourbon Street when you came into the French Quarter?
Yes, we have tank barricades, like the metal hydraulic raising, unrammable barricades, because this has happened so many times. When we got there, me and my friend were surprised that they hadn't put these up, because usually you can walk safely in the middle of Bourbon once you hit Bourbon. They weren't up. So you still kind of had to watch your back for cars, but this is at 8 p.m. So now we're at 3:15, 3:10 a.m. They never put the barricades up. This man was able to hit 70 miles an hour for a clean 8 to 10 blocks down Bourbon. And we had barricades.
You say 8 to 10 blocks,
absolutely.
Jimmy, during the time when you were in the club. How long did it take him to go, let's say, those 8 blocks, would you say? How many seconds?
A minute, 2 minutes tops. He was out of sight. Police were on foot when we got to the balcony with M16s hustling down the street. They didn't even have time to get in their vehicles yet and chase him. They were on foot chasing him. He was long gone. And the only thing that stopped him is when he wrecked out. And that was clean.
Yeah.
And y'all will figure out the coverage of where the carnage started and where he wrecked out, and that'll show you exactly how far he got, and that there were no barricades on Bourbon up.
When you walked out of that club, Jimmy, go ahead, please.
They had the flimsy triangle-style orange and white barricade. That's what they had.
I think you're referencing maybe what we're looking at here on screen, some of those barricades, similar to those perhaps. Jimmy, this is a city.
Nothing.
Yeah, that it has been through agony. It has been through hell this morning. When you walked out of that club, did you go home? Where are you now? What did you see? And how were people doing around you that were witnessing this as well?
Well, I mean, I'm at home now, but we were held prisoner with those sights and carnage and memory inside that club for over an hour and a half with no one telling us anything, which I understand you got to cordon off the crime scene. But even when they let us out, they never told us anything while we were in there. Like, a lot of us knew what happened, but some didn't. But even when they came in and told us to leave, they just started grabbing us. The police just started grabbing us by our clothes, throwing us out. And if you've seen my Facebook video, you can hear them in the background just throwing us, literally, physically grabbing hold of us and yanking us out the door. Doesn't matter who we were with, because my buddy that went with me, I think he went to the restroom. So when they said get out, they didn't care who you were waiting on. They wanted you out now. And if you didn't, they told you were resisting. They yanked us out. So me and him got separated. They put their hands on him, yanked him out because he's looking for me. And just the way they treated us after that. And the bodies are still there. They're just covered up with pink sheets. And you can see that in the video. So they walk us out, past all these bodies again, treat us like crap, and say, have a nice night.
Unimaginable horror in New Orleans this morning. Jimmy Cothran, we are so grateful to you for sharing what you saw, for helping to fill in some of the details, some of the questions that so many people around the country have as they are watching the aftermath of this unfold. A lot of people are thinking about you and your city. Jimmy, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Do this until February 1st. On January 1st, we're starting a 4-week chair workout challenge.
We counted 8 just from a couple of seconds of standing there, 8 bodies. 2 looked to be at least alive. I wouldn't say survivable, but alive.
So I'm going to give you as much.
Continuing coverage now of the death investigation into Greece native and former inmate Robert Brooks. In court paperwork referencing the autopsy of Brooks, which is not yet available in its entirety, there are details about his multiple injuries from an attack by more than a dozen Marcy Correctional Facility correction officers and staff. Isabel Garcia breaks down what that paperwork tells us.
Yes, the paperwork is called an emergency risk protection order, which was filed by New York State Police against one of the corrections officers accused in Robert Brooks's assault. The details of the autopsy were used as supporting evidence in the application. This due to concern the individual, in this case David Kingsley, may harm himself or another. He was allegedly part of a group of a total of 14 individuals engaged in an assault on Robert Brooks on December 9th at the infirmary at Marcy Correctional. Brooks died at a Utica hospital the next day. In the protection application, it is noted the autopsy of Brooks was conducted at the Onondaga Medical Examiner's office on December 11th. It was determined Brooks suffered multiple bruises on his face and arms and legs, a fractured nasal bone, multiple soft tissue bleeding in his neck on both the left and right sides, as well as bleeding in the genitalia area. Now, the medical examiner also reported concerns for asphyxia, this due to compression of the neck, as well as Brooks's death due to actions of another. It also makes note the final cause and manner of death are still pending at this time. Now, once again, this information was part of an application for extreme risk protection for one of the corrections officers, David Kingsley, named to be involved in the assault. Meantime, family of Robert Brooks held a vigil last night in Rochester with his surviving son, Robert Brooks Jr., saying the family is hopeful his death was not in vain and will be a, quote, catalyst for change, end quote. For now, reporting in the studio, Isabel Garcia, News 8.
Watch your back for cars, but this is at 8 p.m. So now we're at 3:15, 3:10 a.m. They never put the barricades up. This man was able to hit 70 miles an hour for a clean 8 to 10 blocks down Bourbon. And we had barricades.
You say 8 to 10 blocks,
absolutely.
Jimmy, during the time when you were in the club. How long did it take him to go, let's say, those 8 blocks, would you say? How many seconds?
A minute, 2 minutes tops. He was out of sight. Police were on foot when we got to the balcony with M16s hustling down the street. They didn't even have time to get in their vehicles yet and chase him. They were on foot chasing him. He was long gone. And the only thing that stopped him is when he wrecked out. And that was clean. Yeah. And y'all will figure out the coverage of where the carnage started and where he wrecked out, and that'll show you exactly how far he got and that there were no barricades on Bourbon up.
When you walked out of that club, Jimmy, go ahead, please.
They had the flimsy triangle-style orange and white barricade. That's what they had.
I think you're referencing maybe what we're looking at here on screen, some of those barricades, similar to those perhaps. Jimmy, this is a city... Nothing. Yeah, that it has been through agony. It has been through hell this morning. When you walked out of that club, did you go home? Where are you now? What did you see? And how were people doing around you that were witnessing this as well?
Well, I mean, I'm at home now, but we were held prisoner with those sights and carnage and memory inside that club for over an hour and a half with no one telling us anything, which I understand you got to cordon off the crime scene. But even when they let us out, they never told us anything while we were in there. Like, a lot of us knew what happened, but some didn't. But even when they came in and told us to leave, they just started grabbing us. The police just started grabbing us by our clothes, throwing us out. And if you've seen my Facebook video, you can hear them in the background just throwing us, literally, physically grabbing hold of us and yanking us out the door. Doesn't matter who we were with, because my buddy that went with me, I think he went to the restroom. So when they said get out, They didn't care who you were waiting on. They wanted you out now. And if you didn't, they told you were resisting. They yanked us out. So me and him got separated. They put their hands on him, yanked him out because he's looking for me. And just the way they treated us after that. And the bodies are still there. They're just covered up with pink sheets. And you can see that in the video. So they walk us out past all these bodies again, treat us like crap, and say, have a nice night.
Unimaginable horror in New Orleans this morning. Jimmy Cothran, we are so grateful to you for sharing what you saw, for helping to fill in some of the details, some of the questions that so many people around the country have as they are watching the aftermath of this unfold. A lot of people are thinking about you and your city. Jimmy, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Again, that was recorded earlier. Just a devastating account from that eyewitness.
Let's go in and bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, we just learned the name of the suspect. That has been the question on everyone's mind since this news broke this morning. What do we know?
That's right, Morgan and Kate. 4 senior law enforcement officials briefed on this matter say they have preliminarily identified this suspect as Shamsuddin Jabbar, with a birth date of October 26th, 1982. Again, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Now, they are still trying to determine information about his movements, his travel, his background, all that sort of thing. We obviously are scouring public records to learn as much as we can about this individual with a rather uncommon name. But that is the name, and clearly they are investigating whether this attack was inspired by ISIS, as we've been reporting. They're investigating whether a pole with a black flag affixed to the back of the truck was in fact an ISIS flag. These are all questions that are up in the air right now, but that is the identity of the suspect as we have learned it. This is reporting with Tom Winter, Julia Ainsley, and myself, guys.
And just a short time ago, we were playing back, Ken, the video of President Biden speaking, and he was asked a number of questions by reporters
A number of times
about the suspect and whether the suspect was from the U.S. or perhaps from somewhere else. Do we have any clarity on that yet?
We do not have clarity on whether this is a U.S. citizen or where he was from. They're investigating whether he was not the owner of the truck. In fact, whether he got the truck from somewhere else. The truck had Texas plates. So all that is up in the air. We're trying to learn that. In fact, I've been standing here waiting to go on the air, so our colleagues may know more than I do at this point. We'll wait to see if they put notes in the system. But that is an open and active question right now. You can expect that President Biden may not have been briefed on this is changing by the minute, and we're getting information from our law enforcement sources. It takes time sometimes to work its way up the chain to the most senior people, but that's what we know at this moment.
You know, I want to go back to the beginning, if we can, Ken, because, you know, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, he said that his department was working with local law enforcement very early on to investigate this as a terrorist attack. What details did they have at the time? What clues did we see in the footage, in the UGC, the content that people sent in from eyewitnesses? What clues indicated that this was intentional and not a DUI, as some were wondering from the very beginning?
Well, the fact that he shot police officers and may have shot at the crowd with a rifle was their first clue, guys. And also just the nature of the attack, that horrific interview that you just heard about how he was able to get up to speed of 60 or 70 miles an hour. So they knew right away, and it was clear from the initial briefing this morning that the FBI was taking over this investigation, was taking the lead, and was investigating it as a potential act of terrorism. And then they had to fill in the blanks from there. And, you know, in addition to the facts on the ground, there's also a long history of these kind of vehicle attacks, many of which were inspired by ISIS, both in Europe, and then there was one in 2017 in New York City, inspired by ISIS. That doesn't mean ISIS terrorists were directing this from some bunker in the Middle East. Well, what we've seen time and again is people radicalized inside the United States, mainly online, carrying out attacks inspired by this ideology. They may never communicate with anyone about it, which is what makes it really difficult for authorities to ferret out. When people conspire, they communicate, and that can be learned, that can be picked up through eavesdropping, through informants or other methods. But if it's a lone wolf who just decides to do this one day on his own, that's a really, really difficult thing to stop. It's kind of the worst nightmare of counterterrorism authorities, guys.
And Ken, we've talked about this, but if people are just joining us, they may not know. We've talked about the pickup truck itself. There's an image that we've got, if we can put it on the screen, of that white pickup truck that the authorities say the suspect was driving. And on the back, in the lower left corner, you see a white pole on the back of the pickup truck and what looks like a flag or a piece of fabric of some kind. Ken, I know you've talked about it with your sources. Do you have any guidance on what that might be?
What they're telling us is they are actively investigating whether that is an ISIS flag. And that's what we've heard for the last few hours. They may know more. They likely do know more at this point about exactly what message, if any, was on that flag. But that was the working hypothesis. That was the investigative intent, was to learn whether that was an ISIS flag. And I haven't heard any other possible explanation for that. It's kind of a thing you don't see very often on a pickup truck. And it certainly would track with what we've seen in other events. But if true, that's just another troubling indicator here, pointing in a direction, guys. But we're not ready to say, obviously, no one is telling us specifically this was an ISIS-inspired attack, but we're getting signs that are pointing in that direction.
Do we have any more updated information on those potential homemade bombs? We know that we were listening to our local affiliate, WDSU, there on the ground, and they were saying that, you know, they were, as a precaution now, canvassing, for example, the Superdome, canvassing downtown, bringing in extra dogs. Do we know if they had located more devices or exactly where that stands?
We don't know the answer to that question. That's a great question, Morgan. As you said, we saw the local affiliate reporting on what appeared to be controlled detonations of suspicious packages found in the French Quarter. And the reporter said that the explosions sounded like firecrackers. That suggests to me those were not bombs, because if they were bombs, there would have been a much larger explosion and a much louder sound. But it suggests that the police are being extremely cautious and treating every stray backpack with suspicion, because they're not sure exactly what they have here. We heard the assistant FBI agent in charge of the New Orleans division say this morning that there were potential IEDs, potential bombs at the scene, but authorities have not said any more about whether they were real, how many, where they were found. Those are all questions we're trying to answer.
Ken, sorry, we were listening to our producers for a moment and I didn't hear you stop talking. I want to ask you about the gentleman who was on with Hallie Jackson, which we played a few moments ago, eyewitness to everything, said that he didn't see barriers. And he described those orange and white barricades that we've seen in some of the pictures and the video as the only thing that was up to stop traffic. It's not in that particular shot, but there were orange and white, I don't know what to call them, sort of
barriers that were broken.
Barriers that were broken. You see them in that picture there. Do we have any clarity, Ken? Because the New York Times is reporting that the city may have been upgrading they're called bollards or stanchions, the metal posts that emerge from the ground. You've seen them maybe if you've ever been to Washington, D.C., they have them around the Capitol building. They're designed to stop vehicles. Do we know if that's the case, that they were working on upgrading those and that's why they didn't have those up at the time?
I have not seen that NBC News has that reporting, guys, but I heard that interview and it really struck me. That guy is a New Orleans resident and he said, we have those hydraulic barriers that come up from the street. I've heard other experts on our air today say, well, you know, that's the solution in these cases. It prevents cars or vehicles from picking up speed to prevent this very kind of attack. If in fact those were under maintenance, they existed but they weren't deployed, that's going to be a significant concern and a source of introspection and discussion going forward, because it really is unimaginable that the authorities allowed a mass gathering knowing that this basic precaution that they had available to them was not deployed, if that's in fact what happened. And that's what this man told Hallie Jackson. You heard him there. He said, you know, I've seen those barriers come up. They come up from the ground. They're hydraulic balustrades, and they were not deployed at 8 p.m. when he was there on the ground, and they were not deployed at 3 a.m. when he was looking out the window. So yeah, that's something we need to do some more work on and learn whether that is in fact the case. But whether they were under maintenance or just not deployed, that's a significant question about how this was allowed to happen, guys.
Yeah. Well, Ken, I can tell you that the New York Times links, it's not our reporting, but they do link to a city website, City of New Orleans website that shows a notice that they are replacing and repairing that system until February, it says on their website. So we'll get more reporting on that. Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
And to all our viewers, if you are just joining us, we are following breaking news right now out of New Orleans, where at least 10 people have been declared dead, dozens more hurt, injured after a pickup truck intentionally plowed through a Bourbon Street crowd celebrating New Year's Eve. You can see those videos there on your screen. Officials have now identified the suspect, who is dead, as Shamsud Din Jabbar. We are expecting them to hold a press conference later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security are investigating this incident as an act of terrorism.
We also know from law enforcement that authorities are trying to figure out if the suspect was firing a long gun rifle into the crowd as he was driving and plowing through the crowd in order to potentially maximize the damage. We learned earlier that this man shot at police officers, hitting two officers who are now in stable condition. And officials say they're also looking into, we talked about this a few moments ago with Ken Delanian, that white stick or pipe that you see on the very back gate of the pickup truck with a black cloth wrapped around it. It was affixed to the hitch, they say. They say it's possible the cloth could be a flag or contain certain markings. Ken Delanian was reporting that his sources are saying they are investigating whether it could be a connection to ISIS.
And looking at that photo, you can actually see 4 holes punctured in the black of that windshield. They appear to be gunshot holes. You can see they're right on the suspect's vehicle. NBC News law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service Special Agent Evie Pompouras joins us now. Evie, I don't know if you could hear the last of our conversation with Ken Delanian, but we were really talking about these stanchions, or this was a word that I have only learned in the past hour, sort of those barricades, right, that are typically meant for crowd control, or, you see them in Times Square, or you might see them, outside the Capitol building, that are meant to keep vehicles out. What do you think the purpose, the lesson here, if we can already draw a lesson this early on, is in terms of keeping those types of security measures up and running? There's been some reporting that there may have been possible upgrades being done to those, which is why we only saw those more flimsy, for lack of a better word, orange and white barricades potentially stop there. What do we take from this? What could have been done? What one still could do in a situation like this, Evie?
So what you're referring to, the hydraulics, those barricades, we have them at the White House, at the Capitol. They exist at hard targets where you're concerned about vehicles ramming a building, ramming a facility. They do work on hydraulics. They go up, they go down. So now what we're hearing, like what we heard from the witness, he's saying those exist, but they were not up. And there's a possibility, as you had the information from the website, that maybe they were not working. I will say this, whether they're working or not, it really is irrelevant. You have New Year's Eve, you're going to have thousands of people in this area. That is an area that collects a lot of people. It's an area that's had incidents in the past. It's not just some random neighborhood. I mean, it's the French Quarter. It's an area that's going to be busy. It is from my professional opinion, it is a hard target. New Year's Eve, lots of people, a very well-known area, an area that's had incidents in the past. It should have been, and I try not to be this person that second guesses or Monday morning quarterbacks people, but really it should have been secured. You can put vehicles, and when I say vehicles, you can even put police cars. Put police cars moving back and forth. It's something we would do all the time. You can put sand trucks, sanitation trucks. I've even used yellow buses from school. When I want a secure site, I remember I went to an area, they didn't have resources. I said, do you have yellow buses? The buses that you put children in? Yes, we do. Bring me all your yellow buses. And I stacked those up to secure the area. So given what we're seeing, it really isn't, considering that's New Year's Eve, considering we're high alert. And you know what? This happened 2 weeks ago in Germany, where there was a vehicle being rammed at a Christmas market. We reported it here on NBC. It went nationwide. It went worldwide. These are things that we have to listen to and pay attention to, because the other thing is copycats. And when we reported initially on the vehicle that rammed a Christmas market in Germany, that's the first thing I said, copycats. Copycats are concerned. Once one person does something, then another person says, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. And here's the thing, a vehicle, everybody has a vehicle. How easy is it to do this in a sense? everybody has a vehicle, so you really want to mitigate that risk. This individual, though, we also know that they had a weapon, a long weapon from what is being reported, who was either, again, it's still unclear, either he was firing as he was driving or he started firing after he got out of the truck, you know? And so the understanding is when you have this kind of intent, you're going in and your mindset is, I'm going to die when I do this, you know, and that's the type of mindset that you're dealing with, these nefarious actors. I understand the morbidity and I understand that we don't like to think this way, but considering that it's New Year's, like, we really have to think ahead of it. When I would do security plans, I didn't think like an agent or a law enforcement officer. I would think, if I was the bad guy, how would I get in? If I was the bad guy, how would I penetrate? And I would find those holes. That's how we have to think. So I do think that I think we're dealing with two things now. First is, who is he, getting his identity? And the big question on everybody's mind is going to be, is he a U.S. citizen? Is he not a U.S. citizen? I think that's going to be the next big discussion and figuring out what that is and where that conversation goes from there. How did he get in? Was it his vehicle? How long did he plan it? Right? Did he communicate this to other people? Did he not? Social media posts, his search history. How long was he doing this? How long did he do recon? Is he a local at the area who got somebody else's car? Is he from somewhere else?
Yeah,
you know, so we're going to look at all those things.
That's so interesting.
Afterward,
yes. Kate, I think you actually had an interesting question about that his identity at that point, right? You were talking about the reportable information we have now.
Well, the reportable information we have now is that three senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter say they've identified the suspect. So if you're just joining us, the name of the suspect is Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42 years old. Officials are still working on his background, his potential travel history, et cetera. Evie, I wanted to ask you if I can switch gears a little bit. Given your expertise, your background in Secret Service and securing sites, right? You know how to do that. Yeah. What would you be doing right now in preparation for a game at the Superdome that happens in, I don't know how many hours. Tonight, hours from now? That has got to be what people are scrambling on right now in New Orleans. And yet when we went to our reporter, Jesse Kirsch, he was standing outside the Superdome. There wasn't a lot of police presence. It was pretty quiet. What would you be thinking about right now?
So I think they had their plan to begin with that they put into place, but they've reached out to ask for more assets. So when you're reaching out to ask for more assets, I think what they're trying to figure out is, where do we put these new assets? Do we want to close roads? When I was looking at the local reporting, there was talk and speculation that they would actually close the roads around the area of the Superdome. So are they going to do that? If they do that, that mitigates any type of, vehicle issue, ramming and all that. There was speculation that they were going to close, maybe not allow people to park closely or at any nearby parking garages and push them out. So that's something they would do closer to the event. You're not going to do that so early on. But I think it's also figuring out, where do we let people in and how do we secure that? I have to tell you, I'm not as concerned about securing the Superdome. That, to me, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's easier than securing the outer perimeter, because I've got a structure. I go into that structure, and the way it works is I clean that structure. What does that mean? It means I run my K9 through. They're looking for explosives. They're looking for IADs. I run my technicians through. They say the building is clear, the structure is clear, everything is good. Then they post it up. That's when you put your manpower, your officers, and everybody. You've got a secure building. It's locked down. Now we're ready to open the doors. And when you open the doors, that's when you funnel people through specific points that are manned by personnel. You have them go through metal detectors. You're looking through their person. You're looking through their belongings. That'll be another interesting thing. What belongings are they allowed to bring in? Are they allowed to bring in anything at this point? They might even change that. And then in addition to that, having K9 at those checkpoints. You want to, have that element there to see, did anybody touch any explosives, any residue that they could pick up, and then allowing those people in. So now when people pass through that checkpoint, they are clean. They are clean. So that's a pretty, I don't want to say simple, but it eliminates so many variables as opposed to securing something on the outside. My other concern and bigger concern really would be the outer perimeter. What are they going to do there? So as we saw you reporting before, the roads are open, people are moving. Didn't seem like there were a lot of police presence at that time. How far are they going to push people out? Again, anything that gathers large crowds, that offers an opportunity, easy access, that's where you're vulnerable. And again, you know, if I don't secure something, I can get in. The stadium, getting into the Superdome, that's going to be hard. But getting access to the outer perimeter, for me, if I'm a nefarious actor, not as hard.
It's so interesting, thinking about the outside versus inside of an event like that.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insight, Evie Pompouras. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, really interesting. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who is outside there live at the Rose Parade in Pasadena, California. I mean, David, talk about just a split screen of events on the same day, right? I mean, we saw the aftermath of this massacre down in New Orleans, and then you're seeing, you know, sort of what was expected to be a jubilant day there on the West Coast, which now I imagine people are pretty shaken by. This is a major event where you are. It takes place every single year. Have people there sort of heard about, are they aware of what happened in New Orleans overnight? Are there any extra security measures or reactions there in reaction to what happened in New Orleans?
So, look, so far there is no indication that the relevant authorities here are changing anything in terms of additional security, additional plans in response to what happened in New Orleans. But the reason for that is that this is already a very large-scale special event with a huge law enforcement presence and extensive security measures that they've been preparing for, they say, for months, right? So this is an event where the Department of Homeland Security has a sort of ranking system for special events. It's called the Special Event Assessment Rating, SEER. The Rose Parade is a SEER 2 event. The Rose Bowl game is a SEER 1 event. Those are the two highest levels of federal involvement in assisting state and local officials in preparing for and preventing any kind of incident at an event like this. So, you know, just walking the grounds here, there's a very, very heavy presence of specifically Los Angeles County Sheriff's personnel, Los Angeles County Sheriff's vehicles blocking all the intersections around the parade route. You know, we've been told that there are 1,000 law enforcement personnel on the ground here specifically for the parade. Now, that is a lot. It's also an event that draws about 800,000 people every year. So when you think about that, that's one law enforcement officer for roughly 800 people at the parade. It's happening in the middle of a dense urban environment. This is at, you know, Colorado Boulevard and Sierra Madre Boulevard. You see behind me, the parade route are major streets in Pasadena. This is sort of inherently a difficult area to secure. You can't put up hard physical vehicle barriers. They are blocking the intersections with police vehicles. And like I said, there are a lot of personnel present. The authorities involved here are expressing confidence that they have this event properly secured, that they have it properly secured every year, and that at this point, there's no specific threat to this event that would indicate a need for any kind of change to the plan as it exists. Now, of course, I don't want to speculate about, you know, comparing the level of security at the Rose Parade as it happens every year versus at New Year's Eve on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter in New Orleans as it happens every year, or if there were any kind of failures in New Orleans that might not be present here. But again, what we are hearing from both law enforcement and elected officials here is that they are confident that this parade and that the game coming up this afternoon are both very well secured.
All right, our thanks to David Noriega there on the ground reporting from that parade. We appreciate it, David.
Morgan, our NBC affiliate in New Orleans, WDSU, we've been dipping in and out of their coverage all morning. They spoke to a man who was visiting from California in New Orleans, staying at a nearby hotel. Take a listen to what he said.
Beforehand, it was just people having fun. I mean, there was a lot of people, a lot of police presence, but I never thought anything like this. But I didn't feel in danger at all when I was here yesterday. Of course, I'm surprised, but I don't know why they're still letting cars go through Bourbon Street. Even last night, which I was there were still like at midnight, 1 in the morning, there's still cars driving by, even though there's people walking all over the street. You got to dodge cars. So I don't think they should let any vehicles at all. It should always be blocked off at nighttime because something like this could happen. I couldn't believe that it's happening here, literally a block away from my hotel. As soon as I stepped out the hotel, the police, you cannot come out here. This is an active crime scene. I couldn't go anywhere. I had to come back this way, come back down. So I just came to really see what was going on. It's incredible.
That sound there from our affiliate WDSU in New Orleans, and we're actually going to right now go back to their live feed. This is our WDSU coverage on the ground. their coverage of the breaking news event.
Place for getting information on any victims of this tragic incident.
Yeah, we're getting lots of new video we're processing here in the studio as well, and getting lots of reaction from many leaders. I know a lot of them are at UMC right now because that's where a lot of the victims are. At this point, we still have only had there's 10 confirmed dead, at least 35 at the hospital, but both of those numbers could unfortunately rise with this.
And look, we talked about UMC, the work that doctors, nurses, and their support staff deal with. They are the highly trained people. This is a level 1 trauma center. We spoke about this earlier in our newscast as we have been on now for several hours, that those doctors hope and pray that they don't have to deal with a mass casualty situation like this. Unfortunately, that day came today where a lot of these victims were taken to UMC. Like Randy said, we are hearing that the death toll could rise. We hope that it does not. But it is a very, very fluid situation.
For people trying to make contact with their loved ones, we did talk to Councilmember Joe Giarrusso. He tells us that they may be able to find more information at City Hall, and that there at one point was like a triage place set up for people who are looking for information. I can't imagine if you had friends or family out there and you haven't heard from them at this point today, watching all the headlines. I know you're trying to find the latest information.
Yeah. We were even hearing about a British national that people are trying to find at this point that was, in town. And again, we've got the phone number if you are looking for a loved one. Unfortunately, with all of this, there is a phone number that you can call as well with the names of people who have been identified. But again, really hard to say because much of the French Quarter still a crime scene at this hour, and will likely be a crime scene for the next couple of days. We heard Council President Helena Moreno telling us that Bourbon Street will likely be closed for the next 2 days as they work to process all of that.
Let's get back to this topic here. We have Mike Kahn here, who's a former NOPD officer, SWAT team commander. The bollards that were in place, excuse me, Mike, we are going to talk about the bollards in just 1 second. Before we do, let's go live to Cassie Sherm, who is standing by. But Mike, you also stand by because we want to get more into the bollards and how this truck could get around those.
Yeah, that was actually a topic I was talking with a few other people because, yes, there was barricades, but these are the barricades that are those plastic, the orange striped barricades, not those bollards that come straight from the ground. But they have been working on construction. In fact, some of the business owners have told me they've watched some construction in that area, so I'm guessing that that one was being worked on. But on another note, we're just talking to some business owners in the area, and Kilwins, you guys just opened up 2 months ago. To have something like this outside your doors, it must be something that you've never thought would happen.
Yeah, it's really sad to see what happened and people losing their life like that, and I don't know what to say, but really I'm not worried about the business, more about the people that lost their life, and I guess we just have to work on security and doing some more effort to get things, better here in New Orleans, because this incident is just this weekend, but every weekend we see shootings, we see other things. So really, we need the help from the authorities to increase security and work on this, especially with the Super Bowl coming and Mardi Gras, and this could happen again for sure. But it's really sad for sure for the business because it's a good day today, Sugar Bowl, a lot of thousands of tourists in the city. For the game and also for celebrating the New Year's Eve, and really sad to see all these businesses closed around Bourbon Street and outside of Bourbon for that reason. But again, it's a very sad incident, and I feel bad for everybody and the families that lost their family.
For sure. And you guys were closing right when all this happened.
Yeah, at this time we were just locking up, and I just walked out of the store to Royal Street, and my business partner was locking up the door, and this car just went in the street and hit. I looked at the cameras right now. I can see just a little bit because we have the cameras inside the store, but I can see from the glass exactly at 3:17 and 11 seconds. That's when the car hit Bourbon Street and just took off. It was a white truck, and I can't see much details, but I see just the car going fast in Bourbon Street.
And if you were saying fast, like how? Pretty fast, right?
Yeah, I cannot tell really from the video because I see just partial view from the glass, but I see exactly the time with 3:17 and 11 seconds, you know.
And so what happens next? I mean, obviously, we have all this tape around your business. What have authorities told you?
I spoke to the FBI. I offered my help, you know, if anything with my cameras, you know, can help in the investigation. And they said, you know, they will call me later. They saw what I have. And I think in the corner here, we have the crime group camera. That's another group. So maybe this camera will help as well. But they told me they don't think like I can open for another 2 days, maybe 1 to 2 days. But I don't think we can catch the sugar bowl or maybe, you know, I don't know, this weekend too, but we'll see.
As a business owner, are you frustrated that something like this could happen right there?
Yes, but again, I see things happen almost every week or every 2 weeks. And again, I ask the authorities to work with us, to help us to secure the city. This city brings a lot of money to the state of Louisiana, and also tourists love it. And it's so different than many other cities in the U.S., and it's one of the top, I think, 10 cities in the U.S. top attractions. So really we need to do something here, you know. Again, I'm not sad to lose 2 business days, you know, money comes and go, but I'm sad to see people die like that, easy, you know.
Does it make you emotional seeing this right in front of your store that you just opened up?
Yes, it makes me emotional on the personal side because it could happen to me. I walk out of my store, locking up my store, and I could be in that situation right now, got killed, you know. And also, you know, looking at the other people's situation too, yeah. But, you know, really, I'm really sad since last night. I went home like 4-something in the morning. And again, I was walking down to Royal Street and I start seeing everybody running. In my mind, I'm thinking it's a shooting, like we see that every weekend almost. But I heard after that there is a truck hit the people in Bourbon Street. So.
Well, I'm so sorry that you had to be a part of this and this happened in front of your store, and I'm sorry that it has to be closed. Just a really unfortunate situation for everyone.
Yes, very unfortunate, and I'm really sad for all these families that lost their family members, and you know, I hope we all can get together to help each other to get the situation better, especially we expecting thousands of people coming in the next months and two, you know, here. And I don't know, I hope I can help in any way I can, you know, so. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You have a good rest of your day. Stay safe, okay? Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, this is the thing. Sad situation. We keep on telling these stories of how people are being impacted this, whether it's family members that were involved or just being put into the mix of having to see this and witness some of this. It's been very traumatizing to people, and I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be needing.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good New Year's Day, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. We're coming on the air as we learn more about that deadly ramming attack in New Orleans that killed 10 people, left more than 30 injured.
I'm Morgan Radford. Just 1 hour from now, officials are set to give a news conference update, and police say that a man in a pickup truck intentionally sped down Bourbon Street in New Orleans early this morning at 3:15 a.m. local time, trying to run over as many victims, and was hell-bent, they said, on creating as much carnage as he could right as people were celebrating New Year's Day. We are told that suspect opened fire on police after crashing and shot 2 officers. In fact, take a look at this eyewitness video, which appears to show the exact moment that police approached the truck.
You hear what sounds like gunshots there. The FBI says the suspect is dead and that explosive devices were found in the area. Senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News they have now identified the suspect as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. They are trying to determine if he was also firing a long gun into the crowd while he was driving through the crowd. We're told the FBI is investigating all of this as an act of terrorism. Take a listen to this woman who witnessed the attack.
The guy in the pickup truck just punched the gas,
and mowed over the barricade and hit a pedicab passengers. And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos and very, very scary.
Chaos. We are hearing more chilling accounts from eyewitnesses just like that. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, who joins us now from our D.C. bureau. Ken, we now have the suspect's name. What do we know about him, and do we know whether or not he acted alone?
Morgan, law enforcement officials are investigating that very question. They're not prepared to rule anything in or out. He's believed to be a U.S. citizen. Local officials have said he was wearing full military gear when he carried out this attack. As you mentioned, the FBI is investigating whether he fired a rifle at the crowd while he was driving and mowing people down in that pickup. We do know that the FBI and the police said he shot 2 New Orleans police officers who are in stable condition, and then he was shot by police after the truck crashed and he got out, having killed those 10 people and injured more than 30 others. Obviously, the FBI actively now investigating the motive here. One of the working hypotheses is that this was an ISIS-inspired attack. That has not been definitively established, but they are investigating whether a pole on the back of that truck with a black cloth affixed, whether that was in fact an ISIS flag. Again, no definitive answer on that, but they are looking into that, and they're looking into everything they can about this subject's background, his travel movements, his associations, his social media profile, all that to be determined, guys.
Ken, I just want to highlight one of the things you said because it is new information. You said that he is believed to be a U.S. citizen. That's what you said, correct?
That's our information. I'm hedging it a little bit, but that we have been told that by U.S. officials. That's our information.
We don't know from where. We don't know if he's local or from another state.
That's correct. I did see that local officials in New Orleans have said that he was not a local resident. Obviously, the vehicle had Texas plates, but it's not clear that he was the owner of the vehicle. FBI is still trying to sort all that out.
And again, for our viewers, we are talking about 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. That is the identification we have currently from 3 officials with the FBI familiar with this matter. Ken, I want to go back to something else that was concerning to a lot of people. One of the data points that led officials to understand this to be a terrorist attack, and that was the potential for these homemade bombs, basically these IED devices. Do we know where that stands right now? We understand, again, from WDSU, our local affiliate there in New Orleans, that as a precautionary measure, they have had authorities now sort of scoping the area downtown around the Superdome. Do we know if they found any additional devices or what was found initially?
We do not, Morgan, and this is where the continued delays of these official briefings that we were promised really comes into play here, because you had the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge this morning at the initial briefing on this matter tell the public that there were bombs, that there were IEDs potentially in and around that truck. But then we've heard nothing since then. And as you said, there's been reporting from local reporters that New Orleans police has been around checking suspicious packages, even conducting controlled detonations. But we don't know right now, that the authorities have not said whether there is an active threat, whether they believe there are other bombs in the city, whether there were any, in fact, in the truck, whether these were working bombs. These are all big questions. But it does suggest, if there was anything resembling an IED, it suggests this was an extremely complex attack, unlike anything we've seen before. We've seen, as we've been talking about all day, we've seen, sadly, a number of these vehicle attacks, many ISIS-inspired, both in Europe and in New York City in 2017, that have killed a number of people. But we haven't seen a combination of a vehicle attack with someone using a gun and also deploying IEDs, if in fact that's what happened, guys.
I want to note that we're talking a lot about the suspect here because we don't yet have information on the 10 people who very unfortunately lost their lives this morning. I want to just mention that we were thinking about those families, obviously.
And the dozens more injured and taken to local area
That's
hospitals.
Right. More than 30 people in a hospital. Ken, while we have you, though, what do we know about the white truck that authorities say was used in this attack? You mentioned that the white pipe with a black cloth on it. We can show that picture again. It kind of looks like a flagpole on the back of the bed of the truck. Do we know anything more about what they know about this vehicle?
I have to be a little careful here, Kate, but the working theory is that this was a rental truck. It's a white Ford F-150 with Texas plates, and they are investigating how that got in the hands of the suspect, who owned the truck, and whether the owner was the suspect or was someone else. And if it was someone else, did that person have any links to this incident, or was that person an unwitting person involved tangentially? So those are all questions the FBI is investigating, may have more information than they're willing to tell us right now. We're not reporting anything definitively about that other than that the truck had Texas plates, potentially this flag, and they're investigating its provenance.
All right, our thanks to Ken Delaney. And Ken, you know, it's interesting. We also have a lot of reactions coming in now from Louisiana members of Congress, from Representative Steve Scalise, Representative Carter, of course, Speaker Mike Johnson from the 4th District of Louisiana, most offering their thoughts and their prayers to the victims, the people who were affected by this. Ken Delaney, and thanks so much for joining us now from D.C. We do want to stay in D.C. And go to our senior White House reporter, Gabe Gutierrez, who has been following this. He's actually currently in West Palm Beach. Gabe, this is interesting. Do we have any additional reporting on the president's plans? We know that we heard from President Biden as he was boarding a plane set to go, I believe, to Camp David.
Well, while President Biden was on that tarmac, Morgan, he did say that he would have more to say on this in just a short while, presumably waiting for federal authorities to give the public that updated briefing. But yes, as you said, President Biden spent the night, rung in the new year in Wilmington, Delaware, after attending a private wedding last night. Throughout the morning, he has been continuously briefed by senior FBI and Homeland Security officials. He did speak by phone with the mayor of New Orleans, offering full federal support. And he briefly spoke with reporters as he boarded Air Force One en route to Camp David. Let's listen.
You've all got my statement. I'll have more to say in the next hour or so following what's going on in New Orleans. I'll be happy to do that.
Do you understand if the person crossed the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific yet at all. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if you're a foreigner or if you was domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified? Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
President Biden saying that his reaction was one of anger and frustration. And Morgan and Kate, you heard President Biden there declining to answer many questions from reporters about the origins of this suspect. Of course, the president waiting for this investigation to play out. And again, we do expect to potentially hear more from him. As he said in that brief interaction with reporters, he will be at Camp David later today. Now, also, we're here in Palm Beach County, Florida. This is where the president-elect spent the night. He rung in the new year at his Mar-a-Lago estate. We heard from for the first time from President-elect Trump also this morning on a posting on social media. He said, in part, our hearts are with all the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. So again, those are the first comments from President-elect Trump, and we are waiting to see if President Biden might speak once again. So far, though, the White House says there have been no changes to his schedule, although he is continuously being briefed on the investigation after speaking with the mayor of New Orleans this morning.
Well, should he continue to make more remarks, we will certainly bring them to you live. Gabe Gutierrez reporting live there from West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Gabe.
And we should probably mention that we are awaiting a press conference. It's been delayed several times. The latest we have is that it may begin about 50 minutes from now. And certainly we will bring that to you as soon as it happens. Let's get to NBC's Jesse Kirsch, who is in New Orleans for us. Jesse, I know you just arrived this morning from Atlanta, so you're outside the Superdome, where the Sugar Bowl will take place in a matter of hours tonight. That's Notre Dame versus Georgia. A lot of people in town for that game. What is security like there?
Yeah, and I want to put that game into context for people who aren't big sports fans, Kate. This is part of the college football playoffs. So these are the top teams in the country. They're competing for a chance to play in the national title game. So if you compare this to pro football, this is the playoffs, right? It's in the name. So this is going to have a lot of eyeballs watching this at home as well as in person here tonight. And so far, this game is still proceeding, and we are trying to get some clarity from officials at this press conference. One of the things to ask them is what gives them the confidence to know that their plans are solid around something like this in light of what has happened. So that's something we'll be looking at. I want to show you what the security is like out here right now. And again, we are still hours away from kickoff. So what we're seeing right now may change. But right now you can see we've got some barricades like this, which are, I don't know what exact material this is, but this is the kind of thing that you would imagine is quite solid and would hopefully hold up well against vehicles. But you also have behind that some metal fencing. But I'm going to have our producer Charlie's backpedaling with me here. We've got metal fencing here. Those kinds of barricades don't extend all the way down the block. And if he just comes over here with me, you can see behind me here, this is an open curb. And there are certainly plenty of law enforcement personnel out here. I don't know if this street's going to be blocked off. I don't know how those plans are changing in light of what has happened at this point, just pointing out what we're looking at now, and we'll be keeping an eye on how that evolves over the hours ahead. This is a game, as you mentioned, Notre Dame and Georgia. I was on a plane full of Bulldog fans coming from Atlanta this morning. So you have a lot of people who are coming in to this city tonight. So, you know, you're expanding the volume potentially of people in New Orleans right after a security incident that you would imagine is being reviewed right now and is certainly under a lot of scrutiny. And, you know, if you've been to any major event in recent years, this is going to look familiar to you. You've got the security check over here, appears to be the metal detectors that you would go through at an arena, and they've got the barricading around that. But again, this kind of harder barricading that we're seeing over here does not extend all the way down the block. And that's something that we'll be looking to see how that changes in the hours ahead. And we should also note we are less than 2 months away from the Super Bowl, of course, a global event, and that is also being hosted here in New Orleans. And so that security incident, or that security event, I should say, something that you can imagine is also going to be getting a lot of renewed scrutiny in the run-up to that. We always look at the security around a Super Bowl, especially in terms of in light of events around the globe. But you got to imagine that that's going to get more attention now because of what has unfolded in this city in the last 12 hours or so. And we have heard from the NFL. They say that the planning process around that goes on for 2 years. They've been planning that for about 2 years to ensure the safety of people who are attending that. But, you know, that's another thing that we'll be asking officials about today, is if they are prepared or they feel prepared or feel they need to make changes here in light of what has happened overnight. And again, we're not talking about an area that is a stranger to crowds. Bourbon Street is known as a place for nightlife, a place people are moving about in the street as well late at night. And so the idea that this could happen, especially on a higher profile night, is something that I think has a lot of us scratching our heads right now, myself included. Send it back to you.
Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting, you know, hearing you talk about the infrastructure, because there's also just the question of the people, right? And the psychological effect that this has really taken on that community. Because earlier, just before about 8 a.m. Eastern time, we heard Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick basically say, look, we understand this event happened, but we also know that people are coming to the city because they're excited. They want to see the Sugar Bowl, and we are prepared to welcome them. So they were really trying to sort of calm the community's fears. But as they were saying that, we're getting more and more images coming in from eyewitnesses. I want to roll a few of those for our viewers right now, if we can, in our control room. Pull up some of the user-generated content, videos and images like this that were taken from people who were there in the moments that this unfolded, people who saw that white truck. Here you can see where we have blurred bodies that were laid on the ground. You can see where people were rushing to render aid. Other times you can see bystanders standing by who are literally stuck in place. Emergency responders trying to pull them away from staring at bodies in what appear to be a state of shock there on the ground. And so these are the types of images we're seeing now come out, Jesse. In the time that you have had, you know, to be on the plane and talk to people who were headed there for the Sugar Bowl, you mentioned the conversations you were having in the car headed to your reporting site. What are people telling you about the pall that has sort of fallen over this city, about the reaction now in these hours leading up to the Sugar Bowl?
What I can tell you, Morgan, is when I got to the airport this morning, it was filled with people wearing their Bulldog red gear for the game tonight in Atlanta. And not everyone knew what had happened here. I actually had asked someone right through security, I said, oh, did you see what had happened in New Orleans? And she had not heard the news, so I broke the news to her. And, you know, it changes, right, your perspective when you're coming to a place that's supposed to be filled with revelry, and now you've got this somberness hanging over this community as well right now. So I think it's going to be really interesting as we hear from people, as more people come to the area for the game. And actually, you can see right behind me, that's one of the Georgia team trucks. So, you know, if you've ever been to a major football game, I know college football fans are absolutely, you know, passionate about their teams and often come over to the stadiums earlier. So as we start to see people, we'll ask them what they make of this, how they feel about coming to this. And of course, there have been other, you know, incidents in the past that probably stick in people's minds when they come to major events, right? Developments over the years, like the addition of metal detector checks and barricades on what are referred to as soft targets. We talk about arenas, right, and events with people in terms of what kind of target they are now. So you know, our society has changed over the years, but it's hard to imagine when you're coming for something on the same day as all this is unfolded. And again, going back to what you said about that press conference earlier, officials were pretty adamant about the fact that things are moving forward here at that press conference. And I think one of the outstanding questions, because they did not take questions at that press conference, that we'll hopefully be able to ask of them soon, is what gives them that confidence in light of what happened overnight.
Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, really appreciate you being there, and we'll let you go do some more reporting. We'll check back with you. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in former ATF Special Agent in Charge, Jim Cavanaugh, who joins us now. Jim, you have just been really strategic in helping us understand these types of events for years. What do we think at this hour, at this moment, is going on behind the scenes as we await this, you know, further update from officials? What is the most time-sensitive data that they're looking at right now?
The connections of the killer. That's the most sensitive, because you want to stop if there's any other attacks afoot, whether in New Orleans or even in another city. So that's the crucial facts for the commanders. You know, they've got to see if there's anything else in the planning and try to make sure they can interrupt or stop it. The crime scene will go on. That's going to be a slow process, and there's no hurry. I mean, the killer is dead, so there's not going to be a prosecution against him anyway. But there's no hurry there. They've got the resources to take care of that. Once they render any suspected IEDs safe, you know, that's a static scene. But the commanders are faced with, you know, the connections of this guy. If he is a person who's connected to foreign terrorism, we're not sure of that. They haven't said that explicitly, but there's certainly implications of that, as Ken was reporting. So we're not sure, but it seems like implications of that from all the facts we've seen. If he's a member of a foreign terrorist group or connected or inspired by one, then our intelligence agencies and the FBI, they want to get ahead of that. You know, who is he? Who works with him? Who was his confederates or co-conspirators, or who is he in touch with on the internet? Who could be launching a like-minded attack in another city or right behind him, or were any bodies left in his wake that we don't know about just yet? So that's a biggest thing on their plate for the commanders of law enforcement, but also is the security at the Sugar Bowl. And that's on their plate as well. So they are faced with making sure that that's as tight as they can be, and they're going to have on their hands a skeptical public and a skeptical traveling public that can look at the events this morning and say, you know, geez, I hope I'm going to be safe there because I've seen how this unfolded. So I think the fans will still come, and I'm sure they'll have a memorial service at the halftime or whatever and be very respectful. But fans are not, the public is not stupid. They're going to watch this closely. So the law enforcement has to be on their game here and communicate directly and responsibly with the public who's going to the game and the citizens of New Orleans and America writ large about what happened today.
Jim, you mentioned online presence of the suspect. How does that digital footprint get looked at in these early hours? How quickly can they, in this day and age, how quickly can they track someone's connections?
Well, really quickly. I mean, the FBI has a great cyber unit, and if it goes into foreign connections, we have, CIA and NSA and DIA, and even our military intelligence capabilities. We have lots of capabilities to track digital footprints. Now, these guys can use encrypted apps and encrypted websites that can somewhat slow that down. And that's been a problem. But, sometimes they're just not that slick. And, we might be able to glean some real close information from them. And if they're an actual member of a foreign terrorist group, whatever that level that means, a made guy, so to speak, or are they an inspired actor? The results are the same, agony, misery, and death. And they're trying to impress their community, which is the community of terrorists and hate mongers. They don't care about America or the public or what the world thinks of them. They only care about what their group thinks of them. And their group makes them a hero for, going in and dying in an attack like this. So we just have to see, is it really connected to a group? We just have to see. I'd say that post with the possible flag is something that's could be a real tell here. Somebody waving their motive in our face as they attack America. That's certainly possible.
Well, on that note, we thank you, Jim Kavanaugh. We do have some new reporting coming in on that exact thing. So let's bring in NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. He's been reporting all morning on this. Tom, I see your new note, but I'll let you tell us what you know about. You're learning much more about the suspect.
We sure are, and I'm going to fold in the reporting of my colleagues Julia Ainsley and Ken Delaney here. First off, from an investigation standpoint, there is an active effort right now to investigate a potential improvised explosive device, so a homemade explosive device in plain English, found inside that individual's vehicle. There are at least 2 other potential, again, not confirmed, potential improvised explosive devices that were planted in the area. They're trying to determine, are those actual explosives? Could they have gone off? And are they tied to this particular individual? So they're looking at that as well. It's our understanding that this person had on his person a long gun as well as potentially another weapon. And the FBI now says on the record that this 42-year-old identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, and the FBI has now identified him publicly, says that he's a U.S. citizen from Texas, that an ISIS flag was located, and I'm quoting now, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Now, that ISIS flag that they say was located in the vehicle is believed to be affixed to the hitch on the tailgate. So if you look at this photo and you look at where the license plate is, it's a Texas license plate on the back of it, there's a white pole that kind of comes up there, and there's a black material, some sort of potentially a flag, a garment, whatever it is, that might be, in fact, the flag that was there. So that's something that they're looking at, Kate. In addition, we're told that they're looking into this vehicle and where they got it from, but there's no indication at this point that the person who rented this vehicle, which may have been through an application, so there's kind of like an Airbnb for cars, that this individual rented out the car, but may not have known this person's intentions. That's something that law enforcement will continue to look into. But again, the headlines here, the FBI now formally confirming the information that we broke several hours ago, that Shamsuddin Jabbar is in fact the person they believe is responsible for this deadly truck attack. We are told that shortly we will be, from multiple senior law enforcement officials, will hear that the death toll has risen, that this individual is a citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, and that that truck had an ISIS flag that was found in it. And that's what the FBI is investigating at this standpoint, at this hour, I should say. and that multiple special agent bomb technicians from the FBI and other local law enforcement agencies, in this particular case, it would be the Louisiana State Police, the New Orleans Police Department, but typically the Louisiana State Police has a pretty robust presence on this. They'll take a look at some other devices, which we are reporting, according to 3 law enforcement officials briefed on the matter, at least 2 other devices that were planted in the vicinity that is obviously of high interest. This really changes a bit the security picture here, because if other devices were planted where they planted elsewhere in New Orleans, and obviously we're all acutely aware of the event that is happening tonight in that city, the Sugar Bowl, and what does it mean for that event? So a lot of questions here, Kate and Morgan, but I'll kind of send it back to you for any questions you might have as we continue to do our reporting and pour through this.
Tom, first off, excellent reporting, because for our viewers who are just turning in, you gave us 4 really big new nuggets that really changed the landscape of what we've been seeing. You talked about the flag, ISIS flag. 2 potential IEDs. 3, more details from the suspect. We now know he's 42-year-old U.S.-born citizen born in Texas. And 4, you mentioned that the death toll was expected to rise. On that note, Tom, and I want to go back to that flag that we're looking at here, you know, attached to the hitch of the bed of that truck there. That was really striking to me, because I also saw when looked at that photo, those 4 holes in the windshield, the back windshield there, that appear to be, you know, gunshot bullet holes that may have entered the vehicle. When you see that flag, does that give us any indication about whether or not he was working alone, or if he had known associates? And 2, Tom, do we have any, now that we have this name, do we have any indication of whether or not he'd had previous arrests, misdemeanors, felonies, anything in his record?
That's something that we're still pouring through with respect to what is referred to in law enforcement circles as suspect pedigree. Where did they come from? What's their date of birth? Do they have any active lawsuits for or against them? Do they have any sort of criminal history? That's information that we're still in the process of going through, and we'd like to do a lot of verification to get to that point. You're seeing a video of the immediate aftermath. There were, according to a video I think that we're hopefully going to be able to show folks shortly, that's just been forwarded to me from our affiliate in New Orleans. Basically, this stops, and then there's a quick pause or 2, and then a tremendous exchange of gunfire. So the bullet holes that you're seeing on the back of that car could have come from police. They could have come from police firing from the front to the back. They could have been, it's just the picture's not clear enough, could have been shots fired from the back to the front. We are told that investigators are looking into whether or not he was firing as he was driving this vehicle, that he may have been firing a gun while driving the vehicle. That's something they're looking into. We don't have that confirmed. That's going to require, obviously, a lot of work from an evidence standpoint. Clearly, some of that probably based off of eyewitnesses. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but they're at least looking into it. This idea, by the way, of flying an ISIS flag on the back of a pickup truck is something that we've seen before. Sayfullo Saipov, back in October of 2017 on Halloween, drove down the Upper West Side Highway here in New York City and conducted a terrorist attack in the name of ISIS, killing 8, injuring over a dozen. He had talked about, according to court records, the idea of actually flying an ISIS flag from the back of his truck, coincidentally also a rented pickup truck, that from a major retailer. But he talked about doing that, but thought it would attract too much attention and that the NYPD would see that and immediately try to stop him. Obviously, that's something that would certainly grab the attention of law enforcement, frankly, anybody. That flag is kind of ubiquitous in our society. So that is something that we've seen, talked about before, and that is something, obviously, that is of interest. The idea of driving through a crowd in vehicle ramming attacks is something that we've seen over the last decade. It's talked about in almost every single major propaganda that comes out from various terrorist organizations. And as we recently reported on NBC News Now, in a story I believe we talked about, was the idea of how terrorist organizations are now using AI to produce terrorist propaganda because it allows them to be anonymous. You have the face and the voice of it being a computer somewhere instead of being an actual person, makes it more difficult for investigators to try to determine who is behind that propaganda. So This is an evolving landscape, a reminder that as we've been reporting here at NBC News for the past 9 months, the FBI has been especially concerned about the volume of terrorism investigations and attacks and thwarted attacks. There's been a number of them. The Taylor Swift concert in Austria, the FBI and the U.S. is warning to Russian security agencies about what turned out to be a deadly attack at the Crocus concert hall there. There were several other investigations, including an Election Day plot here in the United States that was disrupted, and a plot involving a relative of that suspect in France that was disrupted, as well as a number of potential incidents, not all necessarily tied to terrorism, that were thwarted before the Olympics. It's been an incredibly busy year in this landscape. It is at a tempo that we have not seen before, at least not since 2014, based on the officials that work in this space that I talked to. And so this is very real and has been a real genuine threat here, I would say, for the past year of this exact type of incident. The big question going forward is, how is it possible, knowing that all the information I just shared with you is information that was public prior to this event, how is it possible that a truck was able to drive down Bourbon Street in the early morning hours on New Year's Eve, when obviously there would be a lot of people out? There are a lot of people out in that street on a Tuesday in August, let alone at this time of the year. And as we saw here in New York City last night, it would not have been possible for this attack to take place. They fill up sanitation trucks with sand, and good luck to anybody trying to get through that. So obviously serious questions will need to be asked of New Orleans authorities. Was it an issue with overtime, and did politicians not allow that those type of protections go in? Was it a failure on the police department? Was it a combination of things, like it usually is? Time will tell.
Yeah. Tom, can I, before we let you go, can I just ask one question about the victims in all this, the people who've died, the people who are still hurt and in hospitals? Because you said when we came to you that the death toll has risen, which is the worst news we could imagine. Is this because many of the injuries are very severe and we're finding out that they're passing away at the hospital?
That's exactly right. The injuries here were horrific in nature, we're told. I don't think I need, out of respect to the victims, to get into specific details that we're being told and hearing, but we do expect the next time that we get a briefing from city officials for that death toll to rise. It's not because of any lack of extreme effort by the medical community. It's just injuries are injuries, and when you're hit with a truck at that high rate of speed, and if this idea that he was in fact firing out of the truck at that time, obviously that would have added additional problems for the people that were in that crowd. Is something that law enforcement's tracking down. It's horrific, it's horrible, and obviously is going to be continued sad news, not only for the New Orleans community, but given the fact this attracts people from all over the country, we'll have to wait and see if other communities are impacted as well.
Yeah, keeping all those families in our thoughts here too. Tom Winter for us. Tom, thank you for all the reporting.
It is just after 1:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and this is what we know thus far about that deadly truck ramming attack in New Orleans that killed at least 10 people and left more than 30 others injured. We are learning more also right now about that suspect.
Yeah, if you're just joining us now, senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News that the suspect has been identified. He is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, who is now deceased. The FBI just confirming moments ago that he is a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck that appears to have been rented, and that an ISIS flag was found on that vehicle that rammed into the Bourbon Street crowd. You see it there in the picture on the back of the tailgate. The FBI says they are working to understand whether the suspect had any associations with terrorist organizations.
Now, in half an hour, officials are set to update us on the investigation at a news press conference. Police have previously said that the suspect intentionally carried out this attack and tried to run over as many victims as he could. Police saying he was hell-bent on creating carnage. We are told that he allegedly opened fire on police and shot 2 officers after he crashed into that crowd.
Police are also trying to determine if he was firing a long gun into the crowd while he was running people over. We're told the FBI is investigating this, and we've said this again and again, as an act of terrorism.
Our NBC affiliate WDSU spoke to 2 eyewitnesses who said that they saw the moment the pickup truck plowed into a crowd of pedestrians. Take a listen to what they said.
We were coming through the intersection, and it all just happened so quickly. but the guy in the pickup truck just punched the gas and mowed over the barricade and hit a pedicab passengers. And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you cannot think about, unhear that. It was chaos and very, very scary.
When you saw the car, did you think anything of it at first, or did you?
No, I mean, no. It was the most bizarre thing, like something that you, like the least expected thing, I don't even know how he managed to maneuver that with the amount of traffic and people that were still out.
Bumper to bumper. I mean, there were people everywhere.
You said there was a lot of people?
Tons of people.
Tons of people. And cops everywhere.
The cops
there
were on
were
the corner
cops
when it ran
everywhere.
through the barricade. They were standing right there when it happened.
And when you're talking about barricade, are you talking about like those, like the metal poles right there?
Was that better?
Yep.
Chilling, black man.
So did you see at all any of the ballards or anything like that pop up?
It was just like debris and everything, and then people. It was unreal. Just total chaos. Total chaos.
What was it? The sounds?
A huge impact. It almost sounded like a gunshot. I actually looked, and maybe we did hear that too, knowing now that the guy had ended up shooting those two police officers. But I remember the screeching and him gunning the car and the impact and the screams. Like I said, the screams of those girls. I mean, yeah. I don't know that I'll be able to forget that.
I'm so sorry you guys had to go through that. You had mentioned inside that when he barricaded through, it was super loud.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very loud. I mean, it just was this huge boom.
Crunching
and crunch. Yeah. And then just the people yelling.
And you guys had just walked right across the street. Where were you guys at?
We had come from about 2 blocks down from a parking garage, the Roosevelt parking garage, and we're coming through this intersection right here on Bourbon when it happened.
From what I recall, he was in this lane and just took a hard right and punched it, is what it seemed to be like. So I don't know how he did it, because there were all the cars. It was literally 3 or 4. I mean, it's 3 lane, but there was also people parked over on the side. So, I mean, it was just hectic and chaotic. I don't know how he was able to get through the barricade or whatever, get enough speed.
And there is multiple pedicab drivers and carts there. And fortunately, one of the girls that he hit her cart, she didn't have passengers, but it was the other gentleman who had passengers. That's what he hit, and they were just all on the ground. I mean,
I was just going to say, so you guys saw this happen. What did you guys do next?
It was kind of like a surreal moment, and my husband, he just grabbed me and he was like, let's go, let's go, get out, let's get out of here. It was so surreal, I think we did kind of go into that fight or flight mode and chose flight in that instance, to get ourselves out of here and safe.
Oh, just devastating to hear these accounts that we're getting. Let's bring in Tim Gallagher, former FBI special agent in charge of the Newark, New Jersey office, is with us now. Tim, the FBI got involved very early on. We heard about this, in the early mornings this morning. It's being investigated as a terror attack. What key pieces of evidence are you focused on? We've got some new reporting that I don't know if you heard from Tom Winter just a short time ago. Were you able to hear that? And can you talk about what, if you were in charge at this moment, what you'd be focused on?
Yes, thanks for having me. I heard what Tom had to say before, those key pieces of evidence. Obviously, the indicator of ISIS involvement from the flag. You can be drilling down on who has he been associated with, but, the name itself, that's the key piece of evidence here. We're looking to see, build out his network. Who is he in contact with domestically? Who is he in contact with internationally? Potentially, are there other plots afoot out there that he may have been a part of? That's job one, looking to nail down, is there anything else out there plot-wise that needs to be disrupted and disrupted immediately? Getting legal process for all of his devices, for all of his accounts, looking to see who he was communicating with, who was funding him. These are all things that the FBI is doing with their partners as we speak.
It's interesting, Tim. I'm listening to the things you're describing, and it's what, we heard Tom describe earlier as criminal pedigree, right? Sort of, we were talking about, were there any past criminal activities or misdemeanors, felonies, arrests, perhaps, in this person's profile? When you talk about the things that you collect, what is unique about what you collect from the digital footprint that is different from the physical evidence that investigators will be collecting on the scene?
Sure. Yeah. From the digital footprint of his, you're looking to see what sites has he been going to? What was he looking to purchase? Was he doing surveillance online as to Bourbon Street? Or was he going in person down there? Maybe his devices would tell you that his cell phone was pinging in that area a couple of weeks ago. That's one of the things that you'd be looking for. But you're drilling down to see, obviously there's surveillance done. He just didn't wake up and decide, I'm going to go go launch this attack on Bourbon Street. There was research done in advance, and how was he doing that, and how did he know that this particular spot, could be vulnerable in the situation from what we're hearing about the bollards.
Should we be paying close attention? I assume law enforcement will be paying close attention to what Tom reported about IEDs, improvised explosive devices. I think Tom said there may have been one inside the truck, and then he mentioned potentially a couple more. How would you be handling that?
Right. Yeah. It's not. It's one thing that you have IEDs. It's another thing where they were. Right. So what's in his vehicle? Obviously, that ties directly to him. But if they found other suspicious packages, which may in fact be IEDs, are you looking to pull every piece of camera footage that you can to see, where was that? When was that item left? Who left it there? Can we identify who left it there? Was it a bag? Or was it an actual potential device? Because that's a key piece of evidence here. Was it isolated to the vehicle, to the small arm fire, into that IED, or was there placement in advance? Or would there be other people? And is there a continuing danger to public safety in New Orleans as we speak?
Speaking of that public safety, Tim, the Sugar Bowl is still expected to take place tonight. We heard the superintendent basically assure people that the city was prepared for this event, still welcoming people to her city. But, from all the experience you have, if this were your family sitting there in New Orleans, preparing to go to a game like this, what would you advise? What can people take from this, and what can they do in sort of preparation for the hours that are coming, the hours ahead?
Right. Don't panic. If you see something, say something. You constantly hear that, but this is going to be one of the safest places in the planet tonight. That facility itself, the Sugar Bowl. But like when we talk about the perimeter, the outer perimeter, there could be some potential soft targets out there that if there is a continuing threat to public safety, that could be targets. So that's where, if you're out there, if you see something that doesn't look right, obviously report it to law enforcement and do so immediately.
All right. Our thanks to Tim. We appreciate your analysis and your spending your time with us on this very busy day.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
Let's bring in NBC News law enforcement analyst and former chief of police of the Seattle Police Department, Carmen Best, is with us. Carmen, we speak often, unfortunately, when there's a disaster, right? When something horrific like this happens. We were just talking with our previous guest about tonight. Given your experience as a chief of police, what is that police department in New Orleans doing right now?
Well, I have to say, Kate, that I agree with Tim wholeheartedly that it's probably going to be one of the safest venues in the city of New Orleans this evening, considering what happened over the course of the last day. There will be increased officer presence, increased vigilance at all of the stations, as many cars will be out, many police cars. They'll be working with the federal partners as well to have increased increased personnel on the street, reviewing all of their plans, making sure they reinforce any potentially softer targets, and making sure that it is absolutely as safe as possible. I know their chief and the superintendent, that is, Ann Kirkpatrick. She's a well-experienced police chief, has been through other types of significant events, and she will make sure that everyone is all hands on deck.
And what about other cities, Chief Best? I mean, what should people who are watching this, who aren't in New Orleans, who aren't from New Orleans, but who are watching this, anticipating all the other New Year's Day celebrations that are happening across the country, what should they take from this? What should they do in preparation? What should they be aware of?
Well, I can assure you, every time something like this happens, even though all the precautions are being taken in advance, when something like this happens, everyone goes over their plans again. They start maybe upping some of their resources at certain sites. They're worried about copycats and people who may try to simulate or redo an event like this. So all of that affects everyone in law enforcement, and they're asking the public, they use crowdsourcing, they ask the public to stay alert. As was said earlier, if you see something, say something. Nothing is too small or insignificant to report when we're trying to keep everyone safe.
All right, Carmen Best, really great to have your expertise with us. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's go now to NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, who has been following all of these developments for us from the moment that they broke. Tom, you've been working your sources. You had several updates for us just in the past hour, but specifically, I wanted to ask about those potential IEDs. You mentioned there was 2. Did you say there was a possible 3rd, perhaps located in or near that white truck allegedly belonging to the suspect?
Yeah, so our reporting on this is, one, the FBI is out with a statement saying, look, we found weapons in a possible IED in the vehicle. So what does that actually mean? So we've seen this a couple of times at incidents this year and in many other incidents in the past. Somebody might have something in their truck of fuel mixed with something else and wires coming out of it. And ultimately, when the FBI reviews it, they're like, there's no way this could have gone off, but maybe this person believed that it could have been an explosive device. On the other hand, as we saw with the Boston Marathon bombing attack, that those 2 individuals, the Tsarnaev brothers, Tamerlan and Zohar Tsarnaev, they actually did have active and usable pipe bombs and other explosive devices with them that they actually used, particularly in their shootout with police officers initially from the Watertown Police Departments and then Watertown Police Department in Massachusetts, and then other law enforcement agencies. So they want to make sure there's 3 concerns. 1, first off, you don't want anybody else to get hurt. 2, you've got to find a way to render that device safe if you think it could explode. And 3, you need to find a way to actually secure the evidence. So, for instance, here in New York City, we had a couple of bombing attacks that go back several years. One was in Chelsea. There was a bombing in New Jersey at a road race, and then there was a bombing in Chelsea. There was a 3rd device that was found. And what the NYPD did is they put that inside a pressurized containment vessel. That's something that they can actually tow to the scene, and a lot of law enforcement agencies, major ones, have these. They can put whatever suspected device they think exists into that, seal it, and then take it to a facility where they can do a controlled detonation. And if it goes off along the way, it's all contained within that vehicle. But most importantly, Morgan, it's contained in the vehicle from an evidence standpoint. So it's contained within that vessel. And they have all of the parts. And so maybe there's a fingerprint, maybe there's a piece of DNA or a component, a particular component that would lead investigators along the right path. Now, in this particular instance, they're not looking for anybody because the person that they might be looking for is dead on the street in New Orleans. We've seen photographs of that. So that's not what they're looking for. But did this individual have any help? And they haven't said one way or the other whether they're looking for anybody, at least publicly at this point. So they want to see, did somebody else help make these devices? Should we be looking for another person? And then particularly in light of the security situation that you were just talking to Tim about, that's something that they would want to find out. So that's a little bit of what is going on here. You're looking at some of the video, unfortunately, of the aftermath of this incident. But that's one of the things that they're looking for. Then to further answer your question, there are at least two other potential IEDs that they're looking for. I put an asterisk on this because, as you can imagine, you're looking at the chaos that occurred after this happened. What would you do if you were there? you would drop your bag, you would just run. You want to get out of there as fast as possible. So did somebody leave behind a cooler? Did they leave behind a backpack? And they're going to have to look at those. Sometimes they go through that very quickly at great personal risk to the bomb squad of whatever city it might be in. Once you've stopped this incident, you might want to take your time. And again, it goes back to also collecting evidence. So that's what's going on there.
And Tom, just to go back to what you reported a short time ago, you reported that this is a U.S. citizen. The suspect is a U.S. citizen born in Texas. Do we have any more information about what part of Texas, where he might be from, whether he has any criminal record, anything like that?
Still going through the background of this individual, Shamsuddin Jabbar from Texas. He's 42 years old, born in late October 1982. This individual, their background, we're going through that right now. Any recent travel, that's something that federal law enforcement agencies are actively working on. We can report that, and we'll take a look into that. I want to be clear on something. It has been reported that this individual passed through a border location several days ago. We are being told that that information is not accurate, but we're continuing to do reporting on it. I just want folks to, you might be seeing something on Twitter, and then what is this guy talking about? And so I just wanted to kind of see if we could square those two things. At the moment, we're not being told that this individual had any recent southern border crossings in the last several days, but that I want to remind people that this vehicle is not a vehicle that he owns. It's owned by another person that was apparently put on an online car service where you can rent out your car, kind of like an Airbnb for cars. And so if that's the case, it's possible this vehicle did recently transit the southern border with Mexico, but it may not have been that this person, the person responsible for this attack, was inside of it. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity. But I'll tell you that this is all very fluid and has been moving throughout the day.
No, for sure. And Tom, it might be worth mentioning that all of us at NBC News take great pride in the way that we report facts and the way that we try to verify things and explain exactly. We're transparent about what we know and what we don't know, and that's what Tom has just presented. Tom, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, as federal law enforcement investigates that New Orleans attack, President Biden is offering his condolences to the victims as well as their families. In fact, he told reporters just earlier today that he is being continually briefed. However, he is not offering any new details about the investigation at this point. NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is following everything for us from West Palm Beach, Florida, right there near Mar-a-Lago. Gabe, this is interesting because we heard from the president when, of course, reporters were sort of initially getting inklings of what was happening before we officially were reporting the suspect's name. There was lots of questions about who he was, where he was from, was in fact he a domestic? We know that now he was born in Texas. What has the president said in terms of his plans in reacting to this incident for the rest of the day?
Well, Morgan, he said that his reaction was one of anger and frustration. But what you described is something that happens in many instances like this, where that information is so fluid, as Tom was describing. The White House and the president are very cautious about what information they release early on in the investigation. They don't want to get in the way of local, state, and federal authorities. So the president declined to comment on details of the suspect's origin. He was asked repeatedly about that. But one thing that the president did say is that he would have more to say, and that he wanted to say more, but he was waiting on authorities to give out more information. So at that point, we presumably do expect to hear from him at some point later today. He started the day in Wilmington, Delaware. That's where he rung in the new year. And then he did travel to Camp David. And as we heard from the White House, he has been briefed continually throughout the day by senior FBI and Department of Homeland Security officials. Also this morning, we understand that the president did speak directly with the mayor of New Orleans and pledged full federal support. So again, the White House deferring at this point to federal, state, and local authorities. But we do expect to hear from the president at some point based on his comments to reporters at the tarmac as he boarded Air Force One. Kate Morgan.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Gabe, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Trump, as Gabe mentioned, has also been weighing in and what he's saying and what type of communication is there between the two presidents. That we're learning now as that's unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, that we find ourselves on New Year's Day of 19 days from today, right? Is the inauguration of a new president. And joining us now, NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian is with us. Yasmin, there's a lot of video circulating on social media from this morning. Can you help us understand? We've shown some of it, but help us understand what we're seeing.
Yeah, our social media team here at NBC News has been going through all this video vigorously over the last couple of hours or so, guys. And as you can imagine, right, 3 o'clock in the morning, Bourbon Street, New Orleans, the first couple of hours of 2025, a lot of folks celebrating that moment in life, looking forward to the new year, but instead catching what took place at 3 o'clock in the morning, killing 10 people, likely more, 30-plus victims here on Bourbon Street. And the video is just horrifying to see. But before we kind of go through some of this video that you're seeing on your screen now, guys, I want to take a listen to a witness account, someone who heard what was going on Bourbon Street in their hotel room. Let's take a listen to April McGee and what she had to say about the TikTok of that evening. And then we'll go through some of the video that we've been watching.
I saw lots of fireworks, and then I laid down and I was watching them from my bed, and I heard maybe they were going off for quite some time. They didn't stop at midnight, so I thought maybe it was like the final, whatever you'll call it, the grand finale. It was just loud, something really loud, and then I heard more fireworks. I don't know what it was, but apparently it wasn't fireworks.
Back, guys, I want to go back to the video you were just... So as we're hearing April there, I want to bring up the video, guys, that we were just showing before we went to April. And that was video of this individual you see approaching a dead body on the ground there. And one of the reasons why they take their camera away or their phone away from the scene to run, and you see the individual in a blue shirt running, is because you actually hear what appears to be gunshots. Now, we have heard from Tom Winter throughout the morning that they are investigating the possibility that the suspect, who is now dead, and we have now identified as a 42-year-old male U.S. citizen from Texas, had exchanged gunfire with police officers after ramming his car into individuals on Bourbon Street. I wonder if that is what we are hearing in that video there, if in fact that is gunshots. You see people kind of taking cover there. Now, when you're looking at this image here, it's of the white truck. This appears to be the truck of the suspect. You see the suspect then lying on the ground as well to the left of the truck. There is a photo, if we can bring this up, guys, from our control room, of the actual truck, the white pickup truck, with a flag in the back of the truck. You see it there. Now, we have talked about and identified, now our sources have identified the fact that this was an ISIS-inspired attack. Now, let's remind folks, this is a male U.S. citizen born here in the United States from Texas, inspired by ISIS. And Tom Winter has talked about this many times, but I think it's important to reiterate. This type of attack is certainly something that has happened before from ISIS, and is certainly par the course for actions taken by ISIS. If you remember, the leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, was killed back in 2019 under the first Trump administration. But just because a leader of a terrorist organization like ISIS is killed doesn't necessarily mean you don't have people still following in the footsteps of the things they want to necessarily carry out. You're seeing here major police presence. I mean, imagine this, right? New Year's Eve, New Orleans, before the Sugar Bowl, just a couple of hours before the Sugar Bowl to take place tonight. The incredible amount of police presence already on the ground. And then now here, the aftermath of what appeared to be just a horrific attack on Bourbon Street overnight, guys, in New Orleans. And the video is continuing to pour in, really giving us a picture into the TikTok of this event. These people just celebrating. I mean, look at this video here, guys, right? An individual standing on their balcony, wanting to celebrate the first couple hours of 2025, and instead, you see the blurred images there. Those are dead bodies on the ground. Those are individuals with families, with mothers, with fathers, with sisters, with brothers, possibly with children that will no longer see the rest of this year, the rest of their life, because their life was taken last night in the first couple of hours of 2025. Just a horrific, horrific moment in this nation's history, and certainly for the city of New Orleans, when everybody should be celebrating, and in fact, instead, they are mourning.
And again, to our viewers, we just need to describe the pall that has fallen over New Orleans as people are reacting to this incident. We are still awaiting an update on those victims, dozens who were taken to local area hospitals. We do not yet know what condition those victims are in. We do know that there were 2 police officers who were shot, and they are currently in stable condition. And we are going to continue monitoring those user-generated content, those videos that are coming in from eyewitness accounts all up and down Bourbon Street and Canal, which happened at 3:15 this morning, local time. Our thanks to Yasmin Masukian.
It is 2 p.m. right now on the East Coast. It's 11 a.m. on the West Coast. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Morgan Radford. We are continuing our coverage of the breaking news in New Orleans, a horrific, deadly truck attack now being investigated as an act of terrorism.
We are expecting an update from police and local officials in New Orleans any moment now. As soon as that happens, we will bring it to you live. Here is what we know in the meantime right now. The attack happened early this morning, just after 3 a.m., around 3 a.m. on the city's iconic Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. Police say a driver intentionally rammed his pickup truck into crowds celebrating the new year. At least 10 people are dead. We've been told to expect that there may be more fatalities, and more than 30 others are hurt. The FBI has identified the suspect as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is a U.S. citizen born in Texas. The FBI says he was killed in a shootout with police.
The Bureau also says an ISIS flag and other weapons were found inside that truck. The New Orleans police superintendent says the driver was hell-bent on creating carnage. A warning to our viewers, the images we are about to show you, they are disturbing. Videos posted to social media since this morning show bodies there, blurred, laying in the street. We have blurred parts of that clip as to not further disturb our viewers. But what you are seeing are bodies laying inert, prostrate there on Bourbon Street. You can see people rushing to render aid. Others are running shortly after. There was what sounded to be gunfire, which are consistent to the reports and reporting since 3:15 this morning.
And Morgan, we just got an update, a sad update, that they now say 15 people have died in this attack. Not 10, but 15 people have lost their lives. We think of those families.
Many of whom were running into nightclubs for safety and who have described the chaos when they went back outside. Let's take a listen.
And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos.
It just kept going. Like every eye shot, body. It was unbelievable. It was only could be referenced to a movie.
It was just loud, something really loud, and then I heard more fireworks. I don't know what it was, but apparently it wasn't fireworks. This is my first time hearing it. It'll probably be my last.
Not fireworks. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, who has been following this, really every development since the beginning. Tom, you had several recent developments for us in the past few minutes, really. I want to specifically talk about that black ISIS flag that we now know is hitched to the bed of that truck. Does that give us any indication about whether or not this was an actor who was acting alone or whether there were known associates?
Yeah, and I think we're about to get to this press conference shortly with New Orleans officials. Actually, maybe I'll pause here as we wait to get them started. But they should be starting shortly. We have heard, according to a senior U.S. law enforcement official briefed on the investigation, that unfortunately, as you mentioned, the death toll has risen to 15. We expect an update from the FBI here that they found an apparent ISIS flag in or on this vehicle, and there's an active search for potentially additional devices in that area, and that they believe that there is a possible improvised explosive device contained within that vehicle, as well as other weapons that are found. So we do expect to get more. We do expect preliminarily the numbers can change here. If there's ever a time that I've hoped to be wrong, it's on a death toll, but we do hear that perhaps as many as 15 have died, according to people that have been briefed on this investigation. As we've been speaking throughout the day here since really early this morning on NBC News, the injuries here have been truly horrific, and that's the information that we've been hearing and the information we've been hearing from the scene.
And Tom, this press conference that we're waiting for right now, and we'll go to it as soon as they're organized and ready to go, It's been delayed a couple of hours. I wonder if you have any intelligence on what's been happening behind the scenes. I mean, is it because they've been trying to figure out what, the facts before they can meet with us?
Well, there's the facts. There's a very active and ongoing investigation. Haven't seen one this active and hot for a long time. They are deriving a lot of information, and they're continuing to track down some pretty serious leads. I think they also have had to really have a self-reflection and a serious discussion in New Orleans about the ability to host the Sugar Bowl tonight, and whether that's something, given the law enforcement drain focused on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. You see how close this is. I've personally walked the distance from that exact address to the Superdome, and it is a very short distance. It's a big area to secure, and I think there's been some real discussions and some rumblings we've heard about whether or not this game should be postponed, just from having the amount of first responders available. You imagine, just from an EMS perspective, what they've gone through.
Tom, I want to go ahead and pause here. It looks like they are readying to have the assistant FBI agent in charge there, whom we see at the podium about to speak. Let's go ahead and just pause for one moment. Okay, wait, they're not yet organized. I believe they're going to have a few more seconds. In the meantime, Tom, I do want to go back to when you mentioned sort of the rumblings about the question of whether or not this Sugar Bowl can continue. One thing I just kept thinking about was these potential IEDs. If that's something that you have not completely ruled out, if that is something that you have not completely located, if we're talking about 2 and potentially 3, where do they stand on that? I mean, how can they sort of assure that the public is safe if they have not identified and completely flushed out the possibility of neutralizing that threat?
I would just repeat your question back to you and say that's a huge question that I would have. The other question I would have is, you have EMS workers that worked all through the night last night. Say something else happens tonight that's completely accidental. It's innocuous. There's, a car accident near the scene or another incident. We'll turn it over to this press conference.
Here in FBI New Orleans. Thank you for being here today and for your patience. First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers, but this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsoud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Samsoud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours, that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that you can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statements or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the Mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the 2 New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl Commission. Jeff Dunley. Thank you very
much. Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame. All parties and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better
why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that, I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this. I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The president has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, We will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events, Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival, you name it. No one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman.
Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people do not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the city of New Orleans, to the district attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the city of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay, and we have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you, and I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else, that fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I'll tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter and FBI acting director and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Boyce with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer that? Yeah.
I can speak to it, because unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharged, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, but we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects, and right now with the FBI, we do not run a rule anything else, so that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours. Provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something, Veronica? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing the city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same, as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now. Hold on. Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick, different question, then let's do that quickly and move on, okay?
Hold on.
Ma'am, hold on.
Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you were confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was, is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, and way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Super Bowl postponed until tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. Yeah. These are our citizens that we bring it in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired, talking about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those bollards have been. we had that, we knew, so we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? Because that's what we've heard from witnesses.
Chief, Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you the same way?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right. They're right.
So that's,
Right.
Hold on a second. We gotta move on.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea Brazen with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us so that way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial conference.
I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chest, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo 100. 100. 100, and, yep. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe? Right.
I'm going to be there.
Yes,
Me too.
You're all saying thank you for conservative.
Yeah, we're going to be there.
You are joining us right now for an NBC News special report. You've been listening to a news conference with the FBI, the New Orleans mayor, and other Louisiana officials. The biggest new detail we have learned is that the FBI does not believe that the suspect in the Chuck attack acted alone. In fact, they're asking for the public's help in finding his associates. They say that 42-year-old Shamsu Din Jabbar, they believe did not act alone. They are looking for what they called a range of suspects, and they're asking for anyone who has interacted with him, especially in the past 72 hours, to call their digital tip line. That is 1-800-CALL-FBI, or they said you can go to the FBI's website or their social media accounts. Also, interestingly, the Mayor LaToya Cantrell asked people to not violate their secured area. It is still an active crime scene as they're on the hunt for anyone who could have been associated with that suspect. Governor Jeff Landry there saying that he has organized an emergency declaration to organize resources there. And of course, we have updates now on that Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, the Sugar Bowl, we have learned, the big college football playoff game that was scheduled for tonight in New Orleans at the Super Bowl has now been postponed 24 hours until tomorrow. Again, it was scheduled for tonight. They say they're prioritizing public safety by postponing that game. And Morgan, just to note a couple of other things, we heard the Attorney General of the state of Louisiana say that there are many victims who are still in the hospital. Some are fighting for their lives, she said. And one last note, we heard from several of the authorities there saying they're hunting these folks down were the words that the governor used in describing additional suspects that they think they may be looking for. The FBI assistant agent in charge said, we're looking at a range of suspects. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter and also Carmen Best, NBC News law enforcement analyst, retired Seattle police chief. Tom, for the viewers who just joined us and maybe didn't hear everything, there was a lot in that press conference. The biggest thing, as Morgan said, seemed to be that this is not just one person, they believe. They've got a suspect who is deceased, but they think there are potentially more people out there who helped him.
That's exactly right, Kate, and that is the big information from this press conference. They are looking for anybody that knows what this individual is. Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42 years old, born in Texas. Current address, public records lookup shows that he has ties to the Houston area. We obviously know from that truck that we reported earlier today had Texas license plates on it. It was a rented Ford truck, so this was not a truck that this individual owned. And they are, according to the FBI, there is a belief that they are looking for other individuals. And we heard that at numerous times during the press conference, not just from the FBI, but from other state officials and from a U.S. senator. But we didn't hear specifically who they're looking for or how serious this might be. We did get confirmation, something that we've been reporting throughout the course of the afternoon here at NBC News, that there were at least 2 other IED-type devices that they found that could have been planted near here, that they're trying to determine whether or not those are viable explosives, as well as a potential improvised explosive device, a homemade explosive that was found inside the vehicle. Again, the FBI there and their special agent bomb technicians trying to determine whether or not that was a viable explosive as well. There were weapons that were found in the car. There was an apparent ISIS flag that was on this vehicle, and that is information the FBI is all now saying publicly. The question here is, who are they looking for? Is there an active threat? And that is information that we did not hear from there. We have been reporting since about 10 a.m. this morning Eastern time that this is a very hot and active federal investigation, a counterterrorism investigation that is being looked after at FBI headquarters. This is an investigation involving multiple FBI field offices, and they are trying to determine right now the travels of this particular individual, who they've been interacting with, and if there's anybody else who they have associations with in the past with possible prior criminal records that they need to be looking at. But this is a terrorist attack, the likes of which we have not seen in some time in this country, and the fact that it could involve multiple individuals, at least according to the FBI, is significant. So we're trying to determine who those individuals are, where they might be, and what happened. This incident happening at 3:15 local time there in New Orleans. You're looking at it. We have video that I don't know if we have yet ready to play, but video that I viewed, surveillance video of this attack. The driver goes down Canal Street and makes a right where you see that dot on screen. The 3:15 a.m. car drives into large crowd. Where you see that dot, he's driving Canal Street from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen. He goes up Canal Street. He sees the police car that's located in the middle of the street. But just as our own Jesse Kirsch from NBC News was pressing there at that media press conference and asking questions about, he goes around the police car up on the sidewalk. There are steel barriers there that are going to be no match for a pickup truck or for any other large size motorized vehicle and hits the gas. You're looking now at the video. We have it here. You're going to see this truck make this move to the right, boom, right there, and he moves very quickly as he goes up on the sidewalk, passes that police car, and then goes down Bourbon Street. Again, that's what we saw from that surveillance video. He ends up here, the video you're looking at now, crashing into that lift that was in the center of the street. And the reason why people are running, we're not playing the audio from this just because it's, as you can imagine, filled with profanities of people obviously scared about what was happening there. But there's a hail of gunfire that begins now, and that's why everybody starts running. We saw bullet holes in that car, and as we know, and we've been reporting throughout this morning since shortly after 7 a.m., this individual fired at police. Police fired at this individual, and they're looking into whether or not he was firing in the course of running people over on Bourbon Street, one of the most iconic streets in this country, in the course of committing this attack that's killed at least 10, and that death toll is expected to rise potentially, given the serious nature of the injuries that have occurred during the course of this alleged attack. So they're searching the area. You heard police say that they're surveying it. There will be enormous questions that are being asked already, that will be asked in the future, as to why there are not more bollards on that sidewalk to prevent vehicles from going up on the sidewalk. Look, it's just a fact of life. You see them all over New York City. You see them around our offices here. It's just a situation now where this is a known thing that people want to do, whether they're terrorists, whether they're motivated by hate, all sorts of ideologies, to take a vehicle and run it down a sidewalk or run it down a street and run people over. It's something we've seen a lot in this country. It's something we've seen often overseas, particularly in Europe. And so there will certainly be questions about New Orleans' safety plan, particularly given the fact it's New Year's Eve, it's Bourbon Street. You know this is going to be a target late. But I think the big question right now, to go back to it, is what has the FBI uncovered? What are they still hoping to uncover about this individual, his known associates? And from there, what can they learn as far as anybody else who might have been helping out, who may have planted these possible IEDs? And is there a further security concern? We already heard that the Sugar Bowl is going to be postponed 48 hours, 24 hours as they wait this. That was something that was expected. You and I were talking about it before this press conference began, just the drain on law enforcement and first responder resources for any major event like that, to have that event when they've gone through so much over the last 12 hours or so, would be very difficult for them. So this is definitely an ongoing investigation. It's a hot terrorism investigation, and we haven't seen something like this in a while.
Tom, it sounds like, from what we're learning, there are two things happening right now in this city at the same time. One, they are searching for more suspects. Two, they are trying to secure the city. I want to get onto that plan in the next few hours to secure the city. There's one thing I just cannot let go, that the assistant FBI agent in charge said during that press conference, that the suspect was an Army veteran, and they believe that he was honorably discharged. What more do we know about the so-called criminal pedigree or criminal history of this suspect?
Yeah, that's information that we're getting into. Doesn't appear to be a significant criminal history involving this individual, and we are trying to get some more information. We have in the past. Our Pentagon team is on it, trying to figure out more information about his service record. A lot of those records are not something that is normally made public, but in the past we have been able to learn some details. And as it pertains to Shamsuddin Jabbar, who again the FBI is looking for any information on, this is somebody who obviously they have some records with. It explains perhaps why they're able to identify him so quickly. Perhaps they had their fingerprints. The FBI has the ability to turn around that fingerprint information so fast using new technology that they have. The question now was he working in concert with other people? They believe so. And so who are those individuals? Did he serve with anybody that could be of a potential interest to him? Speaking specifically to your question, Morgan, which is about his military history, and were there any signs of any potential issues while he was in the military? All questions that deserve answers. They're undoubtedly working on it. We certainly are as well.
Carmen, thank you, Tom. And Carmen, let me just go to you quickly before we hit the top of the hour here. We do have the suspect's name, as Tom has just said. We, I believe, this is a picture that we're looking at right now. This is a live picture, live video coming from outside the suspect's home. Can anybody in the control room tell me where? Houston, Texas. I see the ID there. So this is a live picture of the house that we believe is associated with the suspect, who again is deceased at this point. Carmen, one other thing that was brought up, many things were brought up in the press conference, but I believe I heard the governor talk about National Guard. I'm not sure if I heard that completely correctly, but I think he was saying they were bringing in additional resources. Did you hear that? And does that, I guess I'm wondering, are they going to be ready for the Sugar Bowl tomorrow night?
24 hours.
Yeah, 24 hours from now?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, Kate. Yeah, certainly he did mention bringing in Governor Landry, the National Guard. That is common in a situation like this to have the National Guard help to reinforce resources that are being depleted for other activities and other assignments. That said, it's also very clear from what they were saying that they believe that there is a credible threat that exists. They are going to try to find out who these additional perpetrators are. And certainly they're not going to let that Sugar Bowl occur until they have that figured out and under control. So while they're saying 24 hours, I'm raising a brow to that. Well, I hope that that is true, but I'm pretty sure that they will not allow this to occur until they know exactly what they're dealing with. The suspect's Army history certainly raises a question about where he was deployed, who he contacted, what his job was in the Army, what information he had. All of those things they're working on to get answered. And until they have real clear answers about that and who else may have been involved, they are probably not going to let that Sugar Bowl occur. So they're giving us a 24-hour time period. It's a wait and see, if you ask me.
Carmen Best with us. Carmen, thank you so much. Our thanks also to Tom Winter, who was with us a short time ago. Appreciate you. And our thanks to Morgan Radford, who is going to take her leave. You've been here for hours and hours and hours, and I'm Kate Snow, and we'll continue now with our coverage and get you up to date on what we know at this hour. It is 3 p.m. on the East Coast. It is noon Pacific time. Our coverage of the deadly car attack in New Orleans continues. Here's what we know. The attack happened early this morning on Bourbon Street. Police say a driver intentionally rammed a pickup truck into crowds celebrating the new year. Police have confirmed at least 10 people are dead. The FBI is investigating this as an act of terrorism. A short time ago, the FBI identified the suspect as 42-year-old Shamsu Din Jabbar. He is a U.S. citizen, born in Texas, we're told. The FBI says he was killed in a shootout with police this morning. However, the Bureau believes he did not act alone.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsu Din Jabbar in the last 72 hours that you contact us.
The FBI also says an ISIS flag and other weapons were found on the truck. It appeared to crash into a crane after the attack. A warning that what we're about to show you now is disturbing. Videos posted to social media by witnesses that have been verified by NBC News show bodies laying in the street. We have blurred parts of the clip so that you don't see that. Witnesses described the horror that they saw and heard firsthand.
And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos.
It just kept going. Like every eye shot, body. It was unbelievable. It was only could be referenced to a movie.
It was just loud, something really loud, and then I heard more fireworks. I don't know what it was, but apparently it wasn't fireworks. This is my first time hearing it. It'll probably be my last.
Just some of the things that we're hearing from folks down there who witnessed what happened. Now let's talk about the Sugar Bowl. We just learned that big college football playoff game has been postponed 24 hours until tomorrow night. It was scheduled to be played tonight at the Superdome in New Orleans. And joining me now from there, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, you were also at the press conference, so let me start by asking you about what you heard in that room. We've been trying to sort of digest and tell the viewers what news we got out of that, but why don't you tell us what stuck out to you?
Yeah, and I want to give you the latest information that we have. I'm from someone with the governor's team. Just spoke with a colleague of ours, Kate, and we're going to just walk down the block. You mentioned we're outside of the Superdome. This is it. It is supposed to be hosting a college football game nationally televised tonight. That's been called off for at least 24 hours. And we also now know, or I should say, it's been called off for at least 24 hours. And this is all supposed to host the Super Bowl in less than 2 months. But what I am now learning from our colleague who just spoke with someone from the governor's team, we weren't quite clear on whose call it was for the game to be postponed. Was it officials from the Sugar Bowl itself trying to just be sensitive to the situation and take a pause or account for security from their standpoint, or was it a government decision? And what we're told from the governor's team is that this was a decision made by state and local authorities, the government. And that is sticking out to me because this morning, Kate, just hours after this all unfolded. Also, I just want to be clear, you're hearing sirens. We've got flashing blue lights. Police vehicles are going to be coming by me right now. This is where the press conference was. These are motorcade vehicles, it appears. So I just want to be clear, we're not looking at an imminent security situation where I am right now. Obviously, the city is on edge, and as you mentioned, they do not think the suspect acted alone. So obviously, tensions, you can imagine, are raised in this city right now. But to be clear, that appears to have just been a motorcade. A lot of law enforcement personnel have been where I am right now. But just going back to what we were talking about, Kate, the fact that this was a government decision, just hours after this incident occurred, the first press conference, or I shouldn't even call it a press conference, first media on-camera statement we heard from officials because they did not take questions. At that event, which included local officials as well as the FBI, authorities said that they were saying to people they could go about their day, just stay away from the French Quarter, specifically the Bourbon Street area. They were not telling people that the game was called off. They were not even suggesting that it was being considered at that point. And so something clearly has changed in the mindset of officials to make them make that decision and change the language around it. So that stuck out to me, and that just speaks, I think, to the fluidity of the situation. The other thing that really sticks out to me from this press conference, and this is something that I asked for clarity on, is that officials here in the city of New Orleans are in the midst of an ongoing process to improve the barriers along Bourbon Street. The goal is to have this completed by the Super Bowl. This is something that they knew they wanted to fix up. So going into New Year's Eve, they had deficiencies that they wanted to improve in that area. But something that was not part of the plan to begin with, something that was not in place already, I should say, on Bourbon Street are bollards, these barriers, effectively right about the size of a fire hydrant, not a fire hydrant, but probably about this size, and something that is solid and is meant to be a protective barrier. And you might see that you see those in major cities at major locations all over the place. Those were in place along Bourbon Street, an area, of course, with a lot of foot traffic, with a lot of people that would be exposed, potentially in a soft target area, if you will. But the sidewalks over there did not have those kinds of barriers protecting them. And so I think that is going to be one of the real questions moving forward, is why that was not considered, or was it considered and ultimately decided against. And what I can tell you from the press conference in there is that officials said that wasn't something they had accounted for previously. And that really stuck out to me, Kate, because I know that when I think about sidewalks, I've walked down in major cities, even what seemed like more run-of-the-mill sidewalks, let alone a tourist destination like Bourbon Street, I've seen those before. And the fact that they weren't up there while they were actively worried about a threat on the street itself just doesn't really align with logic, I think, fully. And I think it's something that would catch a lot of people by surprise.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, really appreciate your reporting there. I know you've just been there a few hours. I'll let you go do some more reporting, and we'll get back to you. Thank you. Let me bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian, who has also been with us from the very beginning here. Ken, the big news, as we keep saying, out of that law enforcement briefing a short time ago, is that they do not believe that the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar, acted alone. What more do we know about this? We heard them mention a range of suspects. What are you hearing from your sources?
Not much, Kate. We are working right now to try to learn what we can about this because, frankly, that news conference, those folks were not very forthcoming about this, and it's not clear why. It's not clear whether they don't know the identities of these alleged co-conspirators and have a vague idea and are trying to run them down, or they do know the identities, but they don't want to betray crucial elements of the investigation. They don't want these people to know they know, or what's going on. Because oftentimes when the FBI is trying to find suspects who are at large, they provide as much information as they can to the public and ask the public for help. And they have asked the public for help in this case. They just haven't said who these people might be that they are seeking, who they say, as you said, a range of co-conspirators. At one point, one of the officials said, we have some bad people we need to run down. Well, who are those bad people and where might they be? And the fact that they've now postponed the Sugar Bowl really underscores the fact that they don't have this thing wrapped up. And Kate, we haven't seen a terrorist attack of this magnitude and scope in a long time. There have been a lot of lone wolf attacks in this country since 9/11, but I can't recall one of this complexity where there were co-conspirators at large, 12 hours after the event, or even more than that, and the FBI is saying we're looking for these people and we're not telling you who they are. So that is a huge deal, and we're working to learn more about that. Obviously, one of the big questions is they said they found IEDs in the city. Did this dead suspect plant those bombs, or did somebody else plant those bombs? And how did he get the weapons, and how did he build those bombs? Did he act alone there? We believe that he rented the car through a sort of an Airbnb for autos, and so the owner of that car, we believe, had no connection to this. But there are many other aspects of this that remain unanswered, and that's what really struck me from that news conference, is that they just didn't have answers to those questions, either didn't want to or couldn't answer those questions, Kate.
Yeah, it was striking to me as well, some of the language, as you said. The governor said hunting these folks down. The police superintendent said we are going to get these people, but they didn't really identify who these people are. Perhaps that's, Ken, you know better than I do, but I assume that maybe some of that might be they're protecting what they do know because they don't want the public to know just yet. And I know they've asked for the public's help. I mean, that was striking as well, right? They're asking anyone who has associated with this man to come forward.
Yeah, now oftentimes they don't reveal things because they don't want the subjects, the targets, to know what they know. But in this case, if you presume that there are co-conspirators here, and the FBI is announcing that, then the co-conspirators know that the FBI knows about them, right? So it's hard to understand why they wouldn't want to reveal more information to the public in order to elicit the public's help if people are at large. But there is the possibility that they don't know, that they just have a vague idea based on surveillance that they've done or analysis they've done of the subject's devices, that there is a network, but they don't know the identities of the people. There's also the possibility that was raised by Frank Figluzzi, one of our law enforcement contributors, a longtime FBI official, that the FBI knows a lot about these people because they were already on the FBI's radar. Now, again, that's not confirmed, that's speculation, but we've often seen that in these cases. People with ties to ISIS or sympathies to ISIS often come on the FBI's radar. The FBI is doing significant surveillance and investigation in the counterterrorism realm, and that doesn't mean they're arrested or charged. That the FBI may be aware of them and maybe watching them or not watching them, and that's something we're going to be asking about in the future here, whether that's a possibility. But yeah, a lot of questions raised by that news conference and some significant answers missing, Kate.
All right, Ken Delanian for us, monitoring all of this in real time. Ken, thank you so much. Joining me now, the District Attorney for Orleans Parish, Jason Williams, is with us. Mr. District Attorney, thank you for your time. I'm sure it's an extremely busy day for you. We're all thinking of your community right now and thinking of those affected by this horrible tragedy. Can you talk about what is happening at your level right now? I don't know if you could hear the conversation I was just having with our reporter, Ken Delanian, but we were talking about the press conference, and the information that was given was a bit vague. And maybe that's intentional in terms of who out there might have helped this individual suspect, who are the group of suspects that they're now trying to identify. The governor talked about hunting these folks down. Can you help us understand what's happening in your city?
Sure. Typically, when you have a violent act like this, the focus is solely on catching the perpetrators and any accomplices that were involved. Because it's the city of New Orleans and we're hosting a national event, it is also securing the city and the facilities for the upcoming event as well. So it's a twofold piece. And I would just say that the lack of information in the press conference was purposeful based upon the stage of the investigation. It is currently being headed up by the FBI, but there are multiple agencies playing multiple roles in this investigation right now. Understand the crime scene itself is blocks long. and bodies are still on Bourbon Street as we speak because it is a crime scene and it's got to be documented and memorialized meticulously, not only to do an autopsy after the fact of what occurred here, why and how, to make sure that there are lessons learned and problems and mistakes fixed by city leadership, but it's also an active crime scene. It's got to be preserved, and they're still walking the grid looking for potentially other IEDs that may have been put in a trash can or left in an abandoned car. And we just can't speculate about the number of people that might have been involved and where this thing might have started. There have been some indications that perhaps the reason that this individual drove into the crowd is because the IEDs did not perform as intended. All of that is right now just speculation. And we've got to make sure that we're circumspect about what's shared with the public. But please rest assured, I expect the FBI, when they have more information, to come to the public with specific asks and specific things to look for.
No, and I fully understand, and I'm sure our audience does too, our viewers understand the lack of information is purposeful, as you said, that you can't reveal everything to the public because that might tip off someone that you're actually looking for right now, I imagine. Can we assume that can you say whether this is local to New Orleans at this point, or is there a broader effort to find people going on in other states across the country?
Well, he came in from another state, and he rented a car in another state. So it is much broader than the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana. I mean, I live here. Obviously, this hits me in a way that I haven't been able to eat, and I'm sick to my stomach. I was in the French Quarter last night having dinner with friends. My college-age son was on Bourbon Street, steps away from where this incident happened. So I woke up in a panic when I found out about this. So this was absolutely an attack on my home, but this was an attack on America. This was an attack on this country and the way that we live, and an attempt to disrupt that. And so I hope that other cities are taking note, especially the ones that are hosting large events like bowl games, to make sure that they are paying close attention to everything that happened here so they can secure their homes based on what we know and based on what we're learning today.
Yeah. Mr. Williams, I've been to Bourbon Street. It's a wonderful area. It's a wonderful place to be in happy times. And I appreciate that you were there last night, and I can imagine how you feel having been so close to what happened. For those unfamiliar with Bourbon Street in that area, what is typical security there? Because there were a lot of questions at the press conference, as you know, about the fact that those barricades, the stanchions that come up out of the ground, were under construction. They were being replaced, and so they had to do other things. What is typical in that area?
So years ago, before I was DA, I was president of the New Orleans City Council, and I think it was probably about 2017, 2018, after an attack with a vehicle in Europe, in which a terrorist drove a truck into a crowd. We decided that we needed to put more protections around areas like the French Quarter that are densely populated, that are basically soft targets for terrorism. And we put measures in place to put up these remote control bollards, the type of thing you would expect to see at the White House and other places. And these bollards go up and they stop vehicle traffic from being able to interact with citizens. It appears there was some malfunction with this particular bollard that this individual entered through. However, regardless of that, this individual drove up on the sidewalk because there's a police cruiser planted where the bollards would have normally been. And he drove up on the sidewalk and went around to wreak the havoc and carnage that he caused. One thing I do want to say is the first responders on the scene. This attack was intended to cause much more death, harm, and carnage than it did. And that is only because of the quick action of the NOPD. The New Orleans Police Department reacted very quickly to neutralize this threat. And had they not, there would have been more loss of life.
Yeah, and we've heard that the two officers who were shot in this whole incident are doing okay. The chief of police, I believe, said they're going to be all right. So that's some good news. Can I go back to something you just said, though? You said the car went up on the sidewalk, and that's what we heard at the press conference. The pickup truck went up on the sidewalk and drove around a police vehicle that was there. Is this going to, I imagine this is going to change everything for the city moving forward, right? Are you going to have barricades on sidewalks now in the French Quarter?
You know, to me, this reminds me of 9/11, and the way we lived and the way we moved changed on a dime after the 9/11 terror attack. And I expect this to be the same sort of thing that you're going to see here in the city of New Orleans and probably in a lot of other cities. We've had a number of conversations about making the French Quarter 100% pedestrian. You know, there's technology in place that we are going to have to bring to bear to maintain public safety in order and protect ourselves from terrorist attacks. The city of New Orleans hosts huge events year in and year out, not just on New Year's Eve. We're a small city that hosts more large events than any other city in this country. And we're a soft target. The Rose Bowl has a SEER rating, and we just recently got a SEER rating to invoke national sort of protections for Mardi Gras. And I believe we're gonna have to start having some conversations about having that SEER designation throughout other larger events. And we're gonna need to change a lot of our behaviors, a lot of the things that we have taken for granted, whether it is surveillance, whether it is cameras, whether it is bollards across sidewalks and streets to keep people safe, and we should.
District Attorney Williams, you know, the Sugar Bowl was supposed to be tonight. So many tourists have flown into New Orleans for it. It's a major annual tradition for the city, for college football, postponed 24 hours to tomorrow. What are the security plans for tomorrow now?
So, I mean, that's happening right now, and it will continue to happen. It's one of the reasons why Sugar Bowl leaders and city leaders made the decision to postpone the game 24 hours. To put other measures in place with regards to parking in the Superdome, which in regards to ingress and egress out of the area, with regards to how and what will happen with the hotels that are close to Bourbon Street and in the French Quarter. So all that is happening now. Those folks are meeting between now and tomorrow to find new solutions to some things that were not on the table prior to the Sugar Bowl, but the changes that you'll see will not just be changes for just the Sugar Bowl and just for Super Bowl, but for the city of New Orleans going forward.
And just lastly, can I ask what your message would be? Twofold. What would be your message to tourists who are in New Orleans right now, who might be unsure if they should stay? And what's your message to the people of Orleans Parish?
You know, this is a terrorist attack. And there are certain things you can be prepared for, and there's certain things you cannot be prepared for. When someone wants to wreak havoc and cause carnage, we need to hope and know that we have law enforcement in place to respond and react in kind. And that is exactly what happened. I can't thank the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department who responded very quickly to neutralize this threat as fast as they did, to seek out those IEDs as fast as they did and neutralize those as well. But there's a strategy in place. It is a federal, state, and local strategy. It is being deployed. But I hope that anyone visiting, and I hope that locals alike, understand that we need their help, we need their cooperation. There will be more ask of them coming forward. But we also need them to listen to law enforcement, listen to first responders if they're in that area. If they're not in a hotel, there's no reason to go down there today to sightsee or try to see what's going on. There have been some pictures taken from windows that can look down on Bourbon Street from hotels. I'd like to remind them that those individuals who lost their life, whose bodies are still on Bourbon Street, they have families. They have families who are probably looking for them right now, who are hoping they're somewhere unconscious in a hospital and just can't return a phone call. And I hope that they will be very circumspect about what they post online and use as much humanity as they can.
Yeah. I appreciate that note, sir. Thank you. Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams, really appreciate your time. We want to turn now to another breaking news story, and I'm going to caution you. We are following this developing story. We want to be clear that we do not know anything that ties what I'm about to say, that story, to what we've been talking about in New Orleans. This is just a separate story that we're learning about. Authorities are investigating a vehicle fire outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas that left one person dead, injured several others. We believe the vehicle in question is a Cybertruck. At a press conference this afternoon, authorities did not have any information on the cause of that fire. They said they have many unanswered questions. Here's some of what they said moments ago.
I know you're looking for a lot of answers, and ideally right now we just don't have a lot of answers. We're going to continue to work as hard as we can over the next 24 to 48 hours to hopefully get more to you. But this time we've got a lot of questions and deploying resources, and we will continue to do that until we get to the end of this and figure out exactly what happened and why. Thank you.
Again, that from a press conference that happened just moments ago. We accidentally showed something related to New Orleans as that man was talking. Those two things are unrelated as far as we know. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is following this story and joins me now. So, Emily, we played that soundbite. What else do we know at this point about what happened in Las Vegas?
So I'll start with just kind of underscoring the outstanding questions at this point. There are still so many unknowns around the circumstances of the vehicle fire, including was this mechanical, accidental, intentional? Authorities would not weigh in on that. But we know that fire and police in Las Vegas responded to the valet section just outside, as you can see on your screen, of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. That's on the northern end of the Las Vegas Strip, to a vehicle fire. The fire has since been put out, but they are encouraging people to avoid the area. We learned from authorities moments ago that 7 people sustained minor injuries, some transported to the hospital, and one person who had been in that Cybertruck, they did die. Now, looking at various videos posted to social media, you can see smoke billowing into the sky from a distance away. You can see the flames on your screen right there as well. Some people on social media describing hearing loud sounds and types of explosions, but we're still waiting for more information, and authorities say they expect to be able to share more information in the coming hours. It appears that it was, again, seeing on your screen, a Cybertruck. That is one of the newer vehicles from Tesla, Elon Musk's company. We know Elon Musk does have a position in the incoming administration under Donald Trump in his presidential administration, Kate.
All right, and Emily, what have we heard? Have we heard anything from the Trump organization since that was outside a Trump hotel?
So the Trump organization, as well as Donald Trump's son, Eric Trump, posting to social media saying they acknowledge the electric vehicle fire, also writing in part, the safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Las Vegas Fire Department and local law enforcement. The FBI is now also involved with this. Also, the governor acknowledging that they are monitoring the situation as well. But still a rapidly developing situation, Kate, with so many unanswered questions. But you can understand the concern given the timing and the location of this.
All right, Emily Ikeda following that developing story, that breaking news on a very, very busy New Year's Day news day. Emily, thank you. It is just before the bottom of the hour right now. I'm Kate Snow with you. We continue our coverage of the breaking news out of New Orleans now. Officials say at least 10 people have been killed after a pickup truck drove through the popular tourist destination Bourbon Street. The FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism. Here's what we know from a press conference that happened just a short time ago. The attack unfolded about 3 hours into the new year. People were still out celebrating on Bourbon Street. Authorities say the suspect intentionally drove around barricades and onto a sidewalk and rammed a white pickup truck down Bourbon Street, hitting people. Police say that then he crashed the truck and started shooting a gun at officers who returned fire, killing the suspect. Tourists and New Orleans locals are still processing what happened.
I'm waking up to it, and I'm in shock.
Even last night, which I was there was still like at midnight, 1 in the morning, there's still cars driving by, even though there's people walking all over the street. You got to dodge cars. So I don't think they should let any vehicles at all. It should always be blocked off.
I woke up this morning to texts from a bunch of people asking if I was okay. And of course, we turn on the news and see, 2 blocks from our hotel, there was a terrorist attack, which was just kind of bewildering to wake up to.
President Biden called this a, quote, horrific incident. He said he's working to make sure there's no remaining threat. Joining us now, NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian. Yasmin, you've been really monitoring reaction, reaction online. What are you seeing?
Well, it's kind of taking us through a TikTok and showing us really what happened leading up to the ramming of that pickup truck into those individuals on Bourbon Street at 3:15 early this morning, Kate. And there is this video that we're actually trying to get cleared right now by WDSU showing essentially this pickup truck driving down the street. And we heard in the press conference that you've been talking about this vehicle kind of driving around a police vehicle that had barricaded, I believe it was Canal Street, and then driving onto the sidewalk, hitting individuals on the sidewalk, and then progressing down that street until it crashed into that structure you see right here, that orange structure that you see right here. And then all of this footage pouring in through social media that we have been playing over and over again, the moments essentially after this vehicle rammed into these individuals, killing 10 plus people now, 30 plus at this point, who in fact remain injured in the hospital. Here, this audio that we're hearing right now, you're seeing an individual who essentially was filming outside on Bourbon Street after this vehicle had rammed into this orange structure, and then gunshots ringing out. We now have confirmation, obviously, that there was exchange of gunfire between police and the suspect, and you see this individual holding his likely iPhone or phone as he's filming this scene outside of this cafe or this establishment, running into the establishment for safety. It kind of really shows the melee, the chaos that took place on Bourbon Street overnight, as 10 plus people now have been confirmed dead and 30 plus now remaining hospitalized and being treated for their extensive injuries in the hospital. I mean, the amount of police presence now, Kate, ahead of what would have been the Sugar Bowl this evening, now confirmed to have been delayed for 24 hours, is astounding, but not surprising considering the extent to which this has caused havoc, chaos, and carnage in the streets of New Orleans this New Year's Day, Kate.
Yeah, Yasmin, that video clip, and I don't want to show it again because I think we've seen it enough, but that last one that you were showing us and narrating through where the person taking the video is ducking for cover.
Imagine.
We had not seen that. I don't think I've seen that on air in the last 3 hours. So.
Imagine being that individual, having just experienced and seen what took place on Bourbon Street, being out there celebrating New Year's, and then hearing the gunshots and running for your life.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. And I know we're also collecting a lot of eyewitness accounts at this point. They've been pouring in from all parts of New Orleans. What's the theme? What are people saying?
You know, it's interesting, Kate, because you and I have covered a lot of these, sadly, type of terrorist attacks in this country and overseas as well. And I think a lot of folks that experience these types of things, they go into a state of shock, not necessarily believing that they are hearing what they are actually hearing. We heard from one individual that I want to play for you in a moment, who says, her name was April McGee. She talks about how she believed this was fireworks. And it turns out, in fact, it was not fireworks. Let's take a listen to what she had to say, and then we'll talk on the other side.
I saw lots of fireworks, and then I laid down, and I was watching them from my bed, and I heard maybe they were going off for quite some time. They didn't stop it at midnight, so I thought maybe it was like the final, whatever you call it, the grand finale. It was just loud, something really loud, and then I heard more fireworks. I don't know what it was, but apparently it wasn't fireworks.
You know, it's shock, Kate, right? It's sadness that we're hearing from a lot of folks. But I think that oftentimes when you experience something like this, and the experiences that I've been having and interviewing folks that have experienced and lived through moments like this, it is the days, it is the weeks after that they finally grapple with what they survived and what they have lived through. And then we obviously cannot even imagine what the families are dealing with right now, learning about the loss of their loved ones on this New Year's Day.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that. You know, we learned in the press conference that from the Attorney General of the state of Louisiana, some people are fighting for their lives as we speak right now. They're still in the hospital in critical condition. Yasmin Vasugian, really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Let me turn once again to NBC News law enforcement intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, who covers these kinds of disasters for us and has been on this for hours and hours now. Tom, I know we have some new information that kind of came from the press conference. Where do you want to, I don't even know where you want to start. Do you want to talk about the pickup truck and what we've learned about that?
Sure, Kate. We can talk about that for certain. I think the big focus right now are these other potential improvised explosive devices. These are the type of explosives that are made at home. They're the type of devices that you might use or put together as a terrorist to avoid law enforcement detection, because you might use common household items. They might be the only items that are available to you. A great example, although as much of a tragedy as it is, but it's a great example for purposes of our discussion, is the Boston Marathon pressure cooker bombs. Those are improvised explosive devices. They're made at home. They're put together at home. And so the device type here, I'm not exactly sure what those are. Still trying to get some more information. It's been moving, and whether or not they could have actually exploded is a bit of a question as well. But the indication are that several had been planted near this incident. Obviously, if you have this individual driving at a high rate of speed, we've seen the video, and then engaging in a gunfire with law enforcement, they don't have time to position potential explosive devices. So who planted those, I think, is going to be a big question, if not this suspect. And so that might be a reason why that they're focusing on that. And we understand, or our understanding of it from our reporting and multiple senior law enforcement officials, we reported, and now the FBI has confirmed that there's at least 2 devices that they're looking at, outside of a device, by the way, that they found in the vehicle that they're looking into as well. So all of this is a bit of a question at this point as to the involvement of other individuals, but clearly the FBI believes they don't think that he acted alone. So that's the focus right now. As far as that truck, I think they've pretty well figured out that truck was rented from somebody, an individual who may have no ties at all to anything that happened today, on a car service. It's kind of like an Airbnb. If I owned a vehicle, I could put it out there and say, oh, I'm traveling out of town for several weeks. If you want to borrow my car, this is the one, and I get a payment in return for that. This vehicle appears to be associated with that service, so that at this point it doesn't appear that somebody took this or provided it to another individual, at least willingly, for this attack. But we're going to continue to dig into that and several other issues as well.
And Tom, you and other correspondents just obtained a picture, and we want to show it. It's a picture of the suspect. What do we know about this man?
Yeah, so we know that this is a 42-year-old individual. You're looking at him right here as Shamsu Din Jabbar, 42 years old, born in the United States, has ties to the Houston area, former U.S. Army veteran, according to officials at the press conference. He was honorably discharged from the Army, has a very limited criminal history, misdemeanor, traffic, that type of thing. So nothing as far as violent crime in the past. His past travel is certainly something that is being looked into. Did he travel to any countries that might be concerned to U.S. officials? Did he travel with anybody else? That's something that they're poring over now. Hope to have new reporting on that soon. So that's what we know about this person. But that photo from myself and good friend and colleague Jonathan Dienst, we're reporting on this together. That photo appears to be the individual that is responsible for what is becoming just such a horrific terrorist attack that you've been talking about all day in New Orleans, Kate.
Yeah. Tom, we talk about the suspect. I very much want to talk about those who've lost their lives here, those who are still injured. I'm looking at a statement from St. Thomas More Catholic High School mourning the loss of one of their own. This is just one of the individuals that we've finally learned the name of. Tiger Beck is his name. Can you tell us any more about those who were lost? I know we don't have many details yet, and how badly injured some folks are, because at the press conference they said some are hanging on, for their lives.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been described to us. I won't get into too much of the injuries that I've seen. I'm also just as concerned about the individuals who saw this, who fled from it, what they experienced. Those images will never leave their minds, and it's going to impact this community. And certainly, given the fact that people come to New Orleans from all over the country to celebrate New Year's, we have had planned for tonight a huge football game, the Sugar Bowl, that has now been postponed to tomorrow. Do these people come from other communities? Each time this happens, it tears away a little bit at the fabric of what people know in their lives. And so that's the reason why you see law enforcement focus so much on preventing these types of incidents from occurring and making sure that those that may have been involved are handcuffed and eventually charged and taken through trial. But it is something that really impacts people and is our focus right now. Or is there anybody else who's out there? Are there any other concerns based on what the FBI has said publicly? But obviously, there's always a concern long-term for the families and loved ones and the people that witnessed it, even if they weren't injured. I can tell you from talking to people that have experienced these terrorist attacks over the years, from hearing them testify at the Boston Marathon bombing trial, the long-term emotional and psychological impacts of this are very real. They are very impactful. And it's something that you can go a day, couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of months and be totally okay. And then you hear something, see something that triggers that memory again, and it can be very difficult for those people, and something that as we go through this, we should all keep in mind.
I'm so glad you said that, Tom. It really is important to remember how deeply impacting something like this can be on an entire community, on all of us, frankly, even those of us just watching at home and hearing about this. Tom Winter, thank you. Well, as federal law enforcement investigates the New Orleans attack, President Biden is offering his condolences to the victims and to the families. He told reporters earlier today he's being continually briefed, but he was not offering any new details about the investigation, didn't want to answer questions about that. This was hours ago, the video you're seeing here. NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in West Palm Beach, Florida, near Mar-a-Lago, where the president-elect is. We heard from President Biden earlier today. Are we expecting more of a formal statement from the Biden White House this afternoon?
Well, Kate, that's a very good question. And at this point, the White House has not confirmed whether President Biden might speak again, might go before cameras. Right now, he is at Camp David after traveling there from Wilmington, Delaware this morning, where he rung in the new year, attending a private wedding ceremony last night. But Kate, as you said, he did not offer many specifics because that's something that the White House really doesn't try to wade into the local, state, and federal investigation before federal authorities have an ability to speak at that press conference. Now, you notice the FBI very careful on what details it did release. So we suspect that the White House is also taking that into consideration when deciding whether the president might speak once again. President Biden, however, we know from White House officials, has spoken with New Orleans mayor. He's offered and pledged the full federal support. He's also extended condolences to the victims' families as well. And throughout the day, as you said, he's been briefed by top officials at the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Someone else that we've heard from today is President-elect Trump. He did release a statement earlier today on his social media platform. He praised the New Orleans Police Department, also extended his condolences to the victims, and he called this an act of, quote, pure evil. Again, that's what we've heard from President-elect Trump. We do not yet know if we will hear more from him later on today. He rung in the new year here in South Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. But again, Kate and Morgan, where we are waiting to hear from the White House whether President Biden might speak again later today as he takes in all of this fluid information at Camp David.
Gabe, thank you. And you've got just Kate at this point. I want to ask you about this other incident that we reported just a short time ago. Separate incident in Las Vegas. A vehicle outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas caught fire. One person was killed. 7 others were hurt. Has there been any response either from the White House or from the Trump transition team?
No response yet from the White House, Kate, but we have gotten our first statement from a member of Donald Trump's family, Eric Trump, just posting a statement on social media a short time ago. Not much information here, but what he did say is that earlier today, a reported electric vehicle fire occurred near Trump Las Vegas. The safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Las Vegas Fire Department and local law enforcement for their swift response and professionalism. Again, that's the first time we've heard from a member of the Trump family regarding that vehicle fire in Las Vegas. Still, another situation where we're awaiting more information from local authorities that are investigating that there. Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In just the past hour, the FBI and local officials in New Orleans updated us on the attack on Bourbon Street. They talked about security concerns, especially ahead of the Sugar Bowl, which has now been postponed in the wake of today's attack. It will be tomorrow night now. Here's more of what they told reporters.
First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city.
My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe.
We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the college football playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame. All parties and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours.
This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning, Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The president has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck.
You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength.
I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the city of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice.
They mentioned a tip line there. I just want to quickly say 800-CALL-FBI is the tip line. Let's bring in Carmen Best, NBC News law enforcement analyst, retired Seattle police chief. Carmen, the FBI believes the suspect did not act alone. We heard that loud and clear. Based on your experience, what are the biggest challenges finding other suspects?
Well, Kate, we don't know all the evidence that they have at this juncture. As you know, they're trying to protect the investigation, but clearly they're going to be trying to ascertain who else might have been involved with planning potential improvised explosive devices, with any of the planning of the event that occurred, and what other associates may be involved. It will be a multi-pronged, multidisciplinary look, leaving no stone unturned to figure out who was involved. It was a bit of shocking information, but certainly worth noting that they believe other people were involved in this tragic and horrific event. It made sense that they are not going to go forward with the Sugar Bowl for at least 24 hours. I would surmise, based on my own experience being a retired police chief and having been involved in law enforcement for almost 3 decades, that until they are sure about the whereabouts or the involvement of others, they're not going to risk having such a large event until they can ensure the security of the facility.
That makes sense. Carmen, Bourbon Street, one of the busiest areas in the country all year round, let alone on New Year's Eve. Police at the news conference, they talked about the fact that the suspect drove around a police car that was blocking Bourbon Street and onto a sidewalk. There was a lot of talk about what's happening in the city of New Orleans right now because of the Super Bowl in February. They were actually trying to replace these things called bollards, right, which are, as I understand it, like steel pillars that come up out of the ground, and they can be retracted back down, but they're there to block traffic. Those were not in place. Those were not up because they're under repair right now. They're replacing them, and they were trying to do that in time for the Super Bowl. It struck all of us, though, and Jesse Kirsch mentioned this earlier, it struck us that it might seem strange that they wouldn't block the sidewalk also. So even if they didn't have bollards in place, why did they not have security in front of the sidewalk?
Well, as you mentioned, Kate, I mean, I can't answer for the agency. I think some things that they would consider would be the level of traffic, trying to allow people to both experience the celebration, but have enough resources available to respond and act quickly. I mean, there'll be a lot of debriefing to figure out whether that was the best plan or not, or the best plan of action. I will say this, that the officers that were there, as Superintendent Kirkpatrick mentioned, well over 400, that the 3 officers involved took out the suspect immediately in engaging in gunfire. So, there was a lot of protection around. Obviously, this would be one aspect that they'll be taking a look at.
Understood, and agree that the actions of those officers commendable. We also learned in the press conference that the 2 who were shot and had to go to the hospital will be fine. So that's great news. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, Carmen. Let's bring in NBC News Justice correspondent now, Ken Delanian. Ken, I'm checking back in with you. I can't remember when I talked to you last, maybe a half hour ago. Do we have any new information building on what we heard at the press conference about suspects that they may be looking for still?
We do, Kate, but it's pretty limited. What I can tell you is that investigators are examining videos, investigating the possibility that other people, not this subject who died in the vehicle, that other people planted the 2 bombs that they found, the 2 IEDs in the city of New Orleans. Now, the information we're getting on this is conflicting and hazy, and so we're being very cautious and careful. So that's what we're going to say, is that they're looking into this question of whether they have video showing that other people planted the bombs. That would be one reason they would believe that there were co-conspirators, but they may not know the identities of these people, and so that's maybe why they were so circumspect at that news conference, saying many times, as you recall, there are other people out there, we're looking for bad people, but not saying anything about who those people might be or what their characteristics are or what they know about them. They may not know very much, but that's one of the factors we're told that's going into this. And look, stepping back, this is one of the most significant, if not the most significant, Islamic-inspired terrorist attacks, if in fact that's what it was, given the ISIS flag, since 9/11 in years. I mean, going back to San Bernardino, and it's certainly more complex than many of the attacks that we've seen. And I can't recall a situation where you had a vehicle attack and then co-conspirators allegedly at large. And now we've got this really major event, this football game that's been postponed. So this is just turning out to be an enormous counterterrorism situation, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, there was a period, a few years ago where officials were saying, look, the threat from Islamic-inspired terrorism is really diminished. We're much more concerned now about right-wing or domestic terrorism. And in fact, most of the quote-unquote terrorist attacks, mass casualty, ideological attacks that we've seen in recent years were not this. We're not ISIS-inspired. But so it's a really disturbing turn of events here that we've got this situation where somebody, an American-born person, carried this attack out, perhaps with help from others, flying an ISIS flag, Kate.
Can I just go back 1 second, Ken, and make sure that we're completely understanding what your reporting is about the other IEDs? So you're saying there was one IED, well, Tom Winter has been reporting, one IED was found, improvised explosive device, inside the truck itself. There are two others that were mentioned at the press conference found in other areas, and it's your understanding that they may have video that shows that there were other people involved? Do I have that right?
That's correct. They're examining whether video in their possession shows other people planting these bombs. Again, not confirmed that they've concluded that, but that's part of their investigation.
Okay. And Ken, we know that 10 people at least have been killed. We had a different number last hour, and at the press conference they said 10 is all we can say for now, but there are others that are in not good condition at this point. What more do we know about those injured and those killed?
Yeah, in fact, Tom Winter reported from a senior law enforcement official that the death toll is actually 15. So because a lot of people were taken to hospital with grievous injuries and didn't make it. You know, frankly, Kate, I've been reporting on the investigation all day. I haven't seen any information about the victims. And I think you pointed out earlier, you know, we should be talking about the victims. That should be the focus. And as we learn more about them, we will talk about the victims, because this is an absolutely horrific incident that should not happen anywhere, let alone among people celebrating and in the United States of America and in the great city of New Orleans. It's just an awful, awful tragedy. And, you know, sometimes we get caught up in the machinations of the latest investigative lead. And it's important to reflect on the people that lost their lives here and who were affected and injured, and the families. I mean, it's unimaginable the pain that this individual or individuals have caused here, Kate.
And we just have about 30 seconds, Ken, before we hit the top of the hour. What are you taking away from those you're talking to that is like next steps? What are their next steps in the investigation?
Well, the most important thing, obviously, Kate, is they need to figure out, if they haven't already, exactly who these co-conspirators are, what their roles were, and they need to catch them. As they said at that news conference, they're going after some bad people. They need to run those people down. That's the reason the Sugar Bowl was postponed, is because they don't have a complete handle on this conspiracy. That's what they're telling us, and that's the most important next step here. And nobody's going to rest easy among law enforcement until this thing is completely wrapped up and they know exactly what happened here, Kate.
All right, Ken Delanian, really appreciate you being with us through all of this. We'll let you go do some more reporting and have you back once again. Ken, thank you so much. A couple who witnessed the attack described the horrific scene to our NBC affiliate WDSU in New Orleans. We want to play a little bit of that interview now.
We were coming through the intersection, and it all just happened so quickly. But the guy in the pickup truck just punched the gas and mowed over the barricade and hit a pedicab passengers.
There were multiple cops on the corner.
And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos and very, very scary.
When you saw the car, did you think anything of it at first, or did you?
No, no, it was the most bizarre thing, like something that you, like the least expected thing, I don't even know how he managed to maneuver that with the amount of traffic and people that were still out.
Bumper to bumper, there were people everywhere.
You said there was a lot of people?
Tons of people.
Tons of people. And cops everywhere.
The cops
there
were
were
on the corner
cops
when it ran through
everywhere.
the barricade. They were standing right there when it happened.
And when you're talking about barricade, are you talking about like those, like the metal poles right there?
Yep.
So did you see at all any of the ballards or anything like that pop up?
It was just like debris and everything, and then people. It was unreal. Just total chaos. Total chaos.
What was it, the sounds?
A huge impact. It almost sounded like a gunshot. I actually looked, and maybe we did hear that too, knowing now that the guy had ended up shooting those two police officers, but I remember the screeching and him gunning the car and the impact and the screams. Like I said, the screams of those girls. I mean, yeah, I don't know that I'll be able to forget that.
I'm so sorry you guys had to go through that. You had mentioned inside that when he barricaded through, it was super loud.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very loud. I mean, it just was this huge boom.
Crunching
and crunch. Yeah. And then just the people yelling.
And you guys had just walked right across the street. Where were you guys at?
We had come from about 2 blocks down from a parking garage, the Roosevelt parking garage, and we're coming through this intersection right here on Bourbon when it happened.
From what I recall, he was in this lane and just took a hard right and punched it, is what it seemed to be like. So I don't know how he did it, because there were all the cars. It was literally 3 or 4. I mean, it's 3 lane, but there was also people parked over on the side. So, I mean, it was just hectic and chaotic. I don't know how he was able to get through the barricade or whatever, get enough speed.
And there is multiple pedicab drivers and carts there. And fortunately, one of the girls that he hit her cart, she didn't have passengers, but it was the other gentleman who had passengers. That's what he hit, and they were just all on the ground. I mean,
I was just to say, so you guys saw this happen. What did you guys do next?
It was kind of like a surreal moment, and my husband, he just grabbed me and he was like, let's go, let's go, get out, let's get out of here. It was so surreal, I think we did kind of go into that fight or flight mode and chose flight in that instance, to get ourselves out of here and safe.
They're hearing from one of the eyewitnesses that saw everything unfold at just around 3 a.m. this morning, local time in New Orleans. Those stories that we're hearing from eyewitnesses are just absolutely devastating. Again, we know at this hour at least 10 people killed, 30-plus people injured. I want to thank you for being with us for this NBC News special report. For those of you watching on the NBC network, we're going to return you to your regular programming. You can find our special report streaming on NBC News Now. And hello once again, I'm Kate Snow. Welcome back to NBC News' special continuing coverage of the deadly car ramming attack in New Orleans. This incident is being investigated as an act of terror. At least 10 people killed, at least 30 injured when a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people who were out celebrating the New Year on the iconic Bourbon Street in New Orleans' French Quarter. The suspect then exited the vehicle and opened fire. The suspect then was confronted by police, I should say, and he opened fire on local law enforcement. Authorities say that suspect, who was killed when law enforcement returned fire, has preliminarily been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar. You see a picture there that NBC News has just recently obtained. 3 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation say that Jabbar is a citizen of the United States born in Texas. This afternoon, officials in New Orleans spoke extensively about the investigation, including that Jabbar may not have acted alone.
An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
In this image here, you see what is believed to be the white pickup truck involved with the incident with bullet holes visible. If we go to a tighter shot of it, there are bullet holes visible in the back window of the cab. Video posted on social media shows the aftermath of the attack. We want to warn you, what we're about to show is disturbing. This video, taken from a balcony looking down on Bourbon Street, shows multiple bodies, which we have blurred out, as bystanders remain standing in the middle of the street. You can see law enforcement officers in green uniforms at one point running down the street as well. New Orleans Police Department superintendent, the New Orleans Police Department superintendent says the driver was, quote, hell-bent on creating carnage, and witnesses described a horrific and chaotic scene. Take a listen.
It all just happened so quickly, but the guy in the pickup truck just punched the gas and mowed over the barricade and hit a pedicab passengers.
There were multiple cops on the corner.
And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos. And very, very scary.
It was pandemonium. I mean, it was obviously emergency vehicles everywhere. Police were everywhere. Bodies, folks were just running through the streets. Obviously, they were panicking as well.
It was just loud, something really loud. And then I heard more fireworks. I don't know what it was, but apparently it wasn't fireworks. It was right outside our window. I can't imagine we were on that street moments before. Just moments before we were on that street, and that could have been us.
The White House says President Biden continues to be briefed on this incident. He's been in touch with the mayor of New Orleans. This all unfolded, of course, on the day that was supposed to be the day of the Sugar Bowl, a major college football playoff game at the New Orleans Superdome. That game has now been postponed to tomorrow, 24 hours, in the wake of today's tragedy. NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has the latest on the investigation. Ken, let's start there. The Sugar Bowl has been postponed to tomorrow. They said at the press conference it was due to security concerns. What do we know about the search that's maybe going on right now for more suspects that they talked about? And that has to be part of why they've postponed the Sugar Bowl.
It absolutely was, Kate. But I have some new information since the last time we talked that unfortunately is going to muddy the waters even further. I had a conversation with a law enforcement source after we just spoke on the air, and other colleagues have done the same. And what we're hearing now is that this idea that they were looking at a video that potentially showed other people planting the 2 IEDs that were found in New Orleans, that may have been a misunderstanding, that those may have been just bystanders. And so caution is being urged from our sources about the idea that other people planted those bombs, which is leading to people saying it's not even clear that there were co-conspirators, unless there's other evidence that some of our sources are unaware of. My source was just raising the possibility that he did act alone after all, and so this may have been a misreading of some evidence. I think the bottom line here is that it appears that this is a chaotic situation, a lot of information flying around, a lot of evidence being analyzed, particularly video evidence, and they just don't appear to know. That would explain the sort of mixed messages we got from that news conference where some of the officials definitively said, we're going after bad people. We think there are other people out there. You heard the assistant special agent in charge say, we don't believe he acted alone, but then they didn't provide any evidence about the basis for that belief or the identities of these other alleged co-conspirators. And let's not forget, that same assistant special agent in charge this morning, the first thing she said was this was not a terrorist attack, which turned out to be wrong. So I think we just need to be cautious here, and as we try to understand what exactly they're saying, what we know for sure is that this man, who is now dead, drove his F-150 or an F-150 Ford pickup truck into a crowd of people at high speeds and killed as many as 10 and perhaps more individuals, injured more than 30, was flying an ISIS flag in one of the most horrific terrorist attacks, if that's in fact what it was, since 9/11 here in the United States. So whatever else happened, that we know, and that's just absolutely horrific, Kate.
Okay, Ken, so we only have about 20 seconds left, but just to make very clear, you're saying that a senior law enforcement source that you have is saying, caution, maybe there were not co-conspirators, maybe those were just bystanders, innocent bystanders. that were caught on video.
That is absolutely correct, and it's not just me. Other colleagues are hearing the same thing from their sources. So I think we just need to be very cautious about what we think we know about this.
No, appreciate that. We're trying to be as transparent as we can with our audience about our reporting. Ken Delanian, thank you. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Troy Carter. His district includes the area of New Orleans where this attack took place. Congressman, I think I saw you at the press conference earlier this afternoon. Could you just hear Ken Delanian and I speaking? Did you hear what we were talking about?
Yes, I could.
So he has a law enforcement source saying perhaps there were not other people involved. What is your understanding at this hour?
I think everyone should just pump their brakes. There's a lot of information that's flowing, some of it misinformation. The most important thing is for everyone to remain calm, allow law enforcement to do its job. We have the best and the brightest on the ground, from federal agents to local and state and surrounding sheriff's offices. Every single resource has been deployed to New Orleans, and there will be all sorts of information that's flowing. There's an active investigation that's going on, and I would caution everyone to just please stay away from the French Quarter now. If you have no immediate, absolute need to be there, allow law enforcement to do its job. The facts will bear out. We will leave no stone unturned when using all of the tools in our arsenal to bring these people to justice, whether it's 1, 2, 3. We just don't know at this point. It's an ongoing investigation, and I would encourage everyone to just sit back, let the law enforcement do its job.
Fully understand and respect everything you're saying, and I'm sure everyone agrees that law enforcement needs to be able to figure this out. I think what's puzzling, though, is that at the press conference, multiple authorities, the governor, the mayor, the police superintendent, referred, maybe not the mayor, forgive me, but the FBI agent who was there, referred to multiple suspects. A range of suspects was the phrase that was used. So we're just a bit confused whether, if you're saying pump the brakes, should we no longer consider that there's a range of suspects?
No, I think we should let law enforcement continue to do its job. I think my understanding is that it's still a range of possible suspects, that the individual did not act alone, and until that has been completely ruled out. I'm not sure who or what law enforcement agent your correspondent spoke with, but I was just with the FBI and with the investigatory agents, and my understanding is that we're standing by what was said at that press conference. But listen, in an abundance of caution, we should be vigilant, we should be careful, we should be mindful, and we should avoid interaction in the area. It is an active crime scene with a lot of moving parts. And unfortunately, in situations like this, we often have misinformation. However, well-being it may be, people are quick to try and get information out, and sometimes they may speak out of school or speak with limited information. So I would ask that everyone treat this as it is, an active crime scene, one that has gotten our heightened attention and resources applied to make sure that citizens and visitors alike understand that we are taking this as serious as we can to provide safety and well-being for our visitors and our residents.
Congressman, I appreciate that. You praised New Orleans law enforcement's ability, and many have, to handle major events. The Sugar Bowl has been postponed to tomorrow now. The city's set to host the Super Bowl just over a month from now. Would you personally be comfortable attending those events?
I would. I absolutely would. Unfortunately, I will be getting on a plane tomorrow to head back to New Orleans, to Washington. So we are sworn into the 119th Congress to continue the work of our country. Otherwise, I would absolutely be at the game. I have family members who will be at the game. I believe that this police department has more than demonstrated its ability to manage massive engagements like Mardi Gras and Super Bowls past and Sugar Bowls every year. This terrorist situation is fluid. It could happen anywhere at any time. This gives us an opportunity to redouble our efforts to make sure that we're using this as yet another teaching lesson to refortify our security, to ensure that these terrorists know that we are not going to play with them, and we will find you.
Congressman Carter, really appreciate you being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch now. He joins me from New Orleans. Jesse, I think you're still outside the Superdome. You were in the press conference that we had, about an hour ago. Let's talk about the Sugar Bowl a bit more. I was just asking the congressman. He says he feels completely confident if he didn't have to return to Washington, he would be attending the Sugar Bowl tomorrow night. What are officials saying about what drove the decision to postpone?
Yeah, well, so, Kate, let's backtrack to this morning. This happens around 3 in the morning local time. Fast forward to around 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning local time. I'm doing the time difference in my head. So within about 4 or 5 hours, right in that first 6-hour window after this happened, the first thing we heard from police on camera was, go about your day, but don't do it near Bourbon Street, and that they were planning to make sure they had safe measures in place for the game tonight. So less than 6 hours after this happened, while you can imagine, obviously, we are not the police, so I don't know what they were discussing in their meetings, what they knew investigatively. But while you would imagine they are still gathering video, interviewing witnesses, getting a grip on what's going on, of course, the FBI was now involved, so you're coordinating with federal partners. In the midst of all that, they were saying at that juncture, go about your day, the game is going to be on. And then fast forward to this afternoon, and they've postponed the game. And that was a government call, so something triggered that pivot within the government's posture, Kate, and we don't know what that is at this point.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in New Orleans. Jesse, thank you. Coming up, President Biden and President-elect Trump respond to the deadly attack in New Orleans. Also, more breaking news that we're following out of Las Vegas, where an investigation is underway into this scene, a vehicle fire outside Trump Tower. Stick with us.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We want to turn now to that other breaking news story that we have been following at this hour. We want to be clear, we do not know of anything that ties this next story to anything we've been talking about with the New Orleans attack. Authorities are investigating a vehicle fire outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas that left one person dead and injured several others. Law enforcement says the vehicle was a cyber truck. You can see it there. At a press conference this afternoon, authorities did not have any information on the cause of the fire, and they said they have many unanswered questions.
I know you're looking for a lot of answers, and ideally right now we just don't have a lot of answers. We're going to continue to work as hard as we can over the next 24 to 48 hours to hopefully get more to you. But this time we've got a lot of questions and deploying resources, and we will continue to do that until we get to the end of this and figure out exactly what happened and why. Thank you.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been following this story for us, and I know that you have a new statement from Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's right, because as you could see in that video, the very distinctive body, it was the Cybertruck, a newer vehicle under Tesla. So Elon Musk just posting to social media that the entire Tesla senior team is investigating and that they will continue to update people and post as they learn. Also pointing out they've never seen anything like this. Now, the circumstances around this vehicle fire remain largely unclear. We know that police and fire had responded to the scene, and you can see it just outside of the Trump Hotel in the valet area around 8:40 local time this morning. But now you can kind of get a sense for the degree of seriousness of the situation, but you look at the various agencies that are investigating. Not only is it local agencies, the FBI is now also involved. The governor has said that they are monitoring the situation. We know one person has died, and it was an individual who had been in that cyber truck at the time of the fire. 7 others injured. We've learned more minor injuries, but still a lot of unanswered questions at this point.
No, absolutely. And what have we heard from the Trump organization, or have we?
We have heard from the Trump organization, also Donald Trump's son posting the same statement, acknowledging that they are aware of the electric vehicle fire, also going on to say the safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Las Vegas Fire Department and local law enforcement for their swift response and professionalism. You look at some of the videos that are being shared and you can on social media, and you can kind of get a little bit more detail, a little bit more insight. There was an immense amount of smoke billowing into the sky outside of the Trump Hotel, which sits on the northern end of the Las Vegas Strip. And then also witnesses are describing hearing an explosion sound, loud sounds, which raises questions around what caused this fire.
Is it possible it could be mechanical? Is that being considered?
Of course it's being considered. They wouldn't weigh into whether this was intentional, mechanical. We just don't know. Again, Elon Musk saying he has never seen something like this happen to a Cybertruck before.
All right. So this story we will continue to follow as well. Emily, I'll let you get back to reporting on that. Appreciate you. Coming up, we will have much more on the deadly attack in New Orleans as investigators search for a motive there. We have more breaking news coverage straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Do you think that the president-elect should have his picks confirmed? Tariffs. Do you think it's a bluff? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. We're continuing our breaking news coverage of the deadly truck attack in New Orleans that killed at least 10 people. The FBI has identified a 42-year-old suspect who was killed later in a shootout with police. This being investigated as an act of terrorism. Federal agents say an ISIS flag and weapons were found with the pickup truck. Meantime, New Orleans authorities say the Sugar Bowl, a major college football playoff game, has been postponed 24 hours and will now take place tomorrow night. It was scheduled to be played tonight at the nearby Superdome in New Orleans. Police say they will enhance security measures before that game, which is expected to draw nearly 70,000 football fans. At the time of the overnight attack in the French Quarter, the streets were packed with revelers along the famed Bourbon Street corridor. It was about 3 hours into the new year, about 3 a.m., with people still out celebrating. Here's just some of the disturbing accounts that witnesses have shared with our affiliate WDSU.
Terrifying. It's terrifying, especially when they say on the news or, when people are talking IEDs planted in the city. I'm leaving. This is my first time here, and it'll probably be my last.
I couldn't believe that it's happening here, literally a block away from my hotel. As soon as I stepped out the hotel, the police, you cannot come out here. This is an active crime scene. I couldn't go anywhere. I had to come back this way, come back down. So I just came to really see what was going on. It's incredible.
I've worked down here for the last 20 years, and I've never seen those the barricades put up, the steel and force barricades put up in 7 years. They've never been up. Never.
In the immediate aftermath of the attack, social media videos gave us some of the first looks at the horror and the chaos of the moment. Our NBC News gathering team has been working hard to verify those videos as we get them in, and we should warn you, these videos we're about to talk about are difficult to watch. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian joins me. She's been tracking these horrific videos. Yasmin, I'm sorry that you have to look at them the way they are, and then when we show them here, we'll cover things and blur things, but talk us through some of what we're seeing.
It's a painstaking process, Kate, because essentially, since 3 a.m. this morning, these videos have been pouring into our news gathering desk, and we have to verify these videos and make sure they're obviously accurate, coming from the sources in which they're coming from. and make sure that they are able to be shown to the general public, considering the graphic nature of many of these videos showing essentially dead bodies on the ground. I mean, that is the state of affairs right now in New Orleans, which is still very much an active crime scene on Bourbon Street. And you're seeing some of the videos here, a time in which after this car, this pickup truck that you see there behind that kind of red structure that it crashed into has crashed. You see individuals wanting to tend to those that have been hit by the truck. And instead, Kate, one of the reasons why you see essentially the phone, it seems, or video camera go down to the ground and turn to the right is because you hear gunshots. You hear gunshots going off. We now know that there was gun exchange between police officers, 2 of which were injured but are doing okay now, and the suspect as well, who was lying to the right of that vehicle on the ground, being administered CPR there, as you see individuals and authorities standing over him. But those people there in that video running from that gunfire, going to help, wanting to help civilians that had been hurt by that car, but instead having to run for their own lives. These blurred images here, you're wondering, what are they? Those, Kate, are dead bodies. Those are individuals that lost their life early this morning on the early hours of 2025 after celebrating New Year's Eve on Bourbon Street, and instead cutting their life short because of the horrific events that took place on Bourbon Street. And these videos, Kate, continuing to pour in as we go through them.
Yeah, and I think something that's really disturbing is seeing people just stuck, right? Just standing there because they can't believe what they've just watched, right? The shock. Yeah. It's going to take a long time for people to process. Yasmin Vasugian, thank you so much. Up next, we will have the very latest on the suspect, on the investigation into that deadly attack in New Orleans. But first, with the annual Sugar Bowl now officially postponed.
It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me.
Hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is 4:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 1:30 p.m. on the West Coast. It is 3:30 in New Orleans, and we're continuing our special coverage of the deadly car ramming attack there. Law enforcement officials are investigating it as an act of terror. Here's what we know so far. We know that just after 3 a.m. local time, a man driving a white pickup truck intentionally rammed through a crowd up onto the sidewalk and on Bourbon Street, killing at least 10 people, injuring more than 30 other people, according to senior law enforcement officials. And then the man began to open fire. The FBI has identified the suspect. He says he's now dead. It's 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. It is unclear if Jabbar acted alone as the FBI runs down all of the leads. Authorities say a black ISIS flag was affixed to the back of the suspect's truck on a pole, and the FBI is working to determine whether he had any affiliation with terrorist organizations. Authorities also say weapons and potential improvised explosive devices were located, one of them in the suspect's vehicle, and potentially 2 others located somewhere in the French. Been verified by NBC News. We're not currently reporting that. It may well be true that he was in an Airbnb, but we don't have that reporting just yet. And things obviously are very fluid, right, at this stage of the game. We're 12 hours almost. No, we're more than 12 hours, excuse me, since the incident. The FBI says they're treating it as a terror attack. At this point, if you were in that investigation, and let me put this to you, Rob, what does it look like? What are your biggest priorities at 4:30 Eastern time?
The biggest priority was he working with someone else, because he's deceased. The crime scene's a crime scene. That's not going to change. You're going to keep that. And you have an event tomorrow. You have other bigger events today that you have to find out if, in fact, he was talking to someone even if it was say a Discord or Telegram chat group, was he communicating with anyone else? It may not be a totally coordinated multiple event, but it may give someone else an idea. Was he in contact with something intelligence-wise that led to the warning to Germany that he was part of? Because you really have to, with all the events coming up, with the college football playoffs, with the Super Bowl coming up, to figure out if, in fact, he was talking to other people about other events. That's the biggest priority. All the other things you can throw resources at, they're not going to change. So putting teams on each one of them and letting those teams do the work, but looking forward to see if you can connect them to someone and then looking at other events.
Bobby McDonald, let me get to you. How do you prevent this from happening again? How do you, moving forward, knowing what we know now about those bollards were under construction, they had removed them, they were going to replace them before the Super Bowl. Those are those stanchions that come up out of the ground. So they didn't have those in place. What do we learn from this, and what can we do better?
Well, you know, I'm very loath to criticize law enforcement, especially this soon after the event, like you said, 14 hours ago or so. But listening to the press conference today, and when the question came up about the bollards, and then now seeing that subsequent video that's out that watches the white pickup truck literally drive around the intersection of Canal and Bourbon Street, where the bollards were and are under construction, is incredibly troubling. You know, we had a New Year's Eve in New York last night where sand trucks and sanitation trucks are placed all through the area in Times Square and seal that whole area off. This guy didn't even have to go over a speed bump of those police cars to get in and cause this damage for that 8 blocks. I wasn't particularly fond of the answer that was given with respect to those bollards and placing a car there as the asset to try to stop anybody from protruding into that street. I think that's going to be a point of contention moving forward as to the decisions that were made in and around that specific intersection, and why was that not hardened off with some more assets, more than just a vehicle or two.
And Bobby, just quickly, I think we have about a minute left. We've learned the Sugar Bowl is post 30 seconds. The Sugar Bowl is going to be tomorrow now. What happens over the next 24 hours? What needs to happen to make sure it's safe?
Well, that venue and the adjoining venue for the NBA team is always fairly well sealed. All of those professional sports entities take security very seriously. It's going to be building out probably even more with some more assets and personnel, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, making sure all the holes are covered so that that entire venue is safe, everybody in and around safe, and they have a good game.
Well, let's hope for that, please. Rob D'Amico, Bobby McDonald, thank you both for bringing your expertise. Appreciate it. Joining me now with the latest on the investigation is NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, you've been with us off and on for the better part of 5 hours now, I think, or more than that. Actually, we just lost our connection with Tom, so we will move on and take a quick break and then try to reestablish with Tom Winter. Stay with us.
All of that snow fell in a matter of days.
Food and medicine, this time being dropped over southern Gaza.
It looks like hot lava.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining me with the latest now on the investigation into what happened in New Orleans early this morning, NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, I think we got you reestablished. Do you hear me okay?
I hear you perfectly,
okay.
Kate.
Law enforcement has identified the suspect. We've got a picture that we can show. Where is the investigation right now?
Right, Kate. And so if you see me looking down in the course of us talking here as we've been talking, it's just to reference some notes and to be very specific on the information that we're learning. And specifically here, 4 senior law enforcement officials have been briefed on this investigation as the FBI is looking into whether or not there were others that planted 2 possible devices that were found, improvised explosive devices that were found in the area near where this incident occurred. Basically, they've uncovered a lot of video that seems to indicate there are some people that look at or were around those two particular containers where these potential explosive devices were, but it's not yet 100% clear whether those people left those items there in an effort for them to go off, or whether in fact they just happened to view them or were walking by the area or noted that they were suspicious. So at the press conference, you remember the FBI said, look, we don't believe he acted alone, Jabber, the person who's believed to be responsible for this terrorist attack. But there is not an active investigation for, say, a John Doe 1 or a John Doe 2 or a Jane Doe number 1. I'm not about to come on and say, Kate, we've got to break in. The public needs to help the FBI in finding this person. They're not at that stage of the investigation. And we should note that it might go back to that this individual was, in fact, acting alone. So that's something that we need to consider as well. But they're basically looking at a whole host of factors here. We want to get you the latest details. Again, there's some video of some people around these two other devices we've been talking about all afternoon that they're looking into, the FBI is looking into, that may have been found in the general area. And do those people have a connection to those devices, or were they just observing them and noting their presence there? That's something that is definitely under investigation. That appears to be what the FBI is looking at in New Orleans. And obviously, if we get more details, we'll bring them to you.
Yeah, and so it sounds like essentially you're saying it could be possibly that these were random people walking by curious about something they saw, or it could be that these folks were working alongside the suspect. Did those IEDs, those improvised explosive devices, those two, did not detonate, correct? Or they were controlled, they did a controlled detonation?
Unclear if they were controlled detonated or not, but they did not detonate as a result of this incident, and there's no injuries associated with them. At least that's what we've been told so far here, based on what officials have found.
Okay, and just in 30 seconds, Tom, which is what we have left, what else are law enforcement sources of yours telling you are priorities right now?
Priorities to figure out whether or not anybody else left these behind and whether this individual was in fact acting alone. That's the priority, pure and simple. A football game that was supposed to happen tonight is going to happen in 24 hours from now. That's a big priority for them.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much. Our local NBC News affiliate in New Orleans spoke to a couple who witnessed the overnight attack. They said the scene was total chaos, you can imagine, and you can hear that they get emotional describing what they saw, what they witnessed.
Can you tell me a little bit what you saw last night?
Yeah, we were coming through the intersection, and it all just happened so quickly. But the guy in the pickup truck just punched the gas and mowed over the barricade and hit a pedicab passengers.
There were multiple cops on the corner.
And there were just bodies and the screams. I mean, you can't think about, unhear that. It was chaos and very, very scary.
When you saw the car, did you think anything of it at first, or did you?
No, no, it was the most bizarre thing, like something that you, like the least expected thing, I don't even know how he managed to maneuver that with the amount of traffic and people that were still out.
Bumper to bumper. There were people everywhere.
You said there was a lot of people?
Tons of people.
Tons of people. And cops everywhere.
The cops were on the corner when
everywhere.
Ran through the barricade. They were standing right there when it happened.
And when you're talking about barricade, are you talking about like those like the metal poles right there?
Was that better?
Yep.
Selling black man.
So did you see at all any of the ballards or anything like that pop up?
It was just like debris and everything, and then people. Yeah. It was unreal. Just total chaos. Total chaos.
What was it? The sounds?
A huge impact. It almost sounded like a gunshot. I actually looked, and maybe we did hear that too, knowing now that the guy has ended up shooting those two police officers. But I remember the screeching and him gunning the car and the impact and the screams. Like I said, the screams of those girls. Yeah, I don't know that I'll be able to forget that.
I'm so sorry you guys had to go through that. You had mentioned inside that when he barricaded through, it was super loud.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very loud. I mean, it just was this huge boom.
Crunching and
crunch. Yeah. And then just the people yelling.
And you guys had just walked right across the street. Where were you guys at?
We had come from about 2 blocks down from a parking garage, the Roosevelt parking garage, and we're coming through this intersection right here on Bourbon when it happened.
From what I recall, he was in this lane and just took a hard right and punched it, is what it seemed to be like. So I don't know how he did it, because there were all the cars. It was literally 3 or 4. I mean, it's 3 lane, but there was also people parked over on the side. So I mean, it was just hectic and chaotic. I don't know how he was able to get through the barricade or whatever, get enough speed.
And there is multiple pedicab drivers and carts there. And fortunately, one of the girls that he hit her cart, she didn't have passengers, but it was the other gentleman who had passengers. That's what he hit, and they were just all on the ground. I mean,
I was just going to say, so you guys saw this happen. What did you guys do next?
It was kind of like a surreal moment, and my husband, he just grabbed me and he was like, let's go, let's go, get out, let's get out of here. It was so surreal, I think we did kind of go into that fight or flight mode and chose flight in that instance, to get ourselves out of here and safe.
I mean, your hotel
is right here. Yeah.
Right there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then our room, we looked directly out onto the street, so we kind of watched the aftermath and everything unfold. And
blood in the street.
Yeah, the blood, and to see the coroners, because we didn't know how bad, how bad it actually was.
Didn't know how many people.
Or to know that this guy had such ill intent, malicious, just awful intent to hurt innocent people is just, unfathomable. And so, it was sad to see the coroners and the ambulances coming in knowing to go, that they have to go get bodies out of the French Quarter.
I mean, at that time of night, too, it's dark. It's kind of hard to see. I mean, I'm sure there were people lying at least close up to here, but all the way down.
All the way down. There's people everywhere. The streets were flooded with people with cars. I mean, it was a lot.
I was telling him earlier, I don't know what justice was had by this guy being shot and killed by police when, I feel like he needs to pay the piper and have to deal with his consequences and at least see the grief and the hurt and the impact that it has on so many people, not just the victims themselves, but their families and other people here that are trying to enjoy the city.
One account there, heartbreaking. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage. President Biden says he is being continually briefed on the New Orleans truck attack that killed at least 10 people. As we've said, the FBI is investigating this attack as an act of terrorism. But earlier today, President Biden was careful to not get ahead of investigators while he was asked by reporters questions as he boarded Air Force One.
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration.
President-elect Donald Trump has also reacted to the attack on social media, calling it, quote, an act of pure evil. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins me now from West Palm Beach, right outside of Mar-a-Lago, where the president-elect is and was last night for New Year's Eve. What else is he saying beyond what we just quoted, a pure evil?
Well, Kate, the president-elect just put out that statement on social media earlier this morning where he did refer to this as an act of pure evil. And he also said that the nation's hearts were with the innocent victims and praised the response of the New Orleans Police Department. And he said that a Trump administration would continue to support the city of New Orleans. As for the president-elect himself, he spent the day at the Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach. He is now back at Mar-a-Lago. We're awaiting any additional comments he may have later on this afternoon, Kate.
And we heard from President Biden a little earlier. Do we expect a more formal statement or on-camera statement from the president at some point?
Well, that's an open question at this point, Kate. Earlier today, he played those remarks of President Biden at the tarmac. He seemed to suggest that he would have more to say later on today after he spoke with federal officials. So far, we have not received any confirmation from the White House that that will, in fact, happen. But he moved today from Wilmington, Delaware to Camp David, and that's where he's at right now. Again, the president has been spending the day getting continually briefed. A short time ago, we understand he wrapped up yet another call with top officials at the FBI and also the Department of Homeland Security. As you heard him say right there, he's also been in contact with national security officials. But, Kate, as is often the case in these types of situations, the White House very careful to not get ahead of the federal investigators and the local investigators there on the scene, Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you, Gabe. As the investigation continues in New Orleans and with tonight's Sugar Bowl game now postponed to tomorrow, the Rose Bowl game is about to get underway in Pasadena, California, between Ohio State and the University of Oregon. It comes after the annual Rose Parade was held earlier today. Organizers said they had more than 1,000 law enforcement personnel working the parade and the game, as well as a hard shutdown of vehicles, meaning no vehicles could go along the parade route. David Noriega joins us now from Pasadena. David, I know the game is about to get underway. Talk about the law enforcement posture. When we checked in with you earlier, you said they already had a plan to have a lot of security. What do things look like for the game?
That's right, Kate. More or less the same, right? What authorities are saying is that they are not materially changing the law enforcement plan or increasing resources or anything like that, because what they already had is, one of the highest possible levels of both law enforcement resource dedication to an event and also law enforcement preparedness, generally speaking. So in the federal system for ranking the importance of these special events and the degree of federal law enforcement involvement in these events, the Rose Parade was the second level. The game, the Rose Bowl game, is the highest level of federal involvement security-wise. So although they are not adding more resources, they do say that the law enforcement officers from the federal, state, and local level that they do have assigned to these events are on a higher alert than they would have been otherwise, just paying more attention, and they're asking the public for help, keeping an eye on things, making sure that they report anything suspicious. Now, that's here in California. It's obviously, the Pasadena is basically, it's in LA County. LA is one of the biggest cities in the country. In Atlanta, just by point of comparison, they are adding more personnel. They are sort of increasing the security posture for the Peach Bowl game in response to what happened in New Orleans. Either way, for the parade, for example, this is an event with a big crowd in an urban area. There's only so much that they can do to control it. The game is in an enclosed space. They'll be able to keep a tighter lid on that. Okay?
All right, David Noriega for us. Thank you so much. I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Now special coverage continues right after this quick break.
So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional. behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes, I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon, okay?
Could you elaborate on the device? You did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters. And we will go again from there, okay? No questions, no questions right now.
The device is confirmed? Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
All right, so what you just heard right there was an update from local officials in New Orleans, the mayor there speaking, the police chief speaking as well, and then also the FBI speaking as well, because they announced that they will be taking over this investigation. We learned a tremendous amount of information from that press briefing. First off, that this incident started around 3:15 in the morning. in New Orleans in the French Quarter that there was a man driving a pickup truck and that this was very intentional behavior. The police chief there saying that this was not a DUI situation, that this person was trying to run people over, also saying that he was hell-bent on creating carnage. Another thing that we learned from that press briefing is that the man who was in this pickup truck, who allegedly, or according to police, drove down Bourbon Street trying to hit people, also fired on New Orleans police officers after, I guess it seems he crashed his car, and that 2 officers were shot by this suspect. One of the other things that came up in this press briefing was that it sounded like the FBI said there, the assistant special agent in charge, that there was an improvised explosive device found, and they're checking on that. But again, as you heard at the end of that press conference, they didn't take any questions, so there was not an opportunity to clarify more about that. Let's go to our reporters and analysts who we have with us. I believe we still have Andrew McCabe and Gene Cazares. Andrew, we were talking about what this may or may not have been earlier in the morning. The local officials there clearly saying that this was an intentional act.
Yeah, Danny, that's right. I thought a bit surprising to see the police chief come out that strongly. She was unequivocal that this was an intentional act. She mentioned that the perpetrator drove around their barricades in order to get to the crowd that he was apparently seeking, trying to run over. So it's interesting. And then you had the representative from the FBI, the assistant special agent in charge, say that they did not believe it was a terrorist attack, or maybe they weren't ready to conclude that at this point. And I think it's important to note that there are distinctions there. You could have an intentional act that is criminal in nature by someone who's trying to hurt someone else or a group of other people that is not connected to some sort of a terrorist organization or motivated by terrorism. So there's all sorts of kind of gray area right now, despite the amount of information we got out of that very brief press conference. There's still a lot of questions to be answered. And the biggest for me right now, Danny, is do they have this individual in custody? Because if I'm correct, neither the police chief nor the FBI representative was clear about that. If he crashed the vehicle and then fired shots at police officers, you would think that he's in custody, but of course we don't know that yet. We certainly can't confirm that. But no question, they're handling this with everything they've got, and I think putting the FBI in the lead investigatively is probably the right call. They certainly have the assets and the resources necessary to sort through a massive crime scene like this.
Yeah, and Andrew, I agree. That was one of the bigger questions that I had at the end of that press conference. Is again, I agree with you. I did not hear from any of the officials there what the status is of the suspect here. Gene, one of the other fascinating things that the police chief said is that they had, as we reported, more than 300 officers in that area around the French Quarter on New Year's Eve. Just tell me, what was your takeaway from what we just heard?
I think all of the resources they had, they brought into the area, especially when this happened. I guess we do know now that it was an intentional scene, though. So this is a massive crime scene that they are processing right now as we speak. 26 were injured is what we heard through that press conference. But what I can see is that, talking about this being a working crime scene, when they mentioned the improvised explosive devices, there appeared to be a question. They were not sure if, in fact, that's what they had that they would be looking at now, but they wanted everyone and anyone to stay away from the Bourbon Street area. So it appears as though that's their next order of business right here, to see exactly what is going on with the possibility of those devices.
this investigation?
Well, we know it's developing at this point. Our Evan Perez was able to confirm that suspect is dead. I've been talking to some local folks on the ground there who've been telling me this is an evolving situation. In fact, right now there is a perimeter set up around that suspect's truck. So they're trying to figure out exactly where he came from. But it was around 3:15 this morning where police say that this suspect took an F-150 and started trying to intentionally hit people who were out there. We know 10 people are dead, more than 30 injured. And as you can imagine, we do have some new video into CNN that is very tough to look at. We have blurred some of the images here, but you can see some of the carnage that was left behind. Obviously, some of this video is spreading over the internet with bodies laying out there, and you can just feel for the people who were involved in this. At some point, that suspect did then start shooting at officers. 2 officers were shot. We're told they are in stable condition. Outside of that, now we start building from the investigative points, just in terms of trying to figure out why the suspect targeted this area. But take a listen to this eyewitness talk about what was going on.
Dude came through with a truck and hit by 4 people and shot by 4 people. It was about 8 to 12.
You say you saw him got out and shoot?
Nah, he was in a car. He didn't get out. He already hit him.
Now, we know the Sugar Bowl is played later on tonight. There's tons of tourists in town. You have the New Year's celebration. You put on top of that, this is the French Quarter. They did find IEDs, so there have been several clearing signs as they were been trying to do the improvised explosives. They put them in the bomb containment center and then try to blow them up on scene there. But at the same time, you've had people who could not return back to their hotels, people questioning what should they do next. They've shutting down several streets around the area as this investigation continues. We know there's a massive presence of officers down there as they start this investigation. But again, it was 3:15 this morning when this truck went around barricades and started to try to drive over people. So many questions at this point as we continue to talk to law enforcement. There will be another 11 o'clock news conference, but we should take a listen to the chief who gave us this information a little earlier this morning. Take a listen.
It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
Superintendent Kirkpatrick couldn't even get to the hospital yet to talk to her officers. She was leaving that news conference to go talk to the officers who had been shot after this. Right now, we're not sure exactly how this ended with the suspects. Hopefully we'll get those new details. And Pam, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Ryan, stay with us. Paula, to bring you in, what more do we know about the suspect and the vehicle used in this?
Well, so far, we don't know a lot of information. We've been in touch with federal law enforcement sources. As Ryan noted, our colleague Evan Perez is told by one law enforcement official that the suspect is dead. And indications are, though, that this suspect acted intentionally, according to this federal law enforcement official. And that is something that local officials actually indicated earlier in their initial press conference. They said that the driver's actions were, quote, very intentional. Now we know that the FBI and local officials are conducting searches of the vehicle as they seek to learn more about a potential motive here. We just got word, Pamela, that the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has been briefed on this situation, and the FBI is obviously investigating. Now, as part of that investigation, they are looking at possible explosive devices used at the scene. As they said in the briefing earlier, there were improvised explosive devices that were found, and they're working to confirm if they were viable devices or not. So this is a quickly evolving investigation, and it requires cooperation between federal authorities and those on the ground to determine exactly why this happened.
And Paula, I know that you're well versed in this as a lawyer and have covered the Justice Department for a while. I think people found it confusing when you had the mayor come out essentially and say this is an act of terrorism, and then the FBI come out right off the bat and say this is not an act of terrorism. Help us understand the discrepancy there and why that might be.
Yeah, I think it's a little confusing holiday, conflicting messaging here, but this is not good to come out and give these kind of confusing messages. People need to understand, especially at the federal level, that terrorism actually has a legal definition, and it's much more narrow than people realize, because there were some concerns that if you label certain acts terrorism, or if you use that too broadly, it could conflict with some constitutional rights, and particularly the First Amendment right. Again, it's very confusing. It's sort of an esoteric argument, but when people think of terrorism, they think of something like this. But when it comes to the legal definition, this is why you don't see a lot of cases charged as quote unquote terrorism. They're charged with, using an explosive device. They're charged with other crimes because that's what is on the books. Those are the laws on the books. So I think the legal definitions, particularly the differences between what you might see at a local level versus the federal level, that's why there is this confusion over whether or not this was terrorism. I think most people would agree that this was terrorizing, but when it comes to the technical legalities, that's, I think, why we're getting these conflicting messages about whether this was quote unquote terrorism.
Right. And what is the concern ahead of the Sugar Bowl tonight?
Yeah, I would just
with this?
Look, I'm the last person to report publicly on sports, but I think that this is going to be on the minds of everyone there. That is a massive event. There's always a massive security operation for anything that happens in a large stadium in this country or abroad, be it a concert, be it a sporting event. And something like this, there's clearly going to be a heightened concern and likely heightened precautions to try to prevent anything like this from happening again. Though it does appear the signals that we're getting from law enforcement, they don't appear to be indicating that this is part of a wider plot.
All right. Thank you so much, Paula Reed, Ryan Young. We appreciate it. And let's bring in CNN national security analyst Juliette Kayyem and retired FBI special agent Bobby Chacon. Bobby, to start with you, we were just talking about this with Paula, that the New Orleans mayor is calling this a terrorist attack. An FBI agent told reporters that it wasn't, that there's obviously this messaging issue here. But bottom line, this is an act that caused terror in New Orleans among these revelers.
Yes, and I think what Paula highlights is that we don't have a comprehensive domestic terrorism law, and that's why the charges at the local level, and as a lawyer myself, I've lectured on this, the charges themselves have to be kind of piecemealed together. A lot of us call for a comprehensive domestic terrorism law, as we have on the international terrorism side, but we just don't have it on the domestic terrorism side. So it's really kind of like Paula said, an esoteric legal argument. But certainly the SAC of the FBI could have been more clear and said, look, we don't know if this is terrorism yet. We are looking into it, instead of declaring it not a terrorism event in contradiction of the police chief who just said it was. So I think they need to get on the same page. The first presser wasn't that great. Hopefully the second one coming up in a little while, they'll get on the same page. There is no problem legally, as a lawyer, I can tell her that there's no problem with saying we're looking into whether it's a terrorist event or not, especially in the early hours. Everybody would understand that kind of language. And I think that the legal argument of whether it's going to meet the legal standards of the charges, that's not what people need to hear and not what people need to know about at this point. The public needs to be confident in the fact that the FBI is working with its local partners to get to the bottom of this, to see whether it was a terrorist act, and how it's going to be charged later on is not as of great concern.
Right. I mean, I've sadly covered too many tragedies like this, and it struck me because normally you don't come right out of the gate and label it a terrorist attack or not. Juliette, you say we're looking into all possibilities because it's so early, you don't really know. And there were these explosive devices. This suspect shot at police, hit 2 police officers, 10 people are killed, more than 30 in the hospital. I mean, this is horrific, Juliette. How do you see this?
Yeah, I just think the mayor made a mistake. Let's just, in some ways move on. It has to be clarified. I do not think she should have come out. You actually saw the people behind her sort of flinch. She was speaking as a politician and as someone who governs the city, that this was terrorizing. It was terrible. It was terror for those there. But we are now in the investigation and prosecution stage. Look, we are, Evan is reporting that the suspect is dead. We don't know what kind of case follows. So putting that aside, and we'll just put that aside, these things should be tighter. That it wasn't. It's it's early in the morning. It's New Year's Eve. We understand that. Now focusing on the future. One is intent. That is going to matter. It's going to matter to the families. It's going to matter if he had any accomplices. This looks. We don't know what the IED devices are. Is there a federal nexus? that can go forward. The second is a big event tonight. The Sugar Bowl is huge. Lots of people will be watching. My personal assessment, doing lots of sports security, is it goes on. This is it should go on. The police department has lots of resources to draw on. It can protect the investigation and also draw on other local and state resources to protect people going to the bowl. But that this is the way that big cities have to work, unfortunately. You want to provide what might even be security theater at this stage, lots and lots of law enforcement presence to make the city and people attending understand that they are safe, to stop anyone who might want to copycat at this stage. And then you let the investigation and the mourning continue simultaneously. It's just the nature of how these things happen, is that you have both these horrible incidences and then you have to prepare for the next big event. And this is what we've seen in prior instances as well.
We're just hearing now from the Associated Press that investigators have reviewed video of 3 men and a woman placing possible explosives around this area. Tracy, this is brand new into our newsroom. So what does that tell you? And to the point about the sheets, I think the sheets were also put up to shield the hotel guests' eyes from the carnage on the street. So you're right with those 2 points. But now we're hearing this video of 3 men and 1 woman placing items, and it seems as though they are connected to the suspect. Tracy, what do you say to that?
Well, this is very, very similar to the Boston Marathon bombing that was just brought up, and the Tsarnaev brothers, where you had 2 of them, right, placing those IEDs. This is not at all surprising, because I do think it would have taken multiple individuals to place the IEDs, plan on where that placement would be, as well as then obviously use the vehicle to ram this crowd. But what that also tells me as well is, look, I'm former law enforcement. I think law enforcement is actually doing an excellent job here, but it seems to me that there may not have been explosive sweeps that were done of the French Quarter and of Bourbon Street in particular as a result of securing this area, because part of me does wonder if that explosive would have been picked up by either a dog or a device. Again, I can't say for certain if that occurred, but part of me does wonder. There's no question they are now looking for these individuals and combing through particularly that digital evidence.
And Peter, I want to ask you about how investigators handle the IEDs. I want to drill down a little bit so you can explain to us how this works, because it's my understanding that some were found and some may not be true IEDs. You know, what is the process like? It's obviously a very dangerous situation. We know that robots are used in some types of investigations with this. Talk us through how investigators work with IEDs.
Well, the most important thing is the safety of the public and, of course, safety of law enforcement. So what they'll do is they'll cordon off an area, and they will use bomb squads, or the FBI and ATF both have special agent bomb technicians. They will render those devices safe, which sometimes means detonating them in place. And then what they'll do is they will look at those items, look at how they were manufactured, what components were involved, and they'll try to track down where those items that were used to make the ID were purchased, in an effort to identify who helped manufacture these IEDs. But I mean, the most important thing, again, is public safety. And that's why sometimes these crime scenes take so long to process, is because it takes time for the bomb squad or for the special agent bomb technicians to go in there and render these devices safe, while at the same time trying to maintain as much of the physical evidence contained in these devices as possible. Because again, it's evidence. They want to be able to present it in court, especially if they identify additional co-conspirators. And then the other thing is they look at the signature of these devices to try to see if they're tied to potentially other devices, or even devices that are found overseas, so they can see who is instructing these people on how to manufacture these devices. So it's a painstaking process, but again, public safety is the most important part of the process.
One thing that I heard in Brian's reporting, the last thing he said was talking about the fear, but also the anger, that these bollards weren't up, that the right protection didn't seem to be in place. They were working on it. That much we know. And for people who don't know what a bollard is, those are those short, thick posts that create a barrier. You know, we see them down on Wall Street. You've probably seen them outside of a bank, retailers. They use them so that people can't ram into a bank or a retailer.
regular, and we've seen them in some public areas. Not sure exactly. We've got the cars that Brian Enton talked about, police cars that were used to hopefully try to prevent something like this from happening. But, you know, now looking back at it, I mean, this is going to be a huge part of the story, Tracy.
This is going to be a huge part of the story, no question. And you know what's interesting, Laura, is that these bollards were put up in 2017 in this area in direct response to a vehicle terrorist attack by ISIS in Nice, France during Bastille Day. That's why they were put up. And they were refurbishing them, obviously, because of the Super Bowl and the other activities that you had mentioned. One of the things that they failed to do, the bollards, as you mentioned, at banks and the Capitol, all of those places have them, is they typically do extend through the sidewalks. And that's what they didn't have here. Those police cars did block off the street, but as we saw, this terrorist drove up, and as Brian mentioned, up and around the sidewalk. So these bollards didn't extend past there, these makeshift ones. And in my opinion, that was a security issue that was absolutely missed in this case.
Thanks so much for watching. Just go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
For anyone struggling with high blood sugar levels, don't drink cold water. Fed up with headaches, blurry vision, and hourly bathroom visits? Then your fridge, garlic, and lemon are all you need to wake up diabetes-free by next Monday. Give me 60 seconds to explain. Well, everything you thought you knew about diabetes is 100% wrong. Your diabetic weight and numb limbs have nothing to do with how many donuts or cookies you eat. You are also fooled when those white-coated culprits put you on lifelong insulin, needles, and metformin. Simply put, multiply your diabetes costs by 573 million, the number of people just like you suffering from diabetes every single day. So Pfizer, Walgreens, and other pharma giants want you to stay sick as long as possible to keep profiting off your health. Luckily for you, there's a new natural bedtime trick you can start doing tonight and wake up with a perfect 90 by next week. This simple bedtime hack, discovered by Oxford scientists, targets sticky protein-filled cells, the real cause of diabetes, and eliminates them while you sleep. It sounds crazy, but if you have a bed, a lemon, and a fridge, then a diabetes-free life is just a few nights away. This method works no matter your age, body weight, or current health condition. In other words, even if you're an 80-year-old, 230-pound bedridden diabetic.
Back now to our top story tonight. The father and son of 43-year-old Robert Brooks joined by hundreds outside the Monroe County Jail to honor his life. 13 Wham Stephen Pappas brings us the latest from tonight's vigil as the calls for answers grow.
Yeah, Karen, it was a celebration of life outside the Monroe County Jail for Robert Brooks as loved ones and community members send a clear message demanding accountability and change.
A Rochester family is reeling after the death of 43-year-old Robert Brooks.
His killing must be a catalyst for change. Justice must be served.
Brooks's son and father joined by hundreds for a vigil outside the Monroe County Jail to honor his life and bring light to the events leading up to his death. In body camera video released by the state attorney general, correctional officers can be seen beating a restrained Brooks at the Marcy Correctional Facility in Oneida County. His father devastated and outraged.
When you can stand around and watch a man get beat to death, wait your turn to hopefully administer the fatal blow, that's evil.
Brooks was halfway through serving a 12-year assault sentence that he received in Monroe County.
They denied my damn son a second chance. Yes. They denied him the second chance to be the best him he was capable of being.
Hundreds came together outside the Monroe County Jail calling for change.
This man was handcuffed and drugged in just like he was a piece of meat and thrown on a table and beaten to death. And then they hid it for weeks.
Those at Monday's rally showing support to people incarcerated in the Monroe County Jail by flashing lights at them. The prisoners responding by doing the same.
As of today, the Attorney General's office says no charges have been filed. The Justice Department is also reviewing this case. Karen?
you guys are struggling to purchase a mattress, then look no further. I highly recommend the NOLA Evolution mattress.
Setting it up was so easy. Once you take the plastic off, it expands into this luxurious, thick, cozy bed.
So it has these patented coils for back support and alignment, and graphite-infused air foam ice for cooling.
Even rated 2022's best mattress for spinal alignment by the Sleep Foundation.
The cover is organic, which was super important to me because I have a lot of allergies.
This is definitely worth the investment in exchange for a good night's rest.
Heavy law enforcement presence here. We've seen a couple of fire trucks depart, but there are still many FBI, bomb squad, HSI agents on the scene. If you take a look behind me, just down the road there, that is the Airbnb where he was staying earlier. We did hear a controlled explosion a few hours ago, and it seems like things are starting to calm down a little bit, but they insist this is still an ongoing investigation. They don't know what they're going to find in that house. As you mentioned before, there were improvised explosive device as part of this attack, and they're concerned they might find some in there. So they're treating everything with caution as they're here.
What are you hearing from residents in the neighborhood?
Yeah, it's been a tough day for a lot of folks here. Around 9 a.m., they had knocks on their doors from officials telling them that they needed to vacate the area. They've cleared a couple of blocks around the house in every direction. Folks here have been staying with friends, going for walks. There's a church around the corner that has very graciously opened their doors to folks for charging stations, a restroom. It's still unclear when they're going to get to return to their homes, though. They've been allowed to be escorted one at a time to get medicine or something they need. But it's been a long day of a lot of uncertainty here.
Any idea when they can go back home?
No, unfortunately, they say this is an ongoing crime scene. Again, they can go in briefly to get something out, but they can't go in and stay just yet. It's going to be a long night for a lot of folks.
Questions are you asking, Elizabeth?
You know, we're trying to ask what are the booms that we've heard? Do they know what they'll find? How concerned are folks about that? So a lot of things we're talking about now is just when can people get back into their homes? Is everyone safe in that home? We did see one person who was in the house right across the street. They were able to get their medicine quickly and get out. But a lot of the question is the one everyone else here is asking of when can they go back in and why was he here?
Okay. Elizabeth Campbell, thank you. President-elect Trump says his new administration will, quote, fully support the city of New Orleans as officials investigate today's deadly truck attack. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is here to discuss this and more from West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Ed, what else is the president-elect saying about this?
Lindsay, good to be with you. He is here in his hometown. Has returned home after spending most of the day at his golf course. And in that statement he had issued this morning, he initially suggested incorrectly that the suspect was somebody who had come from outside the United States to commit this crime and this terrorist attack. Of course, we now know that the attacker is a U.S. citizen, an Army veteran, somebody who had lived in Texas, studied in Georgia, not a foreigner. But the start of his message this morning suggested that he was, inferring that this was someone who'd come from outside the country to cause this terror. And as you said, he says his team will, of course, provide comfort to New Orleans and assistance once it takes over. There are a lot of Republicans this afternoon, at least in the social media space, Lindsay, raising 2 points. One, questions about whether the Biden administration was truly on top of things and had its priorities straight, especially in recent weeks, given what happened in Germany a few weeks ago at that Christmas market, and whether it was able to properly track these things. And of course, that comes amid the criticism and concern about President Biden himself and whether or not he's been totally on top of things in recent weeks and recent months for most of the last year. To that end, the White House has said that this afternoon, the president had another series of meetings with Homeland Security advisors to get an update on the situation in New Orleans. He was briefed as well on that fire and explosion at the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas, where that Tesla Cybertruck blew up. You reported earlier, of course, that appears to have been some kind of intentional explosion that's being investigated as a possible case of terrorism as well. He spoke with his Homeland Security team, spoke again with the New Orleans mayor, and has spoken with FBI and military officials as well about the potential response. What we've been waiting to hear all day is whether the president himself will speak to this. When he was moving from his home in Delaware to Camp David earlier today, he told reporters he had a real sense of anger and frustration about this and was asking a lot of questions of agencies and said he wouldn't speak until more details were known. So it may be that the White House deems this to be too... Oh, yeah, that's him there earlier. It may be that they still believe it's too fluid a situation and don't want to step on anything, and he may wait. But there have been questions also like, why isn't he out there speaking up about this? Why isn't he saying more? It seems the White House is holding him back as they try to determine who exactly was involved and what might be the full scope of this. One other thing Republicans, supporters of President-elect Trump, have been saying today that plays into what's going to play out in Washington in the coming days is they believe that this means it should be no question that the president-elect's nominees for top national security positions should be confirmed as quickly as possible. It is expected in the next 2 weeks or so that confirmation hearings will begin for people like Marco Rubio, the nominee to be Secretary of State, possibly his CIA and FBI picks, and a handful of others, the Homeland Security pick, Kristi Noem, the governor from North Dakota. That's standard. Often in transitions, the Senate will start holding hearings before the inauguration so that on Inauguration Day they can be confirmed, if not unanimously, at least pretty quickly. And it seems that they're going to put a lot of pressure on Democrats to make sure that that can happen now in the wake of these two incidents today.
I want to ask you about something that you had mentioned and the concern that maybe the president wasn't entirely on top of things. Is the concern that his Department of Homeland Security wasn't in lockstep with local authorities after the attack in Magdeburg and making sure that, for example, New Orleans, which we know that officials have themselves called Bourbon Street a soft target. We know that those bollards or barricades were in the process of being replaced ahead of the Super Bowl, that his DHS was not in lockstep with local authorities making sure that they had everything locked down?
Yeah, there's going to be questions about that kind of thing, especially because you have the Sugar Bowl, Mardi Gras, the Super Bowl, Jazz Fest, all these events that aren't necessarily considered national special security events that get the full Secret Service and FBI protection. The Super Bowl does, maybe not the Sugar Bowl. And so there'll be questions about whether there should have been more known. What I do find interesting, though, Lindsay, up early this morning, that the mayor of New Orleans in her first remarks said she had heard already from White House officials. So sometime between 4:15 Eastern when this happened and when she spoke closer to 8 a.m. Eastern, she'd already been in touch with White House authorities about what was going on, which meant the White House had a good grasp on the situation and was monitoring it. We know the president and her spoke a few minutes later. So there will be all sorts of conversations about what the city was doing, whether they had properly prepared and protected around those areas where those bollards, or what we call sort of posts, stumps in the ground that can go up and down. We see a lot of them in Washington. I know you see a lot of them in New York. It's a newer thing for a lot of other cities because they've worked in places like Washington and New York. So you're seeing a lot of other cities put them in place. They can go up and down to allow, dump trucks or an ambulance to go through if needed, but otherwise go up, especially on a night like last night. And that incredible camera footage that shows that the truck just went around a police car that was standing there instead. There are a lot of questions that federal, state, local authorities are going to have to think about when it comes to protecting soft targets or pedestrian-dependent or heavy targets and events in the coming months.
Yeah, the mayor had said today those bollards were actually down, but the New Orleans police superintendent said they had a police vehicle there to be a barrier. And just as you mentioned, that attacker just drove right around on the sidewalk. Ed O'Keefe, thank you as always. We'll have much more coverage of the deadly truck attack in New Orleans, including reaction from officials in Louisiana. You are watching CBS News 24/7.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we will run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Do not buy new windows if you live in New York. Americans living in zip codes starting with 10, 11.
Back in 2022, but he also says that he was a business owner and says that his real estate business was located in Sugar Land on Sweetwater Boulevard. And then we also know that the vehicle that he rented was from a Turo app. It's sort of a rideshare rental program, and he rented that Ford truck that the FBI agent said he used to kill all of those people there in New Orleans. We're also told that there was a dealership in the Pasadena area that perhaps rented out that vehicle to him. When I called the man who works at that dealership, who is said to have rented the vehicle to him, he told me he didn't have any comment. So we also went there to the dealership. When I went to the dealership, they said that they were just not commenting at this time. But the Turo released a statement saying that they are heartbroken that one of their host vehicles was used in such a horrific and horrible incident and a horrible attack. And also the FBI confirms that FBI agents and Harris County Sheriff's deputies are here on Crescent Peak Drive, where Din Jabbar is said to have lived. This is in northwest Harris County, on the north side of Houston, just off of Hugh Road. The FBI confirms they are here and that they're going to be here for several hours. Of course, they cannot rush into this house because they don't know what to expect when they get inside. The FBI says that this man was found with explosives, so law enforcement, they have no idea if explosives are inside this house, so they have to take every precaution they possibly can before they go inside. They are dressed in protective gear and helmets. They have long guns because they don't know if someone else is inside. I did speak with a resident who is still in the neighborhood. She lives on Crescent Peak Drive. She says she was told by by law enforcement who was there near her house not to come outside, but that she did not have to evacuate. She says she lives several homes away from the home in question, but she said at this point she was waiting for her husband to get home, and then they were possibly going to try to leave the area once her husband arrives home from work. But she was just sheltering in place, and she says just trying to stay safe. We did see a family with several children and 2 adults walk over to the fence and talk with deputies. I guess it appeared they were asking if they could leave the neighborhood, and once they talked with the deputies, they did make their way toward the exit of the neighborhood and they left. But lots of deputies in the area. They are here in SWAT vehicles. The road is completely blocked off. They're not letting anyone drive down that road. We actually were on that street on Crescent Peak Drive talking with neighbors before the deputies arrived, and that's when the deputies said, hey, you guys are going to have to move back. We don't know if it's safe. So they moved us completely off that road. And where we are now, we're at the back of the house. And there at the front entrance of Crescent Peak Drive is where they also have even more deputies staged. So there is a large staging area. There's a large perimeter that has been blocked off by law enforcement as they just work to try to safely figure out what's inside the house before they actually go inside.
Well, Dominique Keith, thank you so much for that information as we continue watching law enforcement's response around the home of the killer who took the lives of 10 people celebrating the new year after driving that truck into the crowd, injuring more than 35 other people. Just a horrific scene. And we're learning new details as all of this unfolds. County Judge Lena Hidalgo tweeted that she is aware of the Harris County Sheriff's Office work assisting the FBI in its enforcement activity following the tragic attack in New Orleans. Our hearts go out to the families affected, and we are committed to assist to the greatest extent possible. Also, President Biden tweeted that he has been continuously briefed since early this morning regarding this horrific event that occurred in New Orleans. He also mentioned how the FBI is taking the lead in this investigation and the incident as an act of terror. He says that he'll continue to receive updates. He also mentioned that his heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack of our nation's communities. So lawmakers on all the levels speaking out this hour. We also heard from President-elect Donald Trump, who addressed this situation as well. Just a lot of people weighing in this hour as these horrific details unfold.
I also wanted to say that Elon Musk
about a minute ago said that appears likely to be an act of terrorism. Again, this is Elon Musk. Both this Cybertruck and the F-150 suicide bomb in New Orleans were rented from Turo, which perhaps they might be linked in some way. So something that they are looking at as well. And again, we are taking a live look right now. It looks like that there is a lot of activity happening as they are right now surrounding what seems to be the house of the killer. And what's interesting is that the New York Post actually put out an article. They have a reporter on the scene too. And they said how this area is mainly a lot of Muslim immigrants, and there's a trailer park. It's a rundown trailer park, and there's sheep and goats in the yard just blocks away from this local mosque. So very interesting situation. We haven't gotten a great picture of the surrounding areas, but we do know that law enforcement is strategically making their way to see what is inside of this residence, which could be of the killer. And you have to be very careful, obviously, because there have been reports of bombs in other areas, and so you have to be vigilant, and that's what they've been telling neighbors in the area to be as well.
All right, let's go out live to Domily once again, who has an update from the scene. Domily.
Yeah, there is a resident inside who's telling me that he just saw from his window somebody walk out of a house. He says he's not sure if it's the house in question, but he saw someone walk out of a house. They put handcuffs on the man and they walked him to a patrol vehicle. I did not see that, but a resident who's inside told me that's what he saw from his vantage point inside the neighborhood.
Sorry, I think my mic was cut there. Domily, did you say that that neighbor said that that person walked out of the house that law enforcement is surrounding?
You know, there are. He wasn't sure if the man walked out of the house in question, but he said he saw him walk out of a house. Mm-hmm. There are several homes that are in this particular area, and there are several RVs and trailers. So I'm not exactly sure which house the man walked out of, but the resident told me he saw a man walk out of a house, and that law enforcement put handcuffs on him and walked him down Crescent Peak Drive to a patrol vehicle.
Very interesting development as law enforcement appears to be trying to enter the home of this man who made this horrific attack in New Orleans.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 26 team in Houston, and a dynamic scene in that area as they are detailing the hometown of this individual that has now been identified, Shamsud Din Jabbar, in this, what they're calling a terrorist attack late into the morning hours, New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, killing 10 and injuring dozens more. I'm Andy Mack now here on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us as we're continuing to learn more information. We did have that brief update from law enforcement in New Orleans talking about what they know at the point, the postponement of the Sugar Bowl and whatnot. And we're getting just different live pictures in right now from New Orleans as well, as you can see there. Just off of Bourbon Street, this attack. We're going to be joined right now to learn more information, to try to glean what this investigation is uncovering and deciphering at this moment. We're going to bring in right now Ashton Pack, a former FBI counterterrorism officer. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know it's a very limited information of what we know right now, but what we're gathering, 10 people killed, dozens more injured. They have identified the suspect. What are you curious about what this investigation is unfolding right now?
Well, thank you for having me. And I woke up, to the worst news in the world to see that this horrific attacks occurred. And my thoughts go out to the families of these victims. It's just a horrible thing to start the new year with. But, we were screaming for years back when I was working in counterterrorism investigations to look out for these low-level attacks, vehicle rammings that then kind of turn to a dynamic active shooter event that I think on the surface of what it kind of appears to be, that's what this was. But right now, the investigation, is running full tilt. I'm sure a myriad FBI agents, local investigators, task force officers, which that's what I was when I was working with FBI, just working nonstop to try to run down all the leads. Things that they're going to be digging into right now are going to be what his network was, his phone, his emails, his communications, who was he talking to. This is a U.S. citizen. From what I've read, he's a former veteran of the Army. So this wasn't a person who's like, the early reports were wrong. I think maybe that truck had gone over the border, but he's a U.S. citizen with military experience. And it's, not to say that the border isn't an issue and the problems that we've had there. We're going to continue to face those in this coming new year. But yeah, it's they want to know everyone that he's been communicating with. And then is this a bigger plot? Is there more threats that are, that are looking to target the sports activities that are supposed to occur there this weekend there in New Orleans? Is this something bigger that's about to start across the nation? We've had an incident here in Las Vegas today that I know a lot of my former partners at the Las Vegas Metro Police are running to ground. Not really sure what that is quite yet, but a scary day to wake up on the first day of the new year and to see all this craziness happening in our country.
Yeah, it is a terrifying moment, and you can only imagine what the people in New Orleans are thinking right now. And as we have that picture up just off Bourbon Street, but also in Houston, as police and the FBI in Houston are looking into that residence. You mentioned what's going on in Las Vegas with the cyber truck and the explosion, the fatal fire there. How does the FBI connect those dots? Because it feels like there are a lot of dots right now at this point in a very fluid moment. How do they connect them?
Have an amazing amount of resources in their tool bag. They utilize advanced analytical software. They have an army of agents and analysts that are, often operating 24/7 in the shadows. That most people that, most Americans don't, they don't have the FBI. You see law enforcement, you see marked patrol officers, but most Americans don't even realize that there's frontline FBI agents that are working, 24/7 in this country to mitigate terrorism and crime in our communities. I think right now what they're doing is they're probably, again, looking at his contacts, looking at his phones, looking at his computers, his iPad. Everything that happens today as far as crime and terrorism is concerned is linked to the telephones, linked to the smartphones. And then, the problem that we're going to face here, and I think what is going to be a struggle for the law enforcement community, especially at the federal level, is the encryption. Was he communicating via encrypted devices? If it's encrypted, they basically cannot get into that. He's a U.S. citizen, so he's going to have the rights of the Constitution. So he's not a foreign person that some of our intelligence community could probably crack into something nation state level that wouldn't fit the bill here. So, right now they're just using all the analytical tools that they have at their disposal, and they're really trying to find out, is this a part of the number one concern right now is there an ongoing threat to other communities, New Orleans, Houston. I'm hearing reports of IEDs that have been planted and found and multiple people. Well, again, this is all preliminary. I warn people to take a deep breath, let them run their investigation. I promise you they're working diligently to get this information run to ground and any threats mitigated as fast as they humanly can.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of those details there as the FBI and law enforcement. They say they don't believe this driver acted alone. An Islamic State group flag was found in the vehicle's trailer hitch, according to the FBI. I want to ask you about that because you mentioned the fact that this is a U.S. citizen. They did spend time in the United States Army and potentially inspired by foreign terrorist organizations. How concerning is that, and maybe how frequent is it? Is it a rare occurrence to find this happening?
Well, terrorism has kind of been in the shadows in the last couple of years. I think a lot of, you saw what happened in Israel last October or an October and a half ago. And I think, we always see it as an issue that's over there. My personal thoughts are we faced this in the days years ago of local homegrown, we call them homegrown violent extremists, U.S. citizens who are just kind of infected with this ideological idea set that they have to go and do this on behalf of this false, religious organization that claims to be some kind of a religious front to Islam. So it's not rare. It's happened before. It kind of had a little bit of a lull in the years since things kind of took a little bit of they basically were bombed into submission. And I think they were kind of regrouping and kind of reassessing how they were going to fight moving forward. But here it is today again, you know, a U.S. citizen with former military experience. Not the first time it's happened, unfortunately.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And we do want to just continue it because, as I mentioned, very fluid situation. And we are now learning from the AP that the death toll has risen from 10 to now 15. I want to put up this post here from social media saying the death toll from this deliberate crash in New Orleans is now 15, according to the coroner there in Louisiana. So continuing to rise. So very sad here on this New Year's Day, ringing in the new year. But now 10 people have been killed in this. Let's continue on because you mentioned just the fluid nature of this and all those different aspects. We talked about the ISIS flag that was on the hitch of this vehicle, but there's also footage captured of 3 men and a woman placing one of multiple improvised explosive devices. How does the FBI go about locating these things, and how wide of a net do they cast around Bourbon Street where this initial attack took place?
They're going to rely on the citizens who observe suspicious activity, frontline street cops who see something and don't, something that doesn't look right. Obviously, an IED standing out of place in a public center. All the cops down there right now are probably on super heightened alert. All those New Orleans police officers, Louisiana state troopers. So they're probably all kind of anticipating, because the New Year's is we tend to ramp up on these holidays. You have the sporting events that are planned for this weekend. So some heads up cops or some heads up citizens saw something and said something, and that's probably how they discovered them. And then they're just going to do detective work 101. You know, you got to backtrack with the video surveillance. I'm not divulging any specially unknown secret that everyone today is carrying a cell phone in their pocket. The minute that cell phone pings a cell phone tower, they have the tools to get a cell phone tower dumped to find out whose phone was on that tower. Now you'll have to go through and look at, maybe analyze who the potential suspects were from that. They're going to do all that backtracking, you know, pulling video surveillance from local retail businesses and Ring cameras and all that stuff. And any potential other, you know, pieces of data that they find, that they kind of put things together. If you have an actual physical device on the ground, you have to neutralize that device. But that device is going to have forensic evidence on it, DNA, fingerprints, and then that's where your analysts through the crime scene investigations are going to come into, you know, plug that fingerprint, that DNA into the system to try to figure out who these suspects are.
And when you look at it, just the amount of people that took to do this attack, when you're talking about 4 or 5 people, could it be even more that we did not notice on Bourbon Street? Is that a concern for law enforcement, that there are people behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's a plot here. It sounds like there's probably a cell of people, a team of people that were working. Going back once the threat is mitigated, the active threat, and suspects are either neutralized or arrested as this investigation continues, they're going to go back and they're going to do a deep dig, kind of an after action report. They're going to want to know things like, were they conducting pre-operational surveillance? Were they down there looking in the days and the weeks before? Were they probing security? Kind of those signs of terrorism that we used to teach back after the 9/11 days, when terrorism was so fresh in this country. We've gone basically a generation now of young people. A lot of those victims who were down there, you know, on Bourbon Street, they weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. Something that's kind of seared in the older generation's brains. This new generation, this younger new generation of Americans, I'm afraid, are going to start to learn this year about the seriousness of what terrorism on the homeland is going to be, between the radicalization on the phones, the devices, the encrypted devices that they can communicate with people, all the way to we've just had a horrifically porous border. That's going to have to get, you know, dealt with by an incoming administration, and they're going to have their hands full. Law enforcement is going to have their hands full in 2025. I was literally at the police headquarters last night for a retirement celebration. I spoke with our sheriff, and we both agreed it's going to be a rough year. So, like, for other cops out there, please have your heads on a swivel, and the citizens, keep an eye. You have to see it. You see it, and you have to report it.
Yeah, a rough start to 2025, to say the least. And I also want to ask you about what happened there, and also the Sugar Bowl that was postponed, because plenty of people in New Orleans, like you mentioned, for the New Year's Eve holiday, but down there for the Sugar Bowl, which has been postponed to 24 hours. The Superdome was put on lockdown as well. The teams were stuck in their hotels. When you have such a large event like that, there's plenty of security things going in place. We know the Super Bowl is going to be there in just over a month's time, and they were at the press conference as well. Can you speak to that and just the nature of the security? And are you surprised that they pushed this Sugar Bowl? And maybe are you not surprised by the fact that it's only 24 hours? Could it be pushed even further?
I'm not surprised at all that they pushed it, and I will not be surprised if they unfortunately have to cancel it. I would hate to see that happen. We like to think in our country that, we don't let them win by stopping us from enjoying our lives and the freedoms and the liberties that we have here. But unfortunately, when it comes to lives, when it comes to a potential bigger plot that we might be looking at here, they have to make these assessments in real time. And so I have absolutely I was not shocked at all. I think that's a very wise decision to push it. Now, if you have information that the threat is mitigated, contained, it's not an ongoing, that's going to be up to them. That's what they get paid the big bucks for. But I wouldn't want to be in their shoes having to make that call, and God forbid something happen.
Yeah, and that is certainly, to say the least. So they pushed it to tomorrow afternoon. Still very preliminary information as that. Can I ask you about just the nature of this? Because when you plan a Super Bowl, a Sugar Bowl, you're having different law enforcement from the federal level on down to the local level. What kind of tasks do they look into? How can they surveil this in 24 hours to make sure everyone is safe? How possible is that?
It's possible. I mean, security is just putting up overlapping rings of securing an area. Security is in kind of a circle around places, A, B, C zones, hot zones, green zones, yellow zones, things of that nature. So, New Orleans, kind of like Las Vegas, is a tourist town. It's not lost on them that a lot of people travel there for touristy events, sporting events, Mardi Gras, things of that nature. So they're very capable of carrying out having these events and having them be very safe. The problem is you have this very recent attack, and then can you guarantee the overlapping rings of security? Can you guarantee the magnetometers? Are we looking at potential counter surveillance issues? Is there a bigger plot? Are there more people in the shadows waiting to come out? That's what they want to. That's what their number one concern is right now. Is there an ongoing threat to that city?
Yeah, and that is a concern if they do eventually kick off that game, and if they postpone it or move it to a different venue, that could be happening, but they'll have to make that decision somewhat rapidly as well, just based on the college football schedule. I do want to shift gears a little bit because we're talking about the events taking place in New Orleans, but what's going on right now in Houston at this residence of a potential suspect. The identity, and he has been deceased, but Shamsud Din Jabbar. What's going on in terms of this? What are they looking into at this home? Could it be for the suspect? Could it be for accomplices? What's the orientation of this?
Yeah, it could be any of those. It could be his residence. It could be a person that they believe is linked to him. Obviously, SWAT assets are on scene there. You have heavy armored vehicles with a contingent of local and FBI hostage rescue team, just from looking at the open source images that I've been seeing on the news. So they probably are in the process or have obtained search warrants. They're going to utilize technology that will keep human beings, the law enforcement officers, from having to go in first. So think along the lines of your drone, your robot, the thing that can go in to make sure there's no booby traps, IEDs, things of that nature. They want to absolutely ensure the safety of your law enforcement personnel on scene. And then you want to make sure you have to ensure the safety of the surrounding community. The people who are living around there have to be evacuated out. You have to find those folks a place to go for the time that you're going to be there. And then, of course, ultimately, when you serve a search warrant in the process of conducting a criminal investigation, you have to obtain evidence. You have to find that evidence lawfully. You have to document it, and then you have to make sure it's categorized for the prosecution down the road.
You mentioned some of the encrypted devices, some of the devices, cell phones, and whatnot they're looking for. What other nuggets are they trying to glean from a potential residence in terms of accomplices, in terms of motivation, in terms of anything else? What are they looking for there inside that residence?
Well, everything from cell phones, anything that they can plug into once they have a warrant for it, they can download it into a device that will then can analyze all the communications in it, pictures, website searches, things of that nature. They're going to be looking for The big thing that we always would look for in serving search warrants are manifestos, any kind of pictures of maybe, what led to the radicalization of this subject, what pushed him over the edge from having these, looking at this guy from a couple of years ago, he seemed like a very normal, everyday American. What happened in the time frame from then to now that pushed him over the edge? Who is he linked to? Is there other suspects that were living there or who were visiting? And then who were just everyday associates, his family, his friends, people who knew him? And they provide any context as to who he was and to what he was getting into. I've read, again, preliminary reports that, his demeanor changed in the past few weeks, that he kind of embraced a more radical version of his religious beliefs, and then kind of became more, again, if this is true or not, we don't know. Only time will tell. We want this information immediately. We were so used to following everything now on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. We want the information now, but law enforcement, you can have it right or you can have it quickly. You can very rarely have it both.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And of course, I think people are asking that question. What led to this? What was the motivation, the motive behind it? And is that ISIS connection right there? And also the fact that this person was associated with the U.S. Army. That is a scary sight to see someone in that regard do something like this. Let's shift gears to talk about what's going on in Vegas. And you mentioned the social media platforms. This by Elon Musk posting this, talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, talking about what happened in Las Vegas. He says it appears likely to be an act of terrorism. Both the Cybertruck and the F-150 suicide bomb in New Orleans were rented by Turo. Perhaps they were linked in some way. So Elon Musk, obviously not a law enforcement officer, talking about this, but this is also the scene in Las Vegas right now that we are continuing to monitor. Hopefully we'll get an update on them from that. How does the law enforcement, how does the FBI link these two? And do you believe that is a possibility that what happened in New Orleans and Las Vegas could be linked? Is that a possibility in your eyes?
It's a possibility, but I'm a little suspect of the incident here in Las Vegas today. It could be linked. Anything's possible. I always look at probabilities. I'm far more concerned about. I watched the video on this Cybertruck incident here in Las Vegas, and it looks like the explosion of it was a cluster of fireworks in the back of that Cybertruck. So, not to say that fireworks haven't been used in the past as a kind of a incendiary IED type device, but a little bit more. Not really what the terrorism 101 is kind of teaching over in the in the training camps that the Al-Qaeda guys and the ISIS folks used to run back in the day and still do to this day. So I'm kind of hold my breath a little bit on the incident here in Las Vegas to see if this wasn't something more along the lines of a suicidal subject who wanted to make a statement on his way out.
All right, very good. I just wanted to ask you because I think of people just based on the timing, finding it hard to believe that those two were not linked, but that is good perspective in your eyes. And I want to ask you, because maybe you don't believe that those two are linked, in terms of what happened in New Orleans, what are you viewing? What are you looking for a potential next attack or a potential anything down the road? What else are you trying to view and look for?
It's just such a hard question to answer. I mean, what you saw in New Orleans is kind of that traditional, in the old, what we were battling about 2012 to 15 in that time frame. It was a do what you can where you're at attack. You don't have to come over and train in our camps. You don't have to travel to the Middle East and go through all these security intelligence checkpoints through multiple countries that are kind of working together. Just get them radicalized over the phones, get them radicalized through encrypted messaging, and tell them, just drive the car into the crowd, go buy a very inexpensive firearm. You buy them legally. I mean, it's not impossible. It's very easy to go buy a firearm and just conduct a low-level attack. And so when I see what happens here in Las Vegas today versus what happens in New Orleans, the obvious attack in New Orleans was done to maximize as many victims as possible. I think that subject was more than wanting to get out and conduct a shooting and go into an active shooter event. Whether he was, knocked semi-unconscious from the crash, law enforcement was immediately there to kind of engage him, and he shot two officers there, which ended that terrorism attack. Versus what you kind of saw here this morning at the tower at the hotel. Why not just drive that Cybertruck into the hotel and blow it up and then try to kill more people. Why not? There's so many other soft targets that you can target there. So that's why I'm a little bit suspect on those two. But as far as New Orleans concerned, I mean, they just have to be on such a heightened state of awareness right now. You're going to have a lot of information sharing between FBI agents, FBI personnel, leadership, and then the state and local folks that are, sometimes they don't always get along. They tend to sometimes, not always, but sometimes can butt heads with each other because frontline cops, frontline New Orleans police officers and their leadership, they want to guarantee safety of their city, as where the FBI is more of we need to look for prosecution, kind of slow things down and take it step by step. So it's just, they've got to have everything in there. They've got to assume for the worst and just hope for the best right now. And, cops and law enforcement, we have to get it right 100% of the times. These bad guys get one thing in and look what it's done for our country on the first day of a new year.
Yeah, that is so very true. A lot of pressure on them to get it right, get it as quickly as possible, maybe not fast. But like you mentioned, the police commissioner down in New Orleans said the driver was, quote, hell-bent on creating carnage and damage that he did. So that is a good example and why you don't believe that those two are linked. In terms of what comes next, because we're still some 12 hours, 14 hours since this incident happened early at around 3 a.m. local time in New Orleans. What comes next in your eyes? What are you hoping to hear from law enforcement? What are you hoping to see in terms of evidence or information that comes out?
The identification of any potential accomplices, or if there's a potential threat to other cities or continuing threat within New Orleans. That's the main concern right now. And then is this the start of some kind of a bigger plot against the homeland? Is this the first lob of the first shot across the bow in a series of potential targeted attacks? I'm really hoping that's not the case. I hope this is one lone incident, but I'm very nervous for this year. I'm very concerned as a security professional and a person who conducts consultations now in the private sector for security folks. It's a scary time.
Yeah, no, I agree. Ashton Pack, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight, very fluid information, but the death toll risen to 15 just since we first started speaking. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you as always. We appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again.
Thank you for having me under the circumstances, and everyone be safe. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Thank you again. All right. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation as a very dynamic, fluid situation going on in a variety of locations. Of course, in New Orleans, where this initial attack took place, we are learning now not 10 people, but 15 people have been tragically killed, according to the coroner in that city in New Orleans, as they are looking into the motive and potential accomplices, as they have said that this individual might have been working with other people. They captured surveillance of 3 men and a woman placing one of multiple improvised explosive devices. So that is a concern for law enforcement. Also in New Orleans and in Houston, they are looking into the home of an individual associated with this terror attack in New Orleans. So you can see the SWAT team there very much on hand for this. We'll speak to our Fox 26 team coming up here in just a little bit. Let's slide away, though, for a 2-minute timeout. You're just looking there live on Bourbon Street as we're continuing to monitor this very developing situation around the country, as they are monitoring what's going on in New Orleans right now with this terror attack, as they are calling it. New Orleans is now 15 people to have been killed, are dead after this incident, dozens more injured. We're learning more information about this here on Live Now from Fox very, very closely. Right now, though, let's take you out to some quick remarks as President Biden commenting on what happened this morning, talking about it, very preliminary information that he is getting as well in the White House. Let's listen in to this.
Bare facts. We know what the facts. Can you say if he was a foreigner or if he was a domestic? I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor. The reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
All right, anger and frustration. That's the quote from President Biden as he was reacting to this act of terror in New Orleans early on New Year's Day. A live look there at Bourbon Street as we're learning more information about what transpired there and also looking into the background of the suspect that is now deceased. All right, let's continue on. I want to bring into the conversation in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, our Fox 26 team, Jonathan Mejia. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to detail the latest. I know you made the drive over there from Houston to New Orleans. What are we learning about this man that is from Texas, from the Houston area in the U.S. Army? What else are you learning today?
That's right. You're basically giving us all the information right there. 42-year-old man from Houston, Texas. He has been identified, and what we're learning is more from the FBI. They are believing that he solely was not alone in this attack.
Nice. I'm looking good. That does it.
All right, I believe the shot just froze there for Jonathan as well, but you can only imagine kind of the aspect. Jonathan, if you can still hear us, continue on. We do see your shot, but it's going a little bit in and out. Can you just give us a little bit the last 15 or 20 seconds what you were saying, because the shot is a little shaky. The service might not be the best. Can you continue to hear us, Jonathan?
Agencies just continue to secure this area, so it's been kind of hard for us to get here at this active crime scene.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan, for that. Of course, the shot was a little bit shaky, but we appreciate your time. I know you're going to do a great job there reporting on it, as it's a very fluid, dynamic, moving situation. We appreciate you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, thank you so much, as always, as we are following that very closely. The death toll now has risen from 10 to 15 people after this terror attack there in New Orleans. And of course, we are learning more information about this individual, this suspect, is Shamsud Din Jabbar from the Houston, Texas area. I do want to put up just this one more time as we get set for the next hit, but this is in New Orleans right now, the site of this terror attack. We're going to have more on this in just a second.
Nah. If you want it, you can get it. You can get small like some midget. Fuck that little gun, cause extended. Say your prayers and say your wishes. Hold on, bitches be fucking for clout. Yeah, bitches be fucking for clout. Bitches be fucking for clout. Yeah, niggas know a freestyle. Everywhere that I'm on, everywhere that I'm on. What you wanna do?
All right, as we are following this very late information here on Live Now from Fox, that's the live picture there in New Orleans. But we want to shift gears to the other site of where we're really looking into information, and that is in Houston, Texas. Our Fox 26 team doing a great job there in New Orleans, but also in Houston. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 26's Donnelly Keith at this house in North Houston there where the FBI is looking into it. What can you tell us about what you're seeing, what you're hearing on the ground in southeastern Texas?
Well, Andy, we're told that the man who ran over and killed 15 people there on Bourbon Street in New Orleans actually lived here in Houston, in Northwest Houston. And this is the backside of the home where Shamsu Din Jabbar is said to have lived here in Northwest Houston. You can see there's a large SWAT vehicle here. Several sheriff's deputies are here. The FBI confirms also FBI agents are here. We were on the road. It's Crescent Peak Drive here in Northwest Harris County. We were on that road, but law enforcement officers came over and said they just didn't know if it was safe, so they moved us off of that road. They asked us to come here. Indeed, they actually blocked off several roads. They have a very large perimeter that's now blocked off as deputies stand in protective gear with long guns, wearing helmets, because they just don't know what they're going to encounter when they go into that home. We know that there were explosives found on Din Jabbar after he was shot and killed, so they're not sure if this home will have explosives inside, and they're not sure if another person is not in there waiting for them. So they spent a lot of time outside the house preparing and gathering before they went inside. Again, this is the back side of the house. They're not allowing us on the other side. And we also know that Din Jabbar says that he's originally from Beaumont, Texas, and that he's lived in Texas his whole life, with the exception of spending 10 years in the military. And he says he traveled around those 10 years as he worked in human resources in the military. He also said that he moved to Houston several years ago, and that he was a real estate agent here in Houston. In fact, he says he owned a business up in the over in the Sugarland area, down in the Sugarland area, that side of Houston. And we also know that his real estate license expired back in 2022, 2 years ago. So we're not sure exactly what he's been doing these last 2 years since that real estate license expired. We also know that he rented the vehicle, that white Ford F-150 that he drove down Bourbon Street and ran over all of those people, killing 15 people. We know that he rented that vehicle from the Houston area, from Pasadena, Texas, from a sort of a rideshare app, a rideshare rental app called Turo. And Turo released a statement saying the company is heartbroken that one of their host vehicles was used in such a horrific incident. But the FBI says they will be here on the northwest side of Houston for several hours. We know it's already been about 2 or 3 hours since they've been here. It could be another several hours as they try to go through this house where Din Jabbar is said to have lived here on Houston's northwest side. Andy?
All right, very, very interesting, and I know very fluid, and they're being precautious and cautious for the right reasons based on, like you said, those explosives found on Din Jabbar, but also the accomplices, the associates that might be connected to him in this terrorist attack. We were diving into your Fox 26 coverage from just a little bit ago, and I believe you spoke with a neighbor that potentially saw someone leaving the residence. Can you detail that a little bit for our Live Now audience?
Yeah, I did. I've been in contact with several neighbors who are still inside the neighborhood. They're sheltering in place and staying inside. They said they were asked by deputies to stay inside their homes if they're not going to leave the neighborhood. And so one man I spoke with said that he saw someone come out of a house. He said from his vantage point, he could not tell if it was the house in question, but he saw a man come out of a house and deputies put handcuffs on him and then walked him down Crescent Peak Drive and put him in a patrol car. So we don't know if that man was detained or arrested or questioned, and we don't even know if he came from the house in question because there's so much going on, and we're trying to get answers to all of the questions that have been coming up.
Yeah, so many questions left. I do have to ask you another question about the area in which you are in. For our national audience that isn't familiar with the Houston area, we did get some aerials as well. How much of a residential area is this? What are we looking at in terms of what the neighborhood looks like? Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, this is a residential area, and the street where Din Jabbar's home is said to be located, it's a small road, and it ends with a cul-de-sac. There is a gate at the end of the street, which was open. I'm not sure if the gate actually works. It's been open since we've been here, and we were here before law enforcement arrived, and so that gate has been open. But several residents also say that this is an area where lots of people rent because there are some homes, and then there there are also some RVs and then trailers. So it's a mixture. There are some small homes and then larger homes, and it appears like several tenants may live in the larger homes. They may be separated into sort of duplexes. But this is and I also spoke with one woman who says she's lived here since 2001, but she says for the most part, many people come and go, and they usually don't live on this road for very long.
All right, very interesting. And one of my last questions is about the fact that they believe this person is associated with the U.S. Army. Are there any Army bases around there? Is this a normal place for someone associated with the military, in your eyes, to be living? Are they close to any of the bases there in Houston?
There's not a nearby Army base. We are told that he is a former veteran, and one resident is actually shaking her head saying that there is an Army base located just a couple blocks over. She says there is an Army base located just a couple blocks over. But also we know that the FBI says that he was honorably discharged from the Army. So it's been apparently several years since he's been out of the Army. So it would not be abnormal for him to live in regular residential neighborhoods now and not on an Army base. All
right, I just wanted to ask that because that is obviously something that people are obviously really clinging to right now, looking into as well. And I just wanted to get it for our national audience if they're not familiar with the geography or the bases in that area. All right, Dominique, thank you again. Great reporting as always. I know we're going to be diving into our Fox 26 coverage later on tonight as well, but great job. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thanks so much. All right, great reporting there as always. Speaking to some of the neighbors of the residents that they believe the suspect lived in, potentially rented on this street there in Houston as well. And this was really what happened, as you heard from her talking about how media was on hand before really the police were, according to the FBI, saying they are looking into this enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road, Crescent Peak Drive in North Houston. They have secured a perimeter in that area and are asking people to avoid that area. So this was the location. The SWAT team taken every precaution based on some of the facts that we know at this point that are coming out of New Orleans after this terrorism attack that killed at least 15 people driving into a crowd early on New Year's Day. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Alive Now from Fox on this New Year's Day, learning new information and new details as they come in this terror attack on Bourbon Street that killed now at least 15 people. We do have this live picture right now as the sun is setting in Louisiana after it was before the sun even rose this morning at 3:15 a.m. A white pickup truck drove past the barricaded street with police vehicles ramming into people, killing at least 15, injuring dozens more. And we're learning more information right now about this as the death toll has risen to 15. The New Orleans coroner announced the update in a statement saying, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the tragic event that unfolded in the French Quarter. Our thoughts and heartfelt condolences are with the victims, their families, and everyone affected. As of now, 15 people are deceased." The coroner also noted it would take several days to conduct the autopsies. They also said there in this statement, talking about once we complete the autopsies and talk to the next of kin, we will release the identities of the victims. As we work diligently in coordination with the New Orleans Police Department, FBI, Homeland Security, we remain committed to supporting this community during the tragic time in our city. So we're also monitoring right now potentially an update coming in from the president, Joe Biden. A look right there at the White House here on this day as it was anger and frustration. That was the quote as he was getting off Air Force One. As he was now back at Camp David. We're expecting to hear some comments from him coming up here in just a matter of moments. We're also following out of Houston, Texas. They are looking into the home of this suspect. That was the initial spark to this terrorism attack. So we're following all very closely here on Live Now from Fox, just past 6:30 on the East Coast. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 26 team, Jonathan Mejia, on the ground on Bourbon Street. Let's listen in to him ahead of these remarks from Biden.
They tell me they're here. It's bittersweet for them because they're here to celebrate life, their husband's life, who just turned 50. But on the other end, at least 15 people died here. Again, I spoke with some fans from both Georgia and Notre Dame because, again, as we've heard, that game has been postponed, and they tell me that they can't believe the situation that the entire world has their eyes here in New Orleans. And they tell me while they had to wait 24 hours for the game, they worry about those who lost their lives here earlier this morning.
Jonathan, how large, in fact, is the perimeter of where this horrific incident happened last night? Is it still all blocked off? Are investigators still working that scene now, hours and hours later?
Yeah, so this is still an active crime scene, so it is completely blocked off. You have Louisiana state troopers all around this perimeter. We moved, if you were tuned in earlier today to our newscast at the top of the hour, we were at a different location. We were able to move to a different block. We were able to see those lights and active investigators on this scene, but we continue to survey and look around as we want to bring you the best and clear what the situation in this crime scene is looking like. So perimeter has been set up, several law enforcement agencies still on the ground.
All right, Jonathan Mejia, live there in New Orleans. Thank you. Meantime, the FBI says the deadly attack in New Orleans by a man with Houston ties was in fact terrorism.
So joining us to take a closer look is University of Houston political science professor Michael Souls. Thank you so much for being here. Now, one of the main things is the fact that investigators found that ISIS flag on the truck that he used. And that brings up a huge red flag, obviously, because that has connections to ISIS. Now, explain the difference between having a connection with ISIS directly and also just being influenced by them, because they're two separate, and is there one you're seeing more of?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So they're definitely distinct in important ways. So there is some terrorism, like you said, that is just inspired by movements or groups like ISIS. Maybe one of the most famous examples of this in the United States was the Pulse nightclub shooting that was perpetrated by Omar Martin. He wasn't formally a member of the organization. They didn't recruit, ISIS didn't recruit him, right? But he swore allegiance to the organization when he perpetrated his attack. And so we would label him or discuss him as being inspired by ISIS, but not actually as a member. Now, some interesting recent data has been collected about arrests of U.S. citizens connected to international terrorist movements, including ISIS and some of its affiliates, like ISIS-K in Afghanistan. These are individuals in the United States who typically leave the country to try to join the organization, or they try to provide some sort of material support. This category is more common, I would say, than the type of person who's more ISIS-inspired in the United States specifically, though. But I think something that's important to keep in mind, right, is terrorism overall is a pretty rare event in a lot of countries, including the United States. And obviously most Americans aren't affiliated or inspired by ISIS. And so I think this is an important context to have. But in terms of which one is more common in the United States, kind of these more direct material ties.
That's interesting that you say it's rare, because when we cover an event like this, it just feels so close to home, like it could just happen anywhere. And with the Hamas and Israel war going on, we do know that the FBI has heightened the risk of terrorist attacks internationally and here in the U.S. So with what we've seen today and the event that we'll ask you about in a second that happened in Las Vegas, being acts of terror, how big of a risk is the United States at right now when it comes to these types of terrorist attacks?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say that it is a relatively small risk, a very small risk for almost all Americans, or for the average Americans. That's not to say it's not terrifying or scary, it is. That's not to say it's not tragic, it is, and it's definitely not to say it's not morally reprehensible, it is, right, killing innocent people. But the average American is very unlikely to die in a terrorist attack, especially a transnational terrorist attack, right? Data collected by Aaron Zelen, who's an expert on jihadist ideology, I think found in 2024 there were maybe 14 individuals arrested for connections to international terrorist organizations, or at least jihadist organizations, and maybe only 5 or 6 of them were planning attacks. Those are rough numbers, I don't remember the exact ones, right? So that is to say, your risk of dying is pretty low. The average number of Americans who die in a terrorist attack is, in the United States, is far less than 100 every year, right? Sometimes we see fewer than 10 people die. Obviously, with this tragic event, we see 15 already this year. But, I mean, you're much more likely to die in things like car accidents, preventable heart disease. And that is not to say we shouldn't take the threat of terrorism seriously, but I think there is a risk in overinflating the threat of terrorism because that has real policy implications. And it's important to understand that it's an extremely low probability that any of us in the United States dies in a terrorist attack.
I know that's more of an overview, but just looking at the situation right now, we know what happened in Las Vegas outside of the Trump Hotel with the Cybertruck exploding. We don't know if there's a link with what's going on now, and we're also seeing if there's more accomplices with the 42-year-old who was killed. So what is the probability of the extent of what was carried out earlier this morning?
It's hard to say. I wouldn't want to give too, committal of an answer on that. I'm not as a cop-out, right? But I think it can be difficult to know sometimes what incidents are connected. It's very possible that it is, but it's possible that they're two unrelated acts of political violence, or that the kind of car exploding outside of Trump Tower is unrelated to political violence at all. It could be. Obviously, we've seen, obviously prominent political acts of political violence, including those directed at Trump and others. And so I'm not dismissing that as a possibility, but that is to say, I think it's important that we wait and see if there's a connection, but it's possible.
Well, Michael Souls with the University of Houston, we appreciate you joining us live here on Fox 26 News and explaining this from your perspective. Certainly more to cover here, and we appreciate your expertise.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be right back.
All right, you're just listening in there to their Fox 26 coverage as they just went to a brief break, but they're getting some good insight into what led up to this, the motive. A lot of people are asking about that. So some good questions about that out of New Orleans as well. So our Fox 26 team right in the heat of it as they're detailing what's going on in New Orleans. At least 15 people killed in this terrorism attack there, but also in the Houston area where they're looking into the residence of this individual as well. So just this live picture outside of that home. We were just speaking with Fox 26's Dominique Keith, who's there speaking with neighbors as well. It's close to a military base. We do know the background of the initial suspect that has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar in this terror attack early in New Year's Day in Bourbon Street, on Bourbon Street. There are dozens injured, 15 killed. So we're learning more information about what happened, about the background, as well as Fox News obtained new information about the military service of Din Jabbar, the suspect behind the Bourbon Street attack. A spokesperson told Fox News that Jabbar served in the U.S. Army from 2007 to 2020. Jabbar's awards also include the Army Commendation Medal, the Army Good Conduct Medal, and the Army Reserve Component Achievement Medal. The suspect was given the Army Achievement Medal and the National Defense Service Medal, amongst other awards. This, according to our Fox News team. So still detailing the latest on what's going on there. We're expecting to hear more from President Biden coming up here in just a little bit. He is in Camp David, not at the White House. But he did say earlier today, coming off of Air Force One, talking about anger and frustration with this attack. We'll take you out to it as soon as he steps up to the podium. Right now, though, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime. The world's first titanium nonstick pan. It's gonna blow your hair back. The nonstick surface is made with titanium. There's no coating on it. You can't scratch it. Not to mention there's no Teflon in it. I got this pan because it's beautiful, but it's also indestructible. Your car is gonna break down before this thing. Your house will probably fall apart before this thing. This is also the only nonstick pan in the world that you can scrub with scorched earth. This is quite literally gonna last forever. I love this thing.
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Through Hims, you can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan 100% online, prescribed by a licensed provider and delivered to your door for as little as $165 a month. Find the plan that's right for you and start seeing real results sooner.
Raises some questions, and we wanted to let everyone know that that's also going on in California.
Yeah, so right now,
or Las Vegas, rather.
Yeah, right now we're hearing that President Biden may give a statement. Earlier, he did issue a statement. We're wondering if he's going to give remarks right now because President Biden has been made aware of this, including President-elect Donald Trump, and we're hearing from multiple officials on every single level you can think of, giving their update and saying that they're working in tandem with FBI to find out what led up to this attack, who give us a little bit more information about the suspect and any accomplices that may be out there. That's what they're still investigating. I think the question that we have and look into the background of the attack is what led him, Mr. Jabbar, to this position, what led him to the city in particular, and how the Houston home and wherever they are now, where they're doing the investigation, how they're all connected.
Yes, absolutely. Those are still some very big questions that investigators are trying to answer and that we are also trying to figure out is how all of this is tied together. And again, whether or not this is related to some sort of international terrorist organization. The FBI confirmed that the flag that was on the back of the truck was in fact an ISIS flag. It was flying as that attacker drove onto Bourbon Street at 3:15 this morning. Now again, they're still trying to figure out whether or not that he actually has ties to that organization. We just don't know the answer to that right now. And that is a big question mark that has national security implications.
And that's why the FBI is asking anyone if they have any information to give them any assistance that they can, because something that you may consider to be very small or something that you may have seen, and we've seen people say that they've noticed that truck and they've seen the truck driving through the French Quarter earlier, all of those tips can help the FBI in investigating this and gets them a little bit closer. Another thing that helps us, we talked a little bit earlier to Michael Perlstein about the fact that they do have, excuse me, it's been a long
facial
day.
recognition
facial
software.
recognition, yes, facial recognition software and cameras that are all over the city that can assist with finding, giving us sort of a timeline as to when this person got here, when they rented that Airbnb, when those IEDs were placed either around the city or what plans he had. It helps to tell a better story.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are going to be key in this investigation. We did hear that they were looking into 4 people who allegedly may have placed improvised explosive devices around the city and the French Quarter, at least 2 of them hidden in ice chests. We don't know whether or not that information was confirmed by law enforcement and whether or not anyone has been questioned or detained or arrested who may have been related to that surveillance footage. We just know that law enforcers combed through it, and as Mike reported a little while ago, he said all hands are on deck, going through all the footage that they could possibly gather in the French Quarter to try and piece together all of those things. That includes license plate readers, and license plate readers have really become a key tool for law enforcement, not just here in Louisiana, but all over. And those license plate readers really do pinpoint locations of people when they go back and look at them. As he crossed state lines and came to Louisiana, they should be able to follow his path based on a lot of license plate readers that law enforcement have.
And that's the thing that I do wonder about this one, because the vehicle that he was driving, that white Ford pickup truck that we showed you, was a vehicle that was rented from someone else. And so I think that's where the confusion came about a little bit earlier from people who believe that the vehicle does belong to someone else, but it was indeed rented in Texas. And he drove that vehicle through the Turo app to Louisiana to commit this act.
Yeah, the Turo app, it's like a ride. It's like a car share app.
Yes.
It's like the Airbnb of cars. So obviously he was tech savvy. We know from looking into his background that he did have an IT background.
Right, he did have definitely an IT background, and also his military background gives us a lot more information about him. We are joined right now by Amelia Strahan. She has been on Bourbon and Dauphine throughout the evening, joining us now with an update, and speaking also to people who are working and living within that area on this tragic events as they unfolded.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult day for the people here in the quarter, especially the ones that live here. You know, this is kind of their backyard, so very emotional for the people that live here, and also the business owners. I've talked to some of them as well. They debated this morning, do we open, do we stay closed? And it's just, like I said, been an incredibly difficult day. You can see there's still a heavy police presence. They're still investigating the scene. There's still that black car kind of concealing what's going on over in the crime scene, but there have been officers down here all day long blocking off the streets. Now, I heard some areas they're letting people into their apartments and Airbnbs to get medication, to get some essentials. That is not what we have seen here. Here it's been blocked off. We have not seen any foot traffic back to apartments, not any that I've noticed, and I have been out here for the majority of the day. But, you know, we talked about something earlier. When it comes to looking for, you know, suspects, people involved, you guys touched on this, that there are cameras all over the quarter. So hopefully, you know, anyone that is involved, we get some answers soon. I know a lot of the businesses down here are cooperating, and just everyone's kind of coming together in this area as we deal with this difficult time. We know that, you know, the death toll is up to 15, and we know there are still plenty of others in the hospital injured. So we're going to keep you updated as we know more. But like I mentioned, this side of town, it's kind of looked the same all day. It doesn't look like these officers will be leaving anytime soon until they get some more answers. I know Meg Ferris has mentioned there are people giving blood to those in need, so it is very nice to see the community coming together. I talked to some business owners that have opened their doors just to let people come sit down free of charge, even if they aren't, you know, buying anything. People that were staying in these Airbnbs, staying in these hotels that don't have anywhere to go. So still a lot of questions around this incident. We've been in touch with one victim. We're waiting to hear back from them to share a little bit of their experience. But as I mentioned, I will keep you updated as I know more, or if this scene begins to change. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Yeah, thank you so much. So many new details are coming into our newsroom hour by hour, minute by minute, and so that's some great information, Amelia. And you know, one thing that we haven't really heard are personal witness accounts of what happened out there. And we caught up with someone who was there this morning as this horrific scene unfolded. So let's take a listen to what they had to say.
Like around 3:15, everybody's just chilling. We having a good time, music playing and all that. A truck, I didn't know it was a Ford F-150. I thought it was like a Yukon or something. A truck hits the corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air. They falling under the car, all that. And a good friend of mine actually passed away from getting hit by it. And you know the little divots in the wall just like this? So this is what a lot of people jumped into to get away from the truck. But yeah, so after it gets past us, the guy, I didn't know it was a terrorist, but the guy ends up getting out and shooting people. Like he had ARs and bombs and all that, man. But the aftermath was really what got me. Like bodies all up and down the street. Everybody screaming and hollering. You look down, you see somebody doing CPR. You look around, people crying on the floor. Like brains matter all over the ground. And yeah, it really hurt me to see like one of my closest friends like that. So we ran one way, so like about 5 feet away from the curb, and we ran into the bar to be protected by the little divot. And I'm supposing I could have sworn she was behind me, but now that I'm doing the math, it's seeming like she ran a different direction. But I was assuming she was behind me. So when I ran into there, her cousin was also with me. Her best friend was also with me. So I saw her And then I'm moving people out of the way to try and find her because she's quite small. So I'm moving people out of the way to try and find her. I'm saying, nah, like, where is she? And I turn my head, and it's her in the street, just leaking blood. And I knew. She looked peaceful though. I'm glad she went peacefully, you know. Oh, she was about to go to college actually in about 2 weeks. About to go to college. She works at a hospital making good money right now, but she wanted to be an RN, a travel nurse. So we were at the bar, the Desires, and hit her and flung her like at least 30 feet. And yeah, man, I was lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be alive right now. This is my first time being to Bourbon, by the way. So, like, insane first experience. I'll never come back. Like, you won't ever see me here again. But I think it was Desires or some along right across from Voodoo Chicken. So yeah, we were right across from there, and then everything started to unfold. It was insane, man. Like, the real closest thing to a war zone I've ever seen, truly.
Hearing those stories from people are just absolutely horrific. When we hear him describe just seeing one of his best friends just run over, absolutely run over on the street.
And if you look at the video, you saw that there were a number of people that the suspect did miss. Unfortunately, they share that trauma. They share all of those unfortunate memories. And right now, this is still unfolding. We're waiting right now, actually, to hear from President Biden, potentially giving an update in about 2 minutes. President Biden is going to give an update and speak to the country, of course, as he delivers remarks on this latest terrorist attack that unfortunately happened in our backyard.
Yeah, you know, when we hear from witnesses like that who experience just the sheer terror, you know, again, we call it a terror attack for a reason, because it's horrific and terrifying and just something that should never happen. But when you hear them talk about it, it just makes it even more real. You know, I think a lot of people woke up this morning to this news, and it just doesn't seem like it's real. It seems like it's something that happens in a movie. It seems like, you know, something that's distant from here, that we would never expect that would happen on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. Now, we know that preparations were made in the past to try and ensure that this would never happen. Those bollards were built in 2017, 2018 timeframe, which are basically steel poles that come up out of the ground to try and prevent vehicles from entering Bourbon Street in certain locations. And what we know is that they weren't functioning properly. And so the city decided they needed to replace them. And so they took them down in order to do that work, and that work is expected to be finished in the next month or so before the Super Bowl. But right now, there's nothing there. And so the NOPD supplemented that by putting a police unit at the base of Canal Street, right there where it meets Bourbon, and the suspect drove around the car onto the sidewalk and just started plowing people down and hit the gas and going at a high rate of speed. As soon as he made that turn, he turned right onto Bourbon Street and just started hitting people.
And the video we showed you is certainly tragic, and it shows you how quickly and how little time people had to get out of the way.
Yes.
We're waiting right now. This is Camp Davis. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks in about 2 minutes from Camp Davis as this latest terrorist attack on Bourbon Street happened. And of course, looking into the background of the suspect of this terror attack, and President Biden is
Camp David
right now.
I can speak for all Americans when I say our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who are killed, to all those who are injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come. I want to thank our brave first responders and law enforcement personnel who stopped the attacker in his tracks before he could kill or injure even more people. And I want to thank you to everyone at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, including the FBI, for working non-stop to investigate this heinous act. The FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, and whether there was any continuing threat to public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, excuse me, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators. We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions. I've directed my Attorney General, the FBI Director, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the head of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, and the intelligence community to work on this intensively until we have a full and complete information. And once we have that information, I will share that information as soon as we can confirm it. Additionally, we're tracking the explosion of a cyber truck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans. Thus far, there's nothing to report on that score at this time. I directed my team to make sure every resource is made available to federal, state, and local law enforcement to complete the investigation in New Orleans quickly and to make sure there's no remaining threat to the American people. And we'll support the people of New Orleans as they begin the hard work of healing. New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. We've seen that time and time again throughout its history, and I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead. May God bless the people of New Orleans. May God bless our police and our first responders. May God protect our troops, and we'll keep you fully, contemporaneously informed. Thank you.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Will you visit more attacks? Have you spoken to President Trump? Investigated as a terror attack?
Stay clear from Bourbon Street. And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
You are tuning in at 6:03 p.m. to our live coverage of the Bourbon Street terror attack. I'm Katie Moore.
And I'm Devin Bartolotta. We have been on air since about 4 o'clock this morning covering this horrific tragedy in our city. We know now that there are 15 people who died from this incident and more than 30 who are injured and in the hospital tonight. That includes 2 police officers who were shot by that suspect.
Yes, those 2 police officers are expected to be okay. That's the word from the New Orleans Police Department. That is good news tonight. However, 30-plus people still are suffering in the hospital or with their injuries at home. That death toll could certainly rise as many of those those victims were taken to the hospital in critical condition, and that is what we have seen throughout the day today. That number has gone from 10 to 15 this evening. Now, the FBI is leading the investigation into this, and we just heard President Joe Biden from Camp David make an address to the nation about what happened here in New Orleans. The president said that hours before this attack in New Orleans, the FBI told him that the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42-year-old man from Texas, that he posted a video sympathetic to ISIS on social media.
Now, this suspect is a 42-year-old man. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas, and this is his passport photo, which CBS News has obtained here. If you have any information about this suspect, anything that you think could help investigators, you should call that phone number on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can go to the website there, tips.fbi.gov.
And the FBI put this photo out because they wanted people to use it to give them information about things, interactions that they've had with this man over the last few days, anything that they could possibly know about him and his possible ties to any sort of international terrorist groups.
At this point, we do not know much about his timeline in New Orleans, when he arrived, how long he was here, or who he may have been meeting with. We do know that the FBI at this time is searching for 3 suspects, 2 men and 1 woman, who are believed to have been seen on surveillance video hiding some incendiary devices, possible incendiary devices around the city.
Yeah, that is word coming from the Associated Press from a law enforcement bulletin that was issued. They have been reporting that throughout the day, that is one of the things and leads that the federal investigators, local investigators, state investigators are looking into. Now, he did have an ISIS flag attached to the truck when he made his way up Bourbon Street. The truck did appear to be rented from a car-sharing app out of Texas, which we know is also where they have another active scene, an active investigation going on tonight.
There are now at least 3 scenes that the FBI is taking a look at. The first is that scene on Bourbon Street where all of this happened. The second is a home in the St. Roch neighborhood, a little less than 2 miles away from the scene on Bourbon Street. And the third is that home in Houston. That's the address where he was previously living.
There are actually 2 different scenes in Houston as well. The second scene in Houston is where apparently his ex-wife lives. And with her new husband. So that's 4 separate scenes. This is earlier video of that initial Harris County location where public record searches reveal that is a place that he considered a home, where he has lived at some point. And so you see there on your screen what was happening with a SWAT standoff there. What it is a main house, according to investigator David Hammer and his reporting. There's a main house there, and then there's a series of trailers that are also on that same site. So what the makeup of that home is, who lives there, why the FBI have surrounded it, you would assume it's because they're curious whether or not there's any more evidence in that house. A lot of improvised explosive devices used here, a lot of pipe bombs and homemade weaponry. So you would think that they would be looking to see where those things were put together.
And in addition, if there's any evidence at those homes of who these other 3 accomplices, alleged accomplices, might be as they search for those other suspects in this case.
Absolutely. So much unfolding hour by hour, minute by minute, and we've been keeping you posted live throughout the day here on WWL TV, and for those of you joining us around the world on WWL Plus. So we appreciate you tuning in and getting the latest information here as we get it from investigators. President Biden just wrapping up his comments just a few minutes ago, and you know, it was really short and sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. He said, reflected a lot of what we had already heard from the FBI, what we heard in a press conference around 1:30 this afternoon about the situation that unfolded here, how it happened, and what was found in Jabbar's truck. But what was new information was that social media post that he had mentioned, even though we have not been able to find a social media footprint by him yet.
Yes, absolutely. We have not seen any sort of social media footprint from him, which it would make sense if the FBI has, has followed those leads that they may have taken that information down.
Certainly, and we do know, we've heard throughout the day from law enforcement that this was absolutely an intentional act, and police and the FBI so far believe that this truck was rented with the intention of carrying out this attack, and that the video that we saw, I don't know if we can pull it up here, the video of that truck coming up Canal Street and making a right on Bourbon absolutely shows that there was no intention of slowing down. I'm not sure if we can pull up that video.
No, he absolutely accelerates. He hits the gas, slams on it, and just really starts plowing into people up Bourbon Street. It's terrifying to think of when we see videos circulating on social media and hearing witness accounts. You know, we just heard from a young man who came to New Orleans for the very first time with one of his best friends and witnessed her die there on Bourbon Street after she was hit and killed by this man. And just a horrific scene this morning as he described body after body on the street, people screaming, others doing CPR to try and keep those victims alive. Just absolute sheer horror and terror this morning.
Here's that video here. The white truck makes a right there, and you can see how fast it just guns it right down Bourbon Street. And this truck made it about 2 blocks before they were stopped, before the truck was stopped by police. And this, of course, ended in a shootout with a suspect dead and 2 officers injured as well. But we do know that that was such a busy night on such a busy street, and it could have been so much worse had that truck not been stopped.
Absolutely, the truck was stopped. We did see police like running in, just doing the absolute best work that they could possibly do. It was amazing. And Alyssa Curtis has been following this through the words of our elected officials throughout the day. She's joining us live now and has City Council President Helena Moreno with her to bring us the very latest from the city. Alyssa?
Hey guys, yeah, we are here at Canal in Bourbon, joined with Council President Helena Moreno. What can you tell us right now? We heard from police obviously a few hours ago, but is there any update you can share?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, right now working on a lot of security measures, making sure that the game goes on tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I'm very confident in the security measures that are being brought in place. You've heard about the water barriers that are becoming and building different perimeters around Superdome, around obviously areas in the French Quarter as well. Thank you to, of course, state and our federal partners who really have leaned in with additional resources. And so that's really what we're focusing on right now. I initially was not going to go to the game yesterday. I didn't have a ticket, but now after obviously everything that we've seen, and I want people to have the confidence to understand that it will be safe tomorrow. I now have bought a ticket to the game, and I will be at the game tomorrow, even myself.
You mentioned a little bit of the extra hands and resources that are coming in. What does that look like? I imagine things have changed of what they would have been had this not happened.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I think, Alyssa, you're already seeing it right here behind you with state police. You see the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office Mobile Command Center. It is not just federal and state partners who are here with us now. It is also different jurisdictions, multi-parish initiative happening as well, with law enforcement coming in from all across the state. As you're also aware, we do have the National Guardsmen who are coming in also. And then not to mention, it's just an overall relook, re-review, what can be done to enhance the plan, what can be done to do things better, what can be done to do things safer. That's all happening right now.
Yeah, it's a very fluid situation. We've been talking a lot, and not just us, but everyone you saw at the press conference talking about those bollards and those barricades. Can you talk to that a little bit? I know they were kind of making their way through the French Quarter and repairing those, but it seems like that may not have helped had they even been there.
Yeah, well, as you probably are already aware, the bollards don't cover the sidewalk area to begin with, but not to mention, and other security experts have mentioned this to me, is like, Helena, take a look at, Canal Street, other potential areas where there were a lot of people. Look, bottom line though, it is time to look at what happened here, right? You have to look at, was anything missed? Could anything have been done better? And I'm not just saying, on the local level, but let's go all the way state and federal. Let's look at the intelligence side. Was something missed on the intelligence side? This man is from Texas. He's an American citizen. He was in the military. What was he doing in Texas? Apparently he traveled to other parts of the world. What was he doing there? Like, was there some type of red flag there missed? All of these things need to be analyzed, because let us remember, this is not just an attack on us, New Orleans. This is an attack on our country. And what we're seeing now potentially also happening in Vegas, this is an attack on our country. This is an attack on all of us as American people. So what is the federal government also doing? Leaning in to take a look at how to make us safer as Americans. It's about New Orleans for now, but how do we prevent this from ever happening again in New Orleans and in another city?
Is there anything you guys are looking at city council level, at the more local level, that things need to maybe be changed, or laws or ordinances that need to be enacted to try and prevent anything like this from happening again?
Yeah, I mean, more than anything on the city council side, we're going to lean in and listen to the experts, okay? I am not a security expert, okay? But if the security experts tell me that the city of New Orleans needs to fund a particular initiative to make the people safer, then that is what the city council should do. And that is what the mayor should do, is listen to the experts. And so that's what I plan on doing. And Alyssa, I just want to mention one more thing, because this is like a key piece. Thank you to the officers, the 3 officers who were able to take this individual down, because those 3 officers very bravely ran toward this perpetrator and took him out. Because they were able to do this so quickly, as horrible as this is, it could have been even more horrific and tragic. And to the families who are dealing with such tremendous pain and loss, just tremendous sorrowful condolences from the leadership in New Orleans and from the people of New Orleans. I was with some of the families earlier today as they couldn't find their loved ones in any one of the hospitals, and yet their phones were still pinging as being on Bourbon Street. And so unfortunately, some of them did receive some very terrible news this afternoon. So let us keep them in our thoughts and in our prayers as we move forward through this weekend.
One last question for you. What do you want to say to residents and tourists alike who are here in the city who are still shaken up? I feel like a lot of people are still like in shock that this happened. What message do you want to send to people?
Shaken up, no doubt about it. That is a logical response to what has happened. But at the same time, I want residents to be reassured that federal, state, local, this truly is an all hands on deck approach like I've never seen. The resources being brought in by the federal government, the outreach that has happened, the investigation that will take place here behind us with the FBI leading. Like I said, the level of resources that we are now receiving does make me feel very sure that we will have a safe and secure Sugar Bowl. And then moving from that point, as the plans for Mardi Gras come into play, as the plans for Super Bowl come into play, I just say this: whatever we had, how do we make it better? How do we enhance it? How do we make it, more enhanced when it comes to intelligence? How do we make it more enhanced when it comes to structural barriers? Like, what are all the different things that must now happen to make sure that something like this does not happen again?
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. You've been really on top of this. You just heard enacting more resources for Sugar Bowl tomorrow and making sure that everyone is safe and feels safe. I want to talk again about the bollards. This has been a really big topic of conversation today. Those bollards that are usually at this intersection here at Bourbon and Canal. We heard earlier during the press conference with every official, but we heard specifically from Mayor Cantrell about how those bollards have not been working. So they were in the infrastructure package that was to be addressed in preparation for the Super Bowl. And we got some more information from the city earlier via email, and they said that they were working through the French Quarter and through Bourbon Street to fix all of those bollards and to get them ready for Super Bowl. These bollards are essentially to help prevent things like this from happening. We know Bourbon Street is a big pedestrian heavy area, so they try as best they can to avoid car traffic and vehicle traffic through this area. I'm pulling up the statement that we got a little while ago. They say the contractor began work in November 2024, starting at 2 separate locations and progressing towards Canal. So it seems like this was one of the last, if not the last location that they were going to fix those bollards at. They say the scope of the work includes removing the old bollards, replacing concrete pavement, constructing concrete bases, installing metal sleeves for the new bollards, and repouring the road roadway. They say to date, 11 of the 16 bollard locations have been completed. The remaining locations are on track for completion prior to February 2nd, 2025. We know that because those bollards weren't working properly and they knew that they were not going to be deployed, they had an NOPD unit stationed there, as well as a barrier. That's according to NOPD Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. But she says, and a lot of other officials say, that this person, the suspect, was so hell-bent on creating this carnage that even if the bollards were there, this may still have happened because he drove up on the sidewalk, and that's how he got through the crowd. He drove up on the sidewalk, and they say if it hadn't been Bourbon and Bourbon Street at that canal entrance, it may have been another part of Canal Street that he would have drove up on a sidewalk to commit this terrorist act. So yes, those bollards were not deployed. They did have some other resources in place because they knew that, but again, they say that nothing was stopping him. He was so hell-bent on doing this. He was in full military tactical gear, and he was just very determined. Why was he doing this? Again, we do not know yet at this moment. FBI is still combing through all of this, but yeah, this is an ongoing investigation, and it's still a very active scene. We're now several hours out from when this first happened, and you can see this scene really has not changed much, except I think for even more crime scene tape and even more barricades and even more law enforcement presence, at least throughout the past few hours. I'm looking to my left right now, and there's been more, it looks like NOPD and possibly LSP kind of parked up in the neutral ground of Canal, and on either side. I'm looking this way, and you can see police lights as far as the eye can see. Again, we have LSP, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, NOPD. So yeah, this is still a really active scene. Earlier I asked what the status of Bourbon Street will be going into, of course, Sugar Bowl. I know a lot of people are likely to want to celebrate after that game. They say they'll make a decision on when they want to open Bourbon, when it is not only safe, but when they know that they've combed through the scene and gotten as much information as they can from this scene, and they want to make sure once they do open Bourbon that it is safe and people feel safe coming to this area. So again, like you heard from Council President Helena Moreno, it is still a very fluid investigation, and we're learning more information as it comes, as the night progresses. But yeah, we are now, very far out from when that first happened, and we're still very active out here on Canal and Bourbon. Again, we'll be out here for the foreseeable future and try and get any more information we can, but for now I'll pass it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Alyssa. She's been covering that for us throughout the day, and good information from Helena Moreno, who basically just said that if there's a security measure that can be taken in order to make tourists and locals alike more secure in our city, we need to do it. And the bollards are a big question mark right now. Why were they not in place at this time? We know that they were under construction and that they are trying to be fixed before the Super Bowl, but there have been questions asked about why that hasn't been done prior to now. Now, the city did get a big chunk of money in order to do infrastructure projects to try and get the city Super Bowl ready, and that's one of the things that they put on their priority list. So you got to give them props for that. I think it's just a terrible situation that they were down and that it may have given him easier access. Now, that's also a question mark too, because they're not on the sidewalk. So
yeah, absolutely. In this case, we know that the suspect drove right around the police car that was parked in that intersection. Right. So it's a who knows what could have happened if those had been in place.
Absolutely. It's just a tragic situation out there. 15 people now confirmed dead in this terrorist attack on New Orleans, and we want to go through what we know about those victims. They're starting to be identified one by one, both through family members and friends, and these are the 4 who we know were killed. Now, Nicole Perez's name has not been mentioned before. We believe she is the student out of University of Georgia who was in New Orleans.
Yeah, this is the first time that we're hearing her name as someone who was identified, and we did know that earlier today, UGA did put out a statement saying that one of their students had been critically injured in this case. So as of right now, these are the only 4 victims whose names we know, out of the 15 who have now passed away. We know that it could be several days until we know all of their names because police and law enforcement have to contact all of their families before they release the names.
Absolutely. You know, we just heard Helena Moreno talk about how family members of the people who passed away were trying to desperately find their loved ones today, and it was just a difficult situation because they were pinging their phones and they were still on Bourbon Street when, you know, it had been several hours. So that's an indicator that their phones and they never made it off the street.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yes, horrible. But one of the victims that we've been talking about today is a young woman. She's 18 years old. You see her on her screen right there. She's from Gulfport, Nikaira Dido. She apparently was studying nursing, had a really bright future, just a great girl by all accounts.
18 years old, she was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and her friend, and understandably her mother is just absolutely devastated by this. We also know another young person who passed was Tiger Besh. He was a football player. We know that he played football at Princeton, and he's originally from Lafayette. He was 27 years old. This is video here.
St. Thomas More, football star, and then you know, this is when he was playing for Princeton. Just a star athlete, and he was in New Orleans. Apparently, he's working as a Wall Street trader now. He's since graduated college, and you know, was in New Orleans just you know, celebrating 2025 coming in, and it's just tragic.
If we could bring back up the screen of all 4 victims, there was one more that we got a little bit more information about earlier today. That was Reggie Hunter. He is 37 years old. He was from Baton Rouge. We know that he is a father of 2, and we're told that his cousin is actually among the injured. So unfortunately, Reggie did not survive, and his cousin is currently hospitalized and recovering.
Just tragic. That is absolutely tragic. At this whole situation, it's just you know, awful. But apparently, we want to correct something really quick. Apparently, Nicole Perez was not a Georgia student. She's not, in fact, a Georgia student. She had just been promoted to manager, according to our partners at NOLA.com. At the deli where she worked, she was obviously hit and killed on Bourbon Street. And not the student at Georgia, but we do know that a University of Georgia student was killed in this attack.
Was critically injured in this attack.
Critically injured,
yes.
okay.
That, as far as we know, this afternoon, the university had put out a statement saying someone was critically injured. So we apologize for that confusion there.
Yes.
Yes, Nicole Perez. This is the statement from the University of Georgia, from the president, Moorhead there, saying that one of their students was critically hurt in this incident and extending sincere condolences to the victims and everyone else affected.
Now, we heard earlier today that there were 10 people killed. That number has since increased to 15. We heard from law enforcement leaders and elected officials that many of those who were taken to the hospital were in fact critically injured, like the University of Georgia student. And so it's just a difficult situation. The death toll continues to climb in this case.
There were 2 police officers injured in this incident as well. Those 2 were shot in a shootout with the suspect. But we did have Councilman Oliver Thomas here in the studio earlier today. He told us he was able to speak with those officers earlier. They were resting, they were up and speaking. One of them was asking for a soft drink, so they are expected to recover.
Yes, NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said that they are going to be just fine, which is great, and should be, as Helena Moreno mentioned, commended for their bravery. Now, we have been hearing from elected officials, both city, state, parish leaders. The President of the United States talked about what happened today here in New Orleans, and we also want to hear from our own Steve Scalise. He's joining us now via Zoom. Congressman Scalise, thanks for being with us. You know, I can't imagine what it's been like in Washington. What can you tell us about what you know about this investigation? Obviously, this is a terrorist incident, and federal authorities deeply involved.
Yeah, Katie, Devin, you know, we are still getting information, but we know there's 4 suspects still at large. Obviously, you want them apprehended quickly. The Department of Justice and the FBI are running point on this. So, you know, we need to make sure all of the agencies, federal, state, and local, have all the tools they need to investigate this and to make sure that there are no other attacks. Obviously, you know, with the IEDs scattered throughout the city, they've been finding those. You want to make sure that they all get picked up as well. And look, I mean, you know, we've been through so much in New Orleans. We're resilient people, but it's still a deep tragedy, and your prayers go out to the families, to the people we lost, to those that are fighting for their life, the brave police officers who they run to danger. I mean, I've seen it over and over again, and I'm glad to hear they're recovering, but you don't know on any given day how that day is going to turn out for a police officer, but they're the ones that run towards the danger to prevent even further loss.
We're certainly feeling all of this in New Orleans, the weight of all of this, and we know that the eyes of the world are on New Orleans. Congressman, we've got so many big events right on our doorstep, global headline-making events. What are your thoughts on the perception of safety here in New Orleans and over the next few months?
A Super Bowl is always designated as a high threat event and all hands on deck for the nation. It's a homeland security event where you get a lot of federal resources. Mardi Gras, we always know, you're bringing over 1 million people into the city, and nobody manages those large crowds better than New Orleans. But now you have this added element of terrorism, and it just means you've got to be on an even higher level of alert. And that also means for citizens, if you see something suspicious, to be quick to alert authorities if you do see something. And hopefully this is the end of it, but you've got to expect that there could be other attacks, and just always be on alert.
Congressman, have you heard from the FBI or any other law enforcement about whether or not they've confirmed if this suspect had real ties to ISIS?
No, and initially the FBI said it was not a terror attack, which is a little alarming considering it turned out it was, and he's got an ISIS flag in the truck. I just hope that let's get facts out there. Let's be candid with the public and get the facts out as quickly as they're known.
And so do you know if they've confirmed that yet, or is there anything that you can tell us about that? And what are the national security implications for that?
Yeah. Well, it appears that way. I mean, you look at what just happened over in Las Vegas in front of the Trump Hotel. There's reports that both the truck in New Orleans and the Tesla Cybertruck were both rented from the same app. So, were those related? It's possible they were. And, are there other events being planned? This is why you've got to always have a strong vigilance at the federal level. The Department of Homeland Security, their focus really, I thought, veered a little bit away from what their main mission should be. They need to get back on that, of protecting the homeland of the people.
Are you going to be asking those questions? Were there intelligence failures here?
Clearly. I mean, there's some serious questions that have to be answered. We've been raising a lot of these for over a year. We've been saying, with an open southern border, and not that we don't necessarily know that this was directly tied. The truck supposedly came across the southern border, but you've got people on the terrorist watch list that have come over in droves into our country, and it's it just appears it's only a matter of time before you do have attacks carried out. And so that level of vigilance needs to be high and continued.
And what are you hoping happens with federal investigators at this point? Like, do you think that there is enough urgency in what they're doing right now?
Well, we're going to be seeing in the days ahead. I sure are going to be asking a lot of tough questions. I'm sure a lot of people will be. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green's coming into town tomorrow. He wants to see some things on the ground. We're going to be, looking at possibly doing an investigation in Congress on this. So, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. And again, making sure that these agencies at the federal level especially have their focus on the ball. A lot of us think that they've lost their main focus in these last few years, and it's got to change.
I believe the city got federal funding to install these bollards when they were first put in. Any thoughts on that part of this and the fact that, they're having to redo them right now, and that, the timing of this, and that, we're so close to the Super Bowl and we have all these major events, and the security feature that was put in using federal dollars may have, unfortunately not been in place for this incident?
Surely those questions are going to be asked. They already are. Why did the bollards fail? Governor Landry was very clear. We're going to fix it. It's got to get fixed. You've got the Super Bowl coming up. You've got other major events as well. But, you know, why did something that was recently installed fail so miserably and so fatally? It's a serious question, like many others that will be asked.
Okay, and any parting thoughts that you want to share? You know, this is a very raw community. We understand that there are, you know, more than an hour-long lines at blood banks and people wanting to lend a hand in this situation. As you know how amazing this community is, any parting thoughts for them?
Yeah, New Orleans, you know, we're a strong people. We've been through, unfortunately, more tragedies than most. You know, we've been tested time and time again, and we always bounce back. But it doesn't ease the suffering anymore for those who've lost loved ones. So let's keep them in our prayers. I'm glad to see that blood banks are being, you know, inundated with people, because they're going to need I'm sure there's a severe blood shortage from an event like this. Let's just all stay vigilant and keep all of those in our prayers, including those 2 officers who are recovered.
You know, I guess just one last question. I always have one last question, but how concerned should people be about the fact that there are still possibly some other suspects out there? Should we feel secure at this point?
Well, you always want to be vigilant, and that's why you have an increased law enforcement presence. Again, not just local law enforcement, state law enforcement, but you've got the federal agencies now involved as well. And I'm sure that manhunt's going to be very intensified for the 4 that are still at large.
All right, Congressman Steve Scalise, thank you so much for joining us, for answering our questions. We appreciate it.
Yes, very much.
God bless. Y'all take care.
Thank you. All right, Congressman Scalise, you know, just kind of filling us in on what he knows and what he's heard about the investigation. You know, he said they haven't specifically confirmed that there is a direct tie between the suspect and ISIS, but he said it would be logical given his, you know, posting on social media that we heard about from the president, and then, of course, the ISIS flag attached to the truck whenever he actually decided to plow into people on Bourbon Street. So we're going to continue to try and get those answers from federal investigators in the next days and weeks.
Absolutely. We're going to head out now to Meg Ferris. She has been, I believe, at the hospitals all day today. Meg, is there any update on how many victims or how many, excuse me, any update on the conditions of those victims at the hospital?
Devin, there is not normally, I would have conditions and an update on numbers, but the hospital has been told not to release any of that updated information. By the way, you're going to hear fireworks just like it's New Year's Eve going off behind me. But we have not been given any of that because we are told that in this situation, the city wants to have control over that. And I don't know, maybe it's the FBI who is telling that to the city. So we don't know if that number, 26, who were originally brought here to the Level 1 Trauma Center, a lot of those people in critical condition, we don't know if that's now down to 21, since we are hearing the very tragic news that 5 more people have died because of this terrorism event. Now, I do have something new to report to you, and out of respect to these police officers, I am not going to release their names, but I did read a social media post by one of the police officers who was brought here, one of the 2 police officers who was brought here, and we were told earlier by the superintendent that she visited them and that they were doing well. I saw a post at one of them saying he is now at home, he is on the mend, he is being taken care of by family members. He is expressed his gratitude and felt overwhelmed with how many text messages of love that he received, and he would eventually get around to answering everybody. And he simply ended his post by saying, "I love you all." So that is one update from one of the 2 officers who was brought here after being caught in that gun battle on Bourbon Street with the perpetrator. We were told there were 3 officers who were in a shootout with the perpetrator, and of course we know the perpetrator was deceased on the scene. So that is the latest update I have from here. Still no word on, as I said earlier, any conditions, the numbers, how many had to go into surgery to have the life-saving surgery. We just don't know at this time. And again, the UMC has told us that they will give us one of the doctors tomorrow, one of the medical directors, to update us on all the information about this incredible last 12, 13, 14 hours that they've had here, with surely all teams activated. And as Mr. Scalise just mentioned, as the congressman just mentioned about the people turning out to give blood, I have to tell you, I've heard from former news people, I've heard from people who now live all over the country, who are watching us on live streaming. I've heard from local doctors wanting me to pass on to the community, thank you so much, because of one report earlier this morning that we did, just letting people know about the critical blood shortage. The people who don't even know the victims, who just opened their hearts and literally opened their blood vessels to share a pint of blood to help this critically low blood supply in our area. So people are just overwhelmed with gratitude, and doctors saying thank you, because it makes their work, their job different going forward with this. So that's the latest update we have from UMC here. Reporting live from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you, Devin and Katie.
Oh man, our heart is with all the people in UMC and all the different hospitals all over the city of New Orleans right now who are still trying to recover from their injuries, and of course the families of those who will not be recovering and did not make it out.
Sure, and the families of people who are in the hospital who maybe are not from New Orleans, don't have a support system here, are staying in hotels at this time. I know it's a really difficult day for many, many people.
Yes, now we just got word that City Hall will be closed tomorrow if anybody has business with the city of New Orleans. Normally it would open back up. Today, of course, a federal and city and state holiday because it is New Year's Day, and so it makes you wonder if that timing is intentional on the part of this suspect, because it creates a delayed law enforcement response. You don't have as many people fully staffed and agencies fully operational as they usually are. So, you know, it just makes you wonder if the timing was intentional.
That could be. I mean, there were also so many people gathered outside last night. Of course, a very big few days in the city of New Orleans. So there were just so many people in the city, and still are. We know that at this time that there are tens of thousands of people who are here for the Sugar Bowl, who are waiting it out for the game tomorrow, staying in hotel rooms. We know that Georgia's football team is currently in their hotel, and they are kind of locked down in there for safety reasons while all of this plays out. So you've got a lot of people that are kind of stuck in their rooms tonight, just waiting for some things to clear.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting new information hour by hour about this suspect in this case, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Now, you can see on your screen right now, this photo is dated from 2013. He was serving as an Army staff sergeant at the time in the U.S. Army. Again, he is a U.S. citizen, born in the United States, served in the U.S. Army, served in the Army Reserves after that, you know, served in Afghanistan overseas, and has allegedly been working as a real estate entrepreneur in the Houston area since then. Now, he was the IT chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. That's just a little bit, another nugget of detail about his past and his history with the U.S. government.
When we heard from the FBI earlier this afternoon around 1:30, they had said that they would be looking more closely into his military service, and so we are learning more about it now. This is another photo of him. This is Jabbar's passport photo. If you have seen this man around New Orleans, if you've had any interactions with him, seen him driving around, if you know anything at all, no matter how small it might seem, you should call the FBI and leave a tip. That number is 1-800-CALL-FBI, and the website is there as well, tips.fbi.gov. They're looking for anything that they can to kind of piece together his timeline in New Orleans, how long he was here, when he arrived, and we know that there are potentially thousands of hours of video to look through to try and, you know, figure out when he got here and what he did when he was in New Orleans.
Yes, they're really trying to piece together a timeline. We heard that from investigative reporter Mike Perlstein a while ago as he had talked to his police sources. Now, when the FBI issued this photo and released it because they want people out there to give them more information and to call in tips to them, this is his passport photo. They're trying to get a more updated current photo of what he looks like right now. I think there are some questions about that. Now, as we mentioned, the previous photo that we showed you was from a social media post from was that 2013? I
A long
believe.
time ago, yes.
Yeah, it was from a while ago. And so they're trying to get an updated photo. This is his passport photo that was released to us by the FBI. But if you have any information, don't hesitate to reach out to them. Call in those tips about things no matter how small. Have you encountered him in the French Quarter in the last few days? Have you seen him at the grocery store? Have you run into him at the gas station? Did you sell him food for dinner? All of those things could help police, and could help in this investigation, which we know is now very much national in scope.
Our sister station KHOU in Houston, we know that there are 2 potential crime scenes, 2 areas that the FBI are searching in Houston. They're starting to report some things about what's going on at the in the perimeters that they've set up in that area right now. But I think we want to get out to Amelia Strahan.
Yes.
She is in the French Quarter right now. She is, I believe, at Dauphine and Bourbon Streets. You have been there since pretty early this morning. What can you tell us about what you've seen change throughout the day, Amelia?
It's really been about the same all day, a heavy police presence. Like I've mentioned earlier, investigators are still out here. Much of the quarter is still blocked off. But that's what I want to talk about is the law enforcement out here. They have been out here all day long, many of them running on just a few hours of sleep. Now, they both told me not to brag because they're just doing their jobs, but it is such an important job, putting their lives on the line every day. So we are so appreciative to our law enforcement that have been out here, like I said, running on just a little bit of sleep. I mentioned last time we talked that they were not letting anyone down this block, even people that lived here, people that were staying in Airbnbs. They now are letting people go down if they can prove that they live here, if they can prove that they have an Airbnb, again, just to go get essentials. So it's not like this street is open to foot traffic and you have to prove that you do have a place here, and that's why you need to get down the street. They still have much of the area back there taped off. Now, anyone that lives in the crime tape that you guys probably see back there, they are not allowed to get in that area, but this block right here is open if the people live here. But again, I just want to talk about the law enforcement that we've seen out here. They've been incredibly polite to the people that are trying to get through, very sympathetic. It's been, it's been nice to see them out here in action, even after such a long, difficult day for so many people here in New Orleans. Like we've talked about, that death toll rising to 15, just a tragic start to the new year. We'll be out here for the next few hours, keeping an eye on the scene. If anything does start to change, we will keep you guys updated. Back to you.
Great, Amelia, thank you so much. It's been difficult for people who are trying to navigate that area. Parts of the quarter are still somewhat open, although this obviously section of Bourbon Street certainly is not, and police and law enforcement are asking everyone to avoid the area if at all possible. Now, we did hear that the players that were at that hotel for Georgia actually boarded a bus to go somewhere recently, so they have been taken out of that hotel that we mentioned that they were sort of locked down in for a while, but
a little bit.
Apparently we saw them getting on a bus and taken somewhere else, so it's unclear where they were headed. They could have been doing run-throughs at the Superdome or going to the Saints practice facility, or one of those other areas to kind of get ready for the game that is scheduled now to happen tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it certainly, you had mentioned that there were a lot of things that are shut down in the French Quarter, and we talked a lot about earlier how this weekend, the Sugar Bowl time of year and the New Year's Day, is a really big time for a lot of local businesses to make a lot of money in the French Quarter. So this is going to be a tough day for them as well. And earlier, whenever they were asked when Bourbon Street might reopen, or what happens tonight if everybody who's in town for the Sugar Bowl wants to get out of their hotel for a little bit, they said Bourbon Street is going to stay locked down and closed until the FBI is ready to release it.
Yes.
And we saw from the background of Amelia's live shot there that they are still working back there, it might be a while.
Yeah, it could be a while. I mean, I know one elected official said up to 48 hours before they would have that area reopened. So just to make plans accordingly. Now, there are, of course, other parts of the city where people can get out and get something to eat. And, you know, the CBD is one area, Warehouse District, Uptown, many places that, you know, are sort of in that tourist corridor. But it is difficult, and this is a very delicate situation with all federal investigators and just the huge law enforcement presence that is downtown. Now, in addition, the media have grown out on Canal Street. I'm seeing pictures on Twitter and X, Facebook, other places where the international press have descended on the city of New Orleans because of this terrorist incident. And so the interest in it is just going to continue to grow.
We have been getting emails all day long from all around the world, from media outlets, from everywhere, asking us for information or for interviews, things like that. And I think part of the interest is that we just saw something very similar to this happen on December 20th in Germany with the Christmas market, where there were 5 people killed and many, many injured. So this is, it was of interest, I think, to a lot of our friends in Europe who are looking at us and seeing us with a similar heartache.
Well, I think, yes, absolutely. And I think there are also national security implications here. You have, a situation where ISIS has been flaring again in Syria. There have been the toppling of a dictator there. There are definitely world events that could really be affected by what happens related to this situation. So, we heard Congressman Steve Scalise touching on that just a little bit, talking about how, all eyes are on what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what happens next as well. That's a big part of this, too.
Yes, President Joe Biden making remarks from Camp David a little while ago, basically just, kind of laying out what federal authorities know. He did say that this suspect allegedly posted on social media in the hours before this attack was carried out his sympathy for ISIS. And we, of course, also know from the FBI that there was an ISIS flag on the back of that truck whenever he made his way into Bourbon Street.
And as the FBI and other law enforcement officials have been searching for a more clear motive of what happened here, they've also been searching Jabbar's house. I don't know if we could bring up the video of the search from his home in Houston from earlier, but our sister station KHOU in Houston is starting to push out some reporting about what is happening there. They had crews on the scene at the home, they said, before investigators, and throughout the afternoon they saw FBI agents, Harris County Sheriff's Office SWAT vehicles, and multiple Sheriff's Office investigators at the home. They had secured the perimeter. They were asking people to avoid the area, and excuse me, were
they're trying
to some neighbors.
Absolutely, talking to some neighbors out there. And then we also heard that there may be a second scene in Houston at his ex-wife's house with her new husband. So you would think that they were scouring it for any information. It was a SWAT situation, which tells you that it's some sort of standoff with people inside. So whether or not some of those people have been brought out of that property or not, we don't know. We haven't been able to confirm that through our station in Houston at this point.
Yeah, we're working to find out some more from them. They also have talked a little bit about more in Houston about his personal life. They know that in January of 2022, excuse me, that Jabbar was behind on house payments. He wanted to quickly finalize a divorce. So there were some personal issues there. His business was Blue Meadow Properties LLC, so he was in real estate, which we know. So there's a lot of reporting happening in Houston as well.
Yes, and well, we do know now that the house in the 1300 block of Mandeville that was raided by police, that is the Airbnb that he was staying in. We've confirmed that through sources, and we've been reporting that, but it was raided by, it is the suspected rental that was used by Jabbar. Authorities have confiscated some things there, suspected explosives and bomb-making material. That makes sense given that we've seen such a huge ATF presence there. In addition to that, there was a fire at that location. See, there's an ATF PIO at the scene who was there earlier today. Huge numbers of federal investigators out at that scene, many of them obviously wearing vests and protective gear. But there was a fire at that Airbnb that started about 2 hours after the initial terrorist incident. They started to see smoke, and investigators went in to see what happened. Now, we don't know if that was an intentionally set fire or what the nature of that situation was at that house on Mandeville Street. But this is in the St. Roch neighborhood, and for those who don't know the geography of New Orleans, who maybe are watching us on WWL Plus or on digital, that St. Roch neighborhood is just right on the other side of the French Quarter. It is very close to where this attack was carried out. So
yeah, I mapped it out, and driving-wise, it's about 1.7 miles from the scene of the horrible crime to where this home is, which is pretty close, all things considered, and there are a lot of cameras on that route.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
There is very, very likely to be a lot of video of this truck making its way from St. Roch to Canal Street.
Yes. Now, we do know that investigators have been combing through that video. We've heard from our law enforcement sources throughout the day that is a key piece of this investigation, that there may be a situation where they saw some people putting coolers in different locations in the French Quarter that may have had remote detonated capable improvised explosive devices in them. We heard from a law enforcement bulletin and the Associated Press reporting on that law enforcement bulletin that was issued to Louisiana State Police that those ice chests were what were placed in different parts of the French Quarter. We know from the FBI that there were 2 improvised explosive devices found and neutralized before they were able to explode. In addition, we believe that there were pipe bombs and other weapons found on the actual truck itself. So lots of explosives and involvement in our federal agencies here. Of course, also wondering if, that's the situation in Houston as well, that they're looking for explosives.
Yes. We're going to head out now to Alyssa Curtis. She has been on Canal Street since early this morning, and she has District Attorney Jason Williams with her tonight. Alyssa, what are you seeing? What can you tell us?
Yeah, again, I think we're pretty much in the same situation here, just a heavy police presence that continues to be out here blocking off Bourbon Street at the canal entrance. I am joined here now with District Attorney Jason Williams. General reaction to just the last 24 hours or so?
I think anybody who would tell you that they are able to process this and have processed this is lying to themselves. We woke up to terror at our door. This is not unique to the world, but it is unique to American cities, and it's certainly unique to New Orleans. There have been hundreds of these ISIS or Al-Qaeda attacks throughout Europe since 2015, Belgium, France, Germany. In fact, it was an attack at a Christmas market in Germany several years ago, which prompted us to put these bollards up in the first place because we're a soft target.
What have you seen from just the response and stuff? Obviously, you're in those closed-door meetings that we can't obviously get to, but what does that look like, and what does that unified response really look like?
I'll tell you, that is the hope that you can have. That's the faith that you can have. The level of federal, state, and local collaboration and strategic engagement to make decisions like postponing the game for 24 hours to regroup and put new security protocols into place with regards to parking, with regards to how people are getting around. I can't say enough about the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, though. This attack was meant to cause a lot more carnage. This man used his truck in a vicious, odious way to mow down as many people as he could. And after he could not use a truck anymore, he pulled out a firearm and started firing indiscriminately. And he was also armed with explosives to take out even more, and probably our first responders, right? So the NOPD that responded quickly and strategically to neutralize him and take him out, they saved lives. They saved countless lives. They're heroes, and I can't say enough about the New Orleans Police Department.
Earlier we heard from Superintendent Kirkpatrick when she was talking about how 2 years ago we were the murder capital, and that has drastically dropped over the 2 years, and it's nowhere near what it was. We see sometimes a national kind of reaction to the crime in New Orleans. Talk to that and how this wasn't part of that. This was an outsider coming in. Can you talk to that?
Sure. This is there's no other city in this country or no other parish in the state that has had the drastic decrease in crime and violent crime and all categories of crime, frankly, since the pandemic than the city of New Orleans, starting in 2023 and then continuing to go down in 2024. Augmenting our police department with the state police, with true NOLA, it's been a huge success. This is different. This is an outlier. This is a terrorist attack to strike at how Americans live their lives. This is not some beef in some neighborhood that has spawned and grown into and spilled over into downtown. This is something very different, and it's going to change everything. After 9/11, we all realized we were going to have to change some things in order to travel safely, and you're going to see a lot of things probably change in the city of New Orleans, in the French Quarter, and downtown, in terms of surveillance, in terms of bollards, and it should.
What does this now look like for you as the DA? What are your next steps?
I'm going to continue to follow the lead of Special Agent Duncan from the FBI, who is doing an amazing job to make sure that we root out and find every single person, here or abroad, that was involved in this. And when we do, then we'll strategize on the prosecution. There is no double jeopardy between federal court and state court. These people came and attacked us in our home, and we want to make sure that we hold them accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I know you've had a long day, so thank you very much.
We all have. Everybody in this city has had a long day.
Thank you so much. Jason Williams with the district attorney. I also want to point to something that happened just before he came and walked over. You see all this crime scene tape right here, and they've started to kind of extend some of that and add a little bit more crime scene tape. Just a moment before Jason Williams came over here, somebody tried to cross that crime scene tape, and I want to speak to how vigilant all of these law enforcement officials are being out here right now. That person made it maybe a foot or two under that crime scene tape, and half a dozen, maybe 10 law enforcement officials, I saw some LSPs, some NOPD, immediately walked towards him and it was like, what are you doing? You cannot be here. And not only did they make sure that he was out of the perimeter, but they made sure, kind of followed him a little bit to make sure that he didn't have any bad intentions or that he wasn't going to come back into this area. So I just want to point that out to how vigilant they are being and continue to be while this crime scene is just still active. Again, just every single law enforcement agency out here. And again, they're still combing through everything that is on Bourbon Street to make sure that they get all the evidence that they need as we continue and move forward to make sure that no stone is left unturned. But yeah, we'll continue to be out here. As you've seen, we've seen some leaders out here, and we've been talking to them, getting their perspective and their what's going on and what's happening in the meetings that they're in. So we'll continue to get as much information as we can and continue to bring you that as soon as we can. But for now, reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. As we mentioned, more and more media are coming out there, and this is just growing and growing and growing. I just had another entity out of Canada ask me for an interview. Wow. So all eyes around the world are on New Orleans right now, and it's good to know that NOPD are being vigilant, and I would expect nothing less at this point.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell that everybody's very much on edge down there and taking it incredibly seriously. I mean, it does not get more serious than this, but for them to make sure that no one is in that perimeter is very important as they investigate.
And we just want to say it's 7 o'clock at night now. You're still joining us on WWL Plus and on digital WWLTV.com, and of course on Channel 4. And we've been here throughout the day reporting on this horrific incident as 2025 started with just an incredible scene of terror and fear and death and injuries on Bourbon Street. And what should have been a celebration and a welcoming of a new year really just ushered in a new era of fear in the city of New Orleans. And hopefully it is something that we can recover from as a community quickly.
Yeah.
We've seen a huge outpouring of people wanting to donate blood, wanting to do something to help these victims. Right now, the death toll stands at 15. We have more than 30 others who were injured and hurt very badly, some of them, in this incident where a terrorist decided to take a truck and drive it up Bourbon Street on one of the happiest nights of the year.
Yeah, this is such a typically very joyful time in New Orleans.
Yes.
New Orleans New Year's Eve party is known around the world, and the Sugar Bowl attracts so many people, and we know that there are so many wonderful, fun events coming up. It's difficult. This is a very heavy day.
Yes.
And there will not be a lot of time for New Orleans to heal from this before the next big thing happens. I mean, there's a parade scheduled for the French Quarter for Monday night. So it's just, you know, one thing after the other.
Yes.
And like you said, hopefully the community can heal from this.
Yes, absolutely. And in the meantime, federal investigators from just about every federal agency have been working to try and figure out why this happened, how it happened, and where the additional suspects may be. As the FBI said this morning, they are positive this was not one person acting alone. Now, one thing that they have been doing throughout the day is digging into what is believed to be the Airbnb that was rented by this suspect here in New Orleans. That is on Mandeville Street, and Jennifer Bellamy with WXIA in Atlanta is covering that part of the story for us this evening. Jennifer, there's some new information that you have for us?
Yeah, ladies, we are learning some new details about what may have been uncovered, as our police sources are saying that a home on the 1300 block of Mandeville here is the suspected rental of the person of who they believe was responsible for this attack. I'm going to step out so you can still see that there is a police presence here. We understand that our sources are saying authorities confiscated items like suspected explosives and possible bomb-making materials. This entire situation shutting down Mandeville, keeping many neighbors out of their homes. This has been going on for more than 12 hours now, beginning with the fire department starting to respond to a fire around 5:18 this morning. A short time after that, maybe in the 8 o'clock hour, residents tell us that they were asked to evacuate, and many of them have not been able to return to their homes since. Now, we do want to say that some of the area that was once blocked off by law enforcement members has been reduced closer to that home. But again, many people still being impacted by this tonight as that investigation continues with police searching that home on Airbnb. That's the information that we heard from neighbors, that they were concerned about that Airbnb and the comings and goings of people in this community. And then this morning, after the Bourbon Street attack, another layer of concern about their community being connected to this attack.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you so much for that report. This situation over on Mandeville Street is very similar to what we see going on in Houston, Texas. Houston has two separate areas where federal authorities have been combing through two different homes there. One of them is believed to be the latest known address of the suspect in this case. That address is, outside of Houston, and you're looking at some video from earlier today of what that looked like. Now, there's a main house on this property, and then there are a number of trailers on the property as well. And so you can see right there, those are some of those trailers. This was the SWAT vehicle that was stationed outside that property for much of the day. We are seeing some reporting out of Houston that there may have been some people taken out of that house, but we have yet to confirm those details. So we're working to get that information confirmed for you so we can tell you what exactly unfolded there. But this is believed to be where the suspect permanently lived before renting that truck through a car sharing app and making his way to New Orleans and then carrying out this attack that left so many people dead this morning.
And it was really only a matter of time before they made their way to his home because, of course, it's likely has some clues there, whether there are phones or computers or whatever, any kind of communication that he may have had with the three people who are now being searched for by the FBI.
Yes.
People who may have had a role in this crime that the FBI are searching for. So we now know you said there are 2 addresses in Houston that they're looking for, but at this time we don't really know officially what they have taken out of those homes, what kind of evidence they may have found, or if it has brought them any closer to finding those 3 suspects.
Right, or people, as we said. It looked like there was a SWAT standoff situation, which would indicate that there were people inside of those properties when they were outside of it earlier today in Harris County. The Harris County Sheriff's Office there with their SWAT vehicle stationed there much of the day with, people in full protective gear, full SWAT gear, standing outside of there from the Harris County Sheriff's Office there in Houston. So we're hoping to get some more details for you, and we're working on that right now as we speak to try and confirm that for everyone at home and around the world who's watching us. That is a big question mark. We know now, just from talking to law enforcement sources, that the Mandeville Street home did have explosives and bomb-making equipment, they think, that the ATF and other law enforcement agencies took from that home earlier. Now, Jennifer Bellamy, for us, reporting from WXIA, they're at the scene saying that the scene has actually shrunk, that they are starting to kind of wind down on the investigation in that Airbnb there. But, still a lot of questions about, how that played a role here.
Also reassuring, I'm sure, to the neighbors who live nearby, because there was the situation on Bourbon Street happened at 3:15. Around 5:15 was the fire at that Airbnb in St. Roch, and then around 8 a.m. they had started to evacuate neighbors from those homes because whatever firefighters found inside was cause for alarm and cause to call the ATF and all these other federal agencies out. So they started getting some neighbors to leave their homes. We're told that they grabbed whatever they could, including pets, and they left. Some of them were taking shelter at a church nearby, but it was hours and hours before they were able to return. These photos were taken by a neighbor here. You can see a federal agent of some kind here on this doorstep, and here as well there are at least 3 there standing against this blue home. This is right in the neighborhood where that Airbnb was on fire this morning, and then where they later found explosive devices.
Yeah, those are all photos from across the street from the scene, and it has been a very intricate investigation. Many federal resources here in New Orleans dedicated to figuring out what exactly went down, so those are pictures of what we saw from law enforcement this afternoon. This investigation obviously far from over. We're starting to get bits and pieces coming out from it. One of those is from Congressman Steve Scalise, who joined us via Zoom a little while ago and mentioned the fact that they're still looking for possibly 4 people that may be tied to this investigation. We don't know if the feds have caught up with them or if there's still a manhunt going on. That was unclear in our conversation, but we did hear, from the Associated Press earlier today that there was a search underway because there was surveillance video that may have shown 4 people placing improvised explosive devices in 2 different locations in the quarter with explosives that were tied to a remote detonator placed in coolers in different locations in the quarter. So we heard that from the Associated Press through a law enforcement bulletin that was issued.
Now, this is the suspect here that you're taking a look at now. This is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. We know that he is from Texas. He lived in the Houston area. We know that he was in the military for several years. We have a picture of him from 2013 as he was serving in the military. This photo here dated from 2013, and he was an Army Staff Sergeant, and he was the IT chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. So we know he has military experience, but as far as the official motive goes and direct ties potentially to ISIS, when we talked to Congressman Steve Scalise, said he was unable to confirm if those ties had been
verified.
Yes, thank you. Because there was that ISIS flag in the truck, and also we now know from President Biden that Jabbar had posted something on social media in relation to ISIS before this attack, but there's no official confirmation as far as we know from the FBI that was the direct motivation.
Yeah, it seems that Jabbar, at this point, which could be FBI related and investigation related, but it seems he has very little social media footprint.
Yes.
So no one has seen that video that apparently was posted a few hours before this attack was carried out. So it appears that that's no longer accessible on the internet.
However, we do know from our local law enforcement officials, they're saying that this was absolutely the intention. There is no question here that this was not an accident, that this was exactly what Jabbar intended to do in the truck that he rented, and carrying out this attack was the plan.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, it is horrific. The loss of life is staggering and horrible, especially when you see and hear the descriptions of what the scene looked like this morning. I can't imagine how everyone is doing out there who witnessed just a mass scene of carnage like we saw on Bourbon Street this morning. And when you hear about that and think about that, it's just been a really, really terrible day. You know, it's staggering, and I think that it really makes people stop and think.
Absolutely. We've been talking a lot about how horrible this must be for the families of all of these victims, whether they have passed away or whether they're injured, and how horrific it must be to get a call early on New Year's Day morning that your loved one has been injured or killed in an accident like this. But there were also so many witnesses who saw so many things that they never should have seen.
Yes, and we heard from one a little while ago, and just hearing his descriptions of one of his best friends getting killed in front of him this morning, it just is gut-wrenching and sad and heart-wrenching. And you know, what's really scary to think about is the fact that if what we're hearing about these explosives placed in certain locations, if they had successfully been detonated, the carnage associated with this incident would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and also we got to think about the first responders as well who were there. We know that the police acted very quickly, and this was a huge thing for EMS to respond to as well.
Yes.
I believe we've got some new audio of what happened after that crash. We're going to listen now.
92 squad, we got a white orange. I need EMS to Canal and Bourbon now. Canal and Bourbon now, possible 20F.
I need somebody to speak to dispatch. What's going on in Canal and Bourbon? I got it. What's going on in Canal and Bourbon? What's going on in Canal and Bourbon? Somebody please advise dispatch. What's going on in Canal and Bourbon? Bourbon and Iberville. Bourbon and Iberville.
Y'all were trying to get a rehab. That is the people that got hit by this car.
If we have a medical pack, bring a medical pack.
I got at least maybe 12 to 15 people hit by this vehicle. I'm in the 200 block of Bourbon. 880 the headquarters. Bourbon Street is shut down from the 100 to at least the 500 block of Bourbon. All officers on Bourbon Street. Headquarters, we need some EMS in here. Do we have them in route? 9530, we need EMS in here on the code 3.
Clear all my units that are code 1. Clear everyone, start them to that location. Anyone on that 30 if possible.
Bourbon and Iberville, I have at least 6 casualties. I have an officer doing chest compressions on one. I have another white male that's got agonal breathing in the 200 block. Multiple casualties that may be going 10-7.
What first responders were going through and witnesses there at the scene, I mean, it just brings it all back.
Yeah, that's obviously dispatch, the conversations between dispatch and police officers and EMS that were on the scene there. And it's, it really paints a horrible picture of just how awful this was.
Yes, I mean, you can hear almost officers walking down the street and you know, just tallying up the numbers of casualties and victims in the case, and then reporting back that, you know, this didn't seem to be an accident, and you know, people were hit by this truck, and you have that lady talking about how you know, so many people were down and just how horrific their injuries were. And you know, one of the witnesses at the scene described the blood and brain matter, frankly, that was all over the street, and just pure carnage and just horror, really a horror.
And it's really difficult to knowing how young some of the victims are. I know we have we've got an image here of some of the victims that have been identified. We know that there are 15 who have died.
Yes.
We have been able to put a name to 4 of them so far, if it's possible to bring that up. I know that they are, the ones that we know their ages right now range between 18 and 37 years old. And Whitney Miller has been, you have been trying to track down some more of the names of the victims. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we now have confirmed the identity of a 5th victim. I was on the phone with Matthew Tenedorio's family today. Matthew's 25 years old. He was the youngest of 3 boys, and his family is saddened by his loss. Sorry, I just got off the phone with his family, so it's just heavy. It's heavy, but yes, 25 years old. He lived in Picayune, Mississippi. That's him on the screen there. His mom wants to talk to us tomorrow about her wonderful son, is what she texted me. So I'm excited to speak to her to learn more about him. But he is the 5th young man that I have been able to identify. The others that we know of right now, the first one was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She was 18 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi. We've learned about Nicole Perez, I believe from Metairie. Then we learned about Tiger Besh from Lafayette. And then we also learned of Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. I know he's a father of 2. All of these very tragic stories, and as you pick names with faces, you learn about their stories, you figure out who they are and the families that are hurting now. So, you know, we have been trying to make contact with them, because when it's just a number, 10 people dead, you know, those are families that have stories. So, you know, we've been reaching out to these families and offering to share that story of who their loved one is, to, you know, commemorate them and offer tribute to who they are. This is a senseless death, but it is not a senseless life. So.
So right.
Absolutely, we want to hear those stories.
Yeah.
You know, if people are able and up for sharing it, we want to know.
We want to know more about them.
Yes, it's important. These are the people whose lives were cut short, and it's important
and they're the
to tell
fabric
those
of this
stories.
community. You know, they make up, you know, New Orleans. So it is important to know who these people are, know them more than just a number. So
You're so right.
Yeah. Especially as we focus on the suspect, we want to make sure that we don't let those victims get lost. So thank you, Whitney.
Keep their memories alive.
For sure.
Thank you so much, Whitney. We appreciate it.
It has been, as we mentioned, an investigation that has been stretching on for hours now. We've been trying to get new details for you as the minutes pass, but you know, those are small and short coming in at this hour, because federal investigators have really zeroed in on trying to figure out what the puzzle is that you can put together of the events that unfolded prior to this and since, in trying to find additional suspects.
And it's been about 6 hours since we have heard from law enforcement. They had one press conference today at 1:30, and the FBI spoke first, gave what little new information that they could. We heard from basically every elected official in the state of Louisiana. There were a lot of faces there, but they would not narrow down on a lot of specifics. You know, I know that Governor Jeff Landry was asked how many of the people in the hospital were shot versus hit by the truck, and would not give those specifics. Also, understandably, the FBI would not say why at first they believed that this suspect had not acted alone. Now we know that there was some surveillance video involved. So there's a lot of things working behind the scenes, and we know that in Houston, federal officials are kind of moving there too. But we have not heard from them in about 6 hours now.
Right. No, we don't know.
We might not till tomorrow.
We might not know. They've said, you know, that they're essentially done for the night and talking to us and giving us new information. What we have heard are additional small details, like we heard from the president about the social media post, sympathetic to ISIS that was made, things like that. But, you know, we're just getting very few details at this point.
I do want to point out, there are some fundraisers that you are going to see in the next few days regarding raising money for victims. I know that Whitney just had one up that was a GoFundMe. Now is a time to be very careful who you send money to. We see this after every major tragedy, that there are bad actors who take advantage of people who want to help and want to give money and assist, and you see scams all the time. So double check that if an organization is asking for money, that it is a legitimate organization, you're donating on a website that is real, and that you're giving money to the people who do need it, because we know that New Orleans turns out. We know that New Orleanians have big hearts, and you want to help out. Just make sure that you are doing that the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give money to someone who's just scamming you, you know? And we want the money to go to the people who desperately need it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to Jackson Square now, where I believe we have Matt
Eerily
Doherty.
quiet, yes.
Yeah, very
Apparently
quiet.
Very quiet.
And normally on a night like tonight, it would be packed with people.
Be jumping, but not tonight. Matt?
Yeah, that's what you would think, but you can tell it's just completely deserted. It's just a few people walking around. You know, I'm still thinking about that dispatch audio that you played a few minutes ago. That was just so chilling. It's the first time I've heard that. That was just unbelievable. Put you right there. I'm going to walk up to a couple of people, see if maybe they'll talk to us. Can we talk to y'all for a second? We're live right now on WWL. We're just talking to people to find out their thoughts about what happened today.
Can't without crying.
It's very sad. Very sad. I mean, you can see the vibes around here. It's just very somber. We're not even from here. We're just coming down here for New Year's Eve, and this stuff happens. What do you do? We're just out and about. So do what we can.
Where are you from?
Iowa.
Okay. So how do you make sense of all this?
Well, you don't. You don't make sense. It's something you never even fathomed me being in the same area, and here it is. It happens to you. You don't know what to do. So make the best of it. Hang out. We got family here. Or we hang out with family and do what we can.
Ma'am, could you say that again?
No, just praying for the victims' families. Yeah, it's a terrible thing that they're going through right now. So we're just thinking of them and praying for them.
So when something like this happens, I mean, it's just you never think it's going to happen, right?
No, and in fact, we're watching the news, like, we're right here. This is happening right here where we are. I mean, we were 10 blocks from it when it happened. I mean, the area it happened in, and yeah, you just never think that's going to happen to you.
So were you out last night around that time?
We were out last night, but not that late. You know, we're old now, so we were home early, about midnight. But yeah, there's a chance we could have been. So. Yeah.
Does it change anything about the way you think about things?
I mean, just about that tomorrow's never promised, so obviously you think that, but do I think anything different about New Orleans? Nah. Still gonna come here anytime I get an opportunity to come here. It's a great city. Could have happened anywhere at all. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. What's your name, ma'am?
Mary.
Mary, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
So yeah, we just heard from a couple of visitors, a couple of travelers here, which are most of the people that we're seeing out here tonight. And like Mary just said, you know, it's just a very sad time for everyone, and it's affected a lot of people. A lot of people who are here on vacation for New Year's Eve, people here for the Sugar Bowl. You know, like she said, you know, just you never expect something like this is going to happen, and certainly not close by from where you are. Ladies.
Matt, I want to ask you, while you're down there, this part of town is usually packed, and
it would especially be normally on today. Can you just tell us what you're laying eyes on? Are there a lot of people out? Are there a lot of businesses open? Are people eating, or, you know, a lot of people walking around? What are you seeing?
No, we're just seeing some people walking past the cathedral, just handfuls of people coming through. But we can walk up the road a little bit, and I can show you. Some of the restaurants are open. You know, if you saw some of the coverage earlier, you saw what was happening down in the French Quarter, and it seems like this perimeter that the law enforcement officers have set up, it's continually changing, it's expanding in certain areas, so there's not a whole lot of businesses, you know, like, you know, the iconic businesses and restaurants in the French Quarter are not open tonight. So the places that we've noticed that are open around this area where we are right here, they are seeing a lot of business tonight just because there's so many people here for the football game, and there is no other alternatives. They can't go to all of these, iconic restaurants and things down there in the heart of the French Quarter just because it's not accessible because of the blockades. But you can come take a walk with us here. But, I've, been to New Orleans countless times, and photojournalist Ryan Phillips here has as well. And I mean, I don't remember a time being out here in Jackson Square where you don't see street performers and crowds and artists and all those kinds of things. You're not going to see any of that tonight. Everything's just pretty much closed down. But you see this restaurant here on the corner. There's a lot of people in there because they just, there's not that many alternatives around. Ryan, why don't we take a walk just here around the corner to get a picture of the mood and the vibe. Okay, so this is St. Peter Street, I guess. So you can see it that way. You can see some lights are on in some of the businesses. This restaurant here on the corner is open.
Okay, so it does appear that some people are meandering about. There are over 60,000 people who came in for the Sugar Bowl, and so it's packed. The city itself is actually packed with people, and so as Matt was just reporting, some places are open in the quarter, and you can see that some of the restaurants are still open for business that are outside of that tight perimeter in New Orleans. But thanks for that report. We appreciate it, Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does appear. It's almost like you can see how heavy things are in the city. It's people seem to be walking a little slower and a little quieter. It is
it's very somber.
Very somber tone down there in the French Quarter tonight.
For sure, but definitely, there are a lot of people still present. And so I think they do need places to eat. They need places,
You've got tens of thousands of people in hotels right now who don't have a kitchen and aren't from here and, need to eat. So I think a lot of people, even if they're kind of nervous to get out of the hotel, maybe go off, stretch their legs for a little bit tonight.
Yeah, it seems that those people who are staying in the hotels are still taking advantage of those things. And one of the reasons that New Orleans gets so many events that we get is because we're such a walkable city.
Yes.
You hear that over and over anytime we try to court things like the Super Bowl that's coming up in just a short month. And that's one of the reasons that we're such a draw, because it's a walkable city. You can walk to the restaurants, you can do all of those things, and unfortunately that is something that also apparently made it a target in this case, which is a horrible reality, but that's where we are tonight. Again, just to recap for everyone out there, it is 7:30 now. We've been on the air since around
about 4 o'clock this
4
morning,
o'clock
I believe.
this morning, yes, covering this terrorist attack that happened right in our own backyard. And 15 people have been declared dead by the Orleans Parish Coroner, and more than 30 others have been hospitalized and or hurt in what can only be described as just a horrific attack using a truck on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, a rented truck driven from Texas. You just took a look at the suspect there. Essentially what happened around 3:15 this morning, that truck turned right from Canal Street onto Bourbon Street and hit the gas and barreled through dozens of people. We know now, as Katie said, 15 killed, more than 30 people are injured and in the hospital. That includes 2 police officers who engaged in a shootout with the suspect and were shot. And they did eventually fatally shoot that suspect. He's 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar.
Yes, and if those officers had not successfully stopped this suspect, we are hearing reports that there were improvised explosive devices placed throughout the quarter in at least 2 different locations. And then there were also, according to law enforcement sources, some equipment and bombs possibly in that truck itself. So if police had not stopped him where they did, it could have been a lot worse, especially if he had made his way farther up Bourbon Street.
Yeah, and weapons in that vehicle as well. They're saying that Jabbar was ready for a fight.
Shooting at police, shooting at the crowd. It's unclear tonight whether or not all of the people who have been killed were killed by the truck or if they were actually shot in that shootout. It's unclear.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know that he had military experience and that there is some type of possible tie to ISIS. There was an ISIS flag on that truck, and also we heard from the president a little bit ago that there was a video that the suspect posted on social media sympathizing with ISIS. However, when we asked Congressman Steve Scalise if that has been a confirmed, definite motive, definite connection, he was unable to verify that completely.
I think there's a big question here about whether or not this was an attack that was coordinated by ISIS,
yes,
or if this was just someone who sympathizes with ISIS's cause who decided to take matters into his own hands. Now, when I say own hands, we know from the FBI that they do not believe that he acted alone, that they are still looking for maybe 4 other people who may have been associated with him and helped possibly carry out this attack and possibly plant some of those devices, those 2 devices that were found in the French Quarter. So authorities, federal authorities who are leading this investigation are still trying to find those people if they have not already. And they're still looking into all the possible ties that people may have had with this suspect. And I think that is a very important and big question is, was this attack coordinated with some international terrorist organization, or was this someone acting on his own with a group of local sympathizers who just did it on their own to make some sort of statement? That's unclear. We don't know.
It is unclear, and we know that at this point the FBI is kind of working backwards. We saw them at a home in St. Roch where there was a fire a few hours after the initial incident on Bourbon Street, and at this home we know that they recovered some I guess incendiary devices and explosive devices and things used to make them. And also, just a little short time after that, they were at 2 addresses in Houston that are tied to this suspect as well.
Yes.
So we know that they're kind of piecing the puzzle together from where he began this journey, potentially trying to figure out his entire timeline, where he was in between that journey from Houston to Bourbon Street, and why New Orleans? Why target New Orleans? What was the tie here, if any? And what was the true motivation behind New Year's Eve or New Year's Day in New Orleans?
Also, you know, I think it begs the question, why would someone who served this country in the military for more than a decade end up turning on it from within? And so, yes, what happened? How did that happen? Why did that happen? I think a lot of people are going to be asking that question as we move forward. I think federal authorities are going to be asking that question as we move forward, as they try and piece together exactly what happened here, and whether or not there are additional people who need to be held accountable. You know, we heard from all of our elected officials, from, you know, the President of the United States all the way down to the Mayor of New Orleans and our Louisiana senators, our governor, that whoever is responsible for this will be held accountable and will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Absolutely. Now, we are getting some confirmation of more victims. Again, there were 15 people who died in this attack. We now know that the head chaplain at the Episcopal School of Baton Rouge posted this statement on social media. You can see that it says, quote, "We are deeply saddened to share that alumnus Parker Vildreen, I'm hoping that I'm saying that correctly, of 2024, was critically injured and is hospitalized. And alumnus Kareem Bawadi of 2024 tragically passed away as a result of the attack." Again, this is the head chaplain at the Episcopal School of Baton Rouge. So that is now our second confirmed victim from Baton Rouge who passed away, this Kareem Bawadi. We know that there was a 37-year-old man also from Baton Rouge who passed away. We've learned so many more of their names. We're starting to learn the stories of these people.
Yes.
They're from so many different places, so many different walks of life, so many different ages, and it is heartbreaking every time.
Each and every one. And, you know, I think the last name on that may have been Vidrine. I think that might have been a typo.
Okay.
It was just a capitalized I. But
gotcha.
Every single story is tragic, including Nakaira Didu. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi. She, you know, is so young, just 18 years old, and was here with a cousin and a friend, and
who are also
tragically struck
18,
down.
and I just cannot imagine what they had to see last night, or this morning rather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tragic. Reggie Hunter, father of 2 from Baton Rouge, another person who was just mowed down in this attack this morning.
His cousin is now hospitalized, we know, as well.
Yeah, that's horrific. Another victim, Tiger Besh. This kid was a crazy good football player. He went to St. Thomas More in Lafayette and then went on to Princeton to play ball there. Graduated, was working as a trader in an investment firm, had a bright future ahead of him, and that was all cut short this morning when this terrorist decided to drive up Bourbon Street to kill people, and that was his motivation. He was trying to kill people, according to investigators.
Yeah.
Said that was clear, that this was intentional, this was an act of terror, and that is what they are investigating it as. Now, the questions remain of, you know, the involvement of international terror organizations. That's
Yes.
still a big question mark here, and a very important one that investigators are trying to nail down. And I assume that we're going to hear more on that tomorrow when we hear from all of those agencies again who've been working so hard throughout the day to try and get information about this.
And also the people who were potentially working with this suspect, who the FBI are looking for right now, I'm interested to know if those people are from Texas, are they from New Orleans, are they from somewhere else? I don't know. And again, what is the tie? Why here? I think a lot of people in this community are asking why. A lot of these families are asking why, and we may never know, but tomorrow hopefully we'll have at least some more answers on what the motivation was to pick this city.
Yes, absolutely. Not how we wanted to start 2025, any of us, and getting that call in the morning, waking up to the news, however you found out about what happened today, just the worst possible way to start the new year. And our hearts go out to the victims in this case and all of those who are suffering tonight, because there are certainly a lot of you out there who are, and we know that. Mm-hmm. It's difficult.
We can talk again about what's going on in Houston, because I feel like that is
key.
It's very key to what's going on. I don't know if it's possible to bring that video up again. This is something that we're still trying to learn more about, what exactly is going on in Houston right now.
Yes.
This is where that suspect had a home address, and
last known address from public record searches reveal that this is where he was living, has been living until he decided to come to New Orleans in the truck and rent the Airbnb here. But this is that scene in Houston where police were in essentially kind of a standoff SWAT situation throughout the day. This is a live picture at this hour, so they're still out there with that SWAT vehicle, still in full gear tonight. And they've been there throughout the day, as I mentioned. I mean, it has been an ongoing situation there, a very active scene. We hear that there was another scene in Houston as well. Don't know if that one is still active and ongoing, but that may have been where his ex-wife and her new husband lived in another part of Houston. So clearly investigators are doing their best to piece together all the puzzle pieces in this case.
And as far as we know, no one has been placed under arrest here, but you can see there's an armored vehicle there, several people standing out here. And this appears to be, I'm not sure if this is the backyard that we're looking at here.
I'm not sure.
It's hard to kind of to piece it together, but we do know that this home had, it was partially hidden behind a tall gate. KHOU, our sister station in Houston, is reporting that the gate has some sheet metal covering it, and residents in the area are telling them that this is a rental property with multiple mobile homes around it. So there's multiple, looks like multiple buildings possibly on this property, and they are going to try to get in here, I'm assuming, and look for any kind of evidence that could lead them to any answers about this crime.
Yeah, I don't know if they have actually penetrated the fence or made their way in. At this point, it's unclear.
Sure. Because
they're still stationed outside of there. There could be additional officers and investigators inside already that we just can't see. That's highly possible, but clearly there is an active situation. They have made a significant perimeter around that area. The FBI in Houston announced that earlier today, just to let people be aware that this is tied to the New Orleans terror investigation, and to avoid the area in case, you know, God only knows, there were improvised explosive devices in this situation. There could be bombs in that house, for all we know.
Now, KHOU has also learned, they're reporting that we knew that this truck that was used in this horrific crime was rented from an app called Turo, where you can kind of rent somebody else's car for however long. They're confirming now that the truck owner lives in the Pasadena area of Texas, which is kind of in the southeast part of Houston, kind of far out from the city, and that they confirmed to KHOU that that truck had been rented out to someone through the Turo app at this time, but wouldn't say anything else. And we know that a Turo executive is telling KHOU that they are cooperating with the FBI, and they say that they're heartbroken to learn that one of their hosts' vehicles was involved in this incident.
Yes, it's essentially like the Airbnb for cars.
Sure, yeah.
Congressman Steve Scalise did say that the Cybertruck that was used in what appears to be some sort of suicide bombing
in Las Vegas,
or car explosion in Las Vegas outside of a Trump hotel in Vegas, that they also rented that Cybertruck using that same app. So it just raises a lot of questions. They haven't ruled out that they're related or not, but that's still a big question mark, and so it's something to pay attention to in the days to come.
Alyssa Curtis has been out on Canal Street for us all day long. Alyssa, what are you seeing at this hour as this investigation continues?
Hey guys, it's really much of the same out here. Still a really heavy law enforcement presence. Still pretty big chunk of the area blocked off by crime scene tape. I'm going to walk out of the way so you guys can get a better picture of this. We've seen some law enforcement official cars kind of in and out, but it's still quite heavy. You still see that Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office mobile communications center truck out here kind of right in front of that intersection where this all began. Louisiana State Police, NOPD, of course. Earlier we saw some local city officials out here as well, just checking on things, continuing to kind of show people that the investigation is still going on, but the community is safe and they're doing everything to make everyone feel safe. As the night goes on, we're seeing a little bit more people out here. When I first got out here, there was quite a few people walking around, enjoying the French Quarter, enjoying the day. That crowd started to simmer down a little bit. We started seeing less people, and it looks like throughout the night it's starting to pick up again. Last time I came to you, I mentioned how that crime scene tape and that kind of perimeter, they extended it a little bit so they could keep people contained to the sidewalk versus on the streets. Here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, that perimeter is still kind of towards that sidewalk in this area, but beyond this perimeter, there are people enjoying their nights, people enjoying New Year's Day. Still a lot of people out here from the Sugar Bowl and hoping to still go to that Sugar Bowl tomorrow. A lot of people here in Georgia gear, in Notre Dame gear. I think this is still shaking a lot of people, not just, of course, residents and local leaders and people who live here, but we're still seeing what looks like tourists in the area kind of stopping a little bit in shock, taking pictures, looking a little bit confused as to what's going on, but that's as expected. I think this has been a shock to everyone. You heard Jason Williams a little bit earlier say the same thing, that this is not a normal thing and it's going to be shocking for a while, but this police presence and this law enforcement presence is still heavy out here. I have no idea when they are going to open this up. I asked when we were at that press conference earlier this afternoon at about 1:30, do we expect Bourbon Street to open up at any time soon? And Governor Landry basically was like, we are going to keep it closed until we need to, and if and when we do open it back up, we are going to make sure that there is still a heavy presence here and make sure that people are safe, because if they do open it up prior to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, I'm sure people are naturally going to want to come over here, whether it's to Bourbon Street specifically or just the French Quarter, to celebrate after the game and enjoy their night after the game. So it's going to be interesting to see what is happening with this section of the French Quarter tomorrow with so many people in town. But yeah, there's still just such a police presence. It looks like they're still combing through the street, through evidence, just to make sure that they don't leave anything left unturned. We also know that they are extremely vigilant out here and being very observational as they are out here. I told you guys earlier that someone tried to come under the crime scene tape and try to get through that barrier, and as he barely made it 2 steps before there was a dozen or more law enforcement officials heading his way saying, "You cannot be over here, what are you doing?" So they are extremely hyper aware right now, and as expected as after what happened this morning. But yeah, I think it's still, I think, a very shocking image when you see Bourbon Street completely silent and completely empty. It's like kind of stuck in time from the celebration this morning and last night. You still see like all the remnants, the trash, the drinks people were enjoying left there. And you guys were talking about it a little bit ago, but this is New Year's Day in the French Quarter. This is New Year's Day in New Orleans. Not only that, we have the Sugar Bowl. In any other time, in any other scenario, this would be absolutely filled with people. Hundreds, if not thousands of people would be over here and enjoying their night. But this is unfortunately, tragically, what we're left with. And then you look just beyond that barrier and people are trying to enjoy their night as much as they can. So it's really interesting. It's heartbreaking, really, to be out here and to see this up close, and just know the carnage and unfortunately the deaths that have happened out here, and know that this is how we're starting the new year in such a special city and in such a joyous part of the city, that everyone enjoys, not just us in New Orleans, but the people who want to enjoy our city as well. I imagine that this is going to look like this for at least a little bit longer tonight, with the crime scene tape and the police presence. So yeah, this is where we're at right now as they continue to just figure out what happened and how this happened and why this happened. But of course, we'll continue to bring you guys as many updates and as much information as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Yeah, this this investigation has been unfolding throughout the day, piece by piece, bit by bit, and we appreciate you reporting for us throughout that time, Alyssa. The federal investigators associated with this investigation have been searching throughout the day to try and find at least, we believe, 3 people who may be tied to this situation. Yeah. Earlier today, the deputy SAC, the deputy special agent in charge of the FBI, talked about the fact that they were sure that this guy did not work alone. And so they have been putting out there, requests for people to contact them if they can. I don't know if we can pull up his picture one more time because I feel like we can't put it out there enough, so that people contact the FBI if they have any sort of tips or have had any interactions with him recently, just to give them, even the tiniest little nugget that they might be able to follow.
Anything at all. I think the FBI, again, is leading the charge on this investigation, excuse me, and our local law enforcement is supporting them. This is, again, a photo of the suspect. If you have any information, you can call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can put a tip in online at the website there. For now, the FBI still has Bourbon Street closed. We're, about 15 hours after this incident. There's a lot to comb through. We know that they have put up a big tarp there so the eyes could not see what was going on.
Yes.
And Amelia Strahan is on Bourbon Street right now. She's at Dumaine, I believe.
Yes, and she's been there for us throughout the day. Amelia, what's the situation now?
At youtube.com/.
Yeah, I kind of want to actually reiterate kind of what Alyssa Curtis just told us. Is it's so different from how it would normally be on a night like this. A big ball game, the beginning of the new year. Bourbon Street is generally such a happy, joyful, exciting place, and instead, we've replaced those smiling faces with flashing lights, crime tape. Everyone out here the people that are out here are concerned. It's just night and day from how Bourbon Street usually is during a time like this. I've been walking kind of up and down the blocks, talking to law enforcement. I just spoke to a group of officers that said they just graduated from the police academy, and unfortunately this is one of the first things that they're experiencing after graduation. They couldn't share any details with me, but they did just say it was really tough. And of course, like I mentioned last time, I thanked them. I've thanked all of the law enforcement officers out here, and all of them have said the same thing: is this is just my job. But like I said last time, it is such an important job, and it was interesting to kind of hear the reaction from the officers that were on the scene last night and actually responded to this. Just such a tragedy. Like you mentioned, they do still have the tarp up back there, so we're still not exactly sure what's happening behind the scenes. It does seem like they are kind of concealing part of the crime scene. We're unsure what exactly is going on back there, but there are still investigators on the scene. These guys have not left. This is potential suspects are still out there, and it does seem that they are working tirelessly to try to nail down those people. Like we talked about, there are cameras all over the corridor too, so it definitely, there will be leads. I know Ann Kirkpatrick said something to the effect of they will be found, but during this time it's been incredibly difficult for the people that live here, as well as the tourists, the people that are, they don't have houses here, they don't have places to go. Many of them were evacuated. Some of them I even talked to were first-timers here in New Orleans, and so it's been a really hard day for everyone. Of course, we know the big game has now been postponed, so just a really tough time here. Now that death toll has risen to 15 people. I know Whitney Miller talked to the mother of one of those victims. I briefly spoke with a victim myself. It is just one of those really heavy days. You can't even imagine what these families are going through, and not just the families, but the people that witnessed it, the people that had to see this stuff with their own eyes. We've seen some videos, and it's hard to even watch the video. We heard the 911 calls. It was hard to even listen to that. So you can't even imagine what it must be like for the people that saw it with their own two eyes and heard those gunshots and just witnessed the tragedy. But right now, like I've said, things are pretty much the same. Law enforcement is still out here, but we'll keep you updated as we know more. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. That scene earlier today was absolutely horrific, and I'm sure many of you out there have seen those videos on social media of what it looked like, and it just was just a horrible scene of bodies laying all over the street, and people being revived, others doing CPR, some just crying and screaming. I mean, it really was a tragedy that you almost don't even have the words to describe.
Yeah, the audio that we heard earlier of dispatch speaking with law enforcement and other first responders gives you goosebumps in all the wrong ways.
Yes.
It's horrible.
Yes.
This has been such a heavy day in New Orleans, and I think that it's going to stay that way for a while as we start to identify more of the victims, learn more of their stories, talk to more of their moms. It's just kind of unbelievable that this has happened in our own backyard, and that we're here on the first day of a brand new year.
You don't think of things like this happening in a town like New Orleans. You think of this happening as it has in New York or in other big cities in the United States that would be bigger targets. And for some reason, this man decided that New Orleans was his target. Today was the day. And unfortunately, that meant that 15 people lost their lives. 30 others were hurt, many of them badly. And so it has been a difficult way to start the new year. And no one deserved it. who was out there, and we all know that all too well. And it just is really hard to wrap your mind around.
I think a lot of people are wondering where we go from here. I just saw a post on social media that someone said, so are we all just supposed to dust ourselves off and go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
And that is how a lot of people are feeling, like kind of shell shock from this whole thing.
Yes.
And expecting tomorrow to be back to normal and for Carnival to start on Monday and all of these wonderful, exciting things in the city while there's still this heaviness for so many.
Yes, and others are deciding, you know, our governor has posted pictures of himself going to dinner tonight in New Orleans. I think of a show as a show of defiance to any terrorists who may have wanted to disrupt American life. And
there's a picture of him doing a thumbs up.
Yeah.
And he's kind of getting some backlash for it on social media with people saying,
yes,
not the move for tonight.
Yeah, but a lot of people kind of dealing with this in different ways. And
correct.
so, but I think that's going to continue in the days and weeks to come. We're just going to see people trying to survive, including those who are waiting in long lines out at blood banks and things like that.
Yeah.
But we also know that a football game, a major football game, is now happening tomorrow instead of today, the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, it'll go on at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
We do have some video of the team, the Georgia team, actually leaving the hotel. They've been basically locked down on Canal Street throughout the day, both for security reasons and, of course, because they have a football game to play tomorrow and the stakes are high for them. You can see some fans there, Georgia fans, waiting for them to board those buses. And they were headed out, not sure where, but they, you know, boarded those buses, got to get out of the hotel for a minute, walk around a bit. You know, it seems like they're getting ready to play a football game tomorrow, and there are some security questions associated with that we will continue to cover.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a new day. We heard from City Council President Helena Moreno that she said she's going to feel safe tomorrow, so much so that she bought a ticket so that she'll go to the game. And
same with Governor Jeff Landry, you know, also saying that he does plan to be there, try and stop him.
Yeah.
You know, is essentially what he said about that. And so we'll, of course, continue to cover it, though, because there are some big questions. I know that they were putting up additional security measures already in advance of that game kicking off tomorrow at 3.
Yes. In the meantime, we are going to take a break from On Air, and we will be back at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll have the very latest for you for the WWL Louisiana News starting at 10. And, of course, you can also watch on WWL Plus. We'll see that.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street.
And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
Discover new music with a swipe on the YouTube Music app.
shot you a drop with it. Whipping the dope, better lock with it. 30 to life, get a cop with it. You don't want problems, you not with it. You gotta get shoot a op with it. You waving that shit, hit a cop with it. Skim a shot, I shoot a shot with it. I want the block on that hot shit. Make it lean with it, rock with it. Cuz got a Glocky and pop with it. I want the guap and the thought with it. Fat ass in the top with it. Let that bitch give me some mop with it. Money dance on the clock with it. I'm on the mic, I won't stop with it. Watch how I switch it. Niggas be acting like bitches. Niggas stop hating, you tripping. Cuz keep thinking you bridges. Don't hurt nobody. You know, nigga be scared. If you scared, go to church. You know I keep my herb. I don't need none of dirt. Nigga fuck with me, be dead. Nigga take two to your head. It ain't matter, so yeah. Nigga just lay right there. Nigga won't play around here. Nigga gon' spray around here. Let him know. Nigga won't play around here. Nigga gon' spray around here. I'm on the block on that hot shit. Nigga lean with it, rock with it. Cuz got a Glocky and pop with it. I want the guap and the thought with it. Fat ass in the top with it. Let that bitch give me some mop with it. Money dance on the clock with it. I'm on the mic, I won't stop with it. Watch it get hot with it. Smooth nigga, but a scotch with it. Pimpin' the ears from the Scott with it. On the mic, smoking pot with it. Weed fur like a fox hit it. On the pivot like a box with it. Won't fight when I ops with it. That's a fake click and a props with it. Back on the block with it. Niggas gon' flop with it. Gunshots, niggas flock with it. That's the perfect way to end the plot with it. Back on the block with it. Niggas gon' flop with it. Gunshots, niggas flock with it. That's the perfect way to end the plot with it. I'm on the block on that hot shit. Nigga lean with it, rock with it. Cuz got a Glocky and pop with it. I want the guap and the thought with it. Fat ass in the top with it. Let that bitch give me some mop with it. Money dance on the clock with it. I'm on the mic, I won't stop with it.
Okay, you're on YouTube watching a classic Mitski video. But did you know there's a YouTube Music app where you can discover new music with a swipe? Wait, is this the new Mitski? Yes! Get YouTube Music Premium.
I don't hear the bass, but I still kick some on the beat. Yeah, you know who it is, me. You don't forget the beat when I hop up on the street. Yeah, you know some good weed. Nigga better mess with me. You ain't get put to sleep. Yeah, you know how I be. Ain't got a toe. Hey, yeah, you know how I be when I walk. Hey, but I'm in the wheel. Hey, you ain't when I deal. Hey, check the drill. Hey, and you know how it is. It's B.A. young. Yeah, let's get it. No, I ain't smoking no midget. I put that dope in the switch. And no, I put dope in the raw. It don't matter at all. Every time I roll it up, bitch, I'm saying it all. But I am a money motherfucker. If you said you a boss, I turned the booth to my house. She look good in that blouse. I hit it right now. Made that a tap out. It's going down in my town. Yeah, it's lit like a pound. We can go rough around. However you want to do it, child. I don't hear the bass, but I still kick some on the beat. Yeah, you know who it is, me. You don't forget the beat when I hop up on the street. Yeah, you know some good weed. Nigga better mess with me. You ain't get put to sleep. Yeah, you know how I be. Ain't got a toe. Hey, yeah, you know how I be when I walk. Hey, but I'm in the wheel. Hey, you ain't when I deal. Hey, check the drill. Hey, and you know how it is. It's B.A. young. Yeah, let's get it. Hey. Bitches say I'm crazy, but I go retarded when I'm in the sheets. I put that as the BD, like I'm Holiday. Hope you proud of me. I shit in the streets, bitch, I'm off the leash. Bitch, I'm about to eat. ROCcity, I like beef. Cook your well done, Bon Appetit. Leave your soul, rest in peace. Five better lose your cleats. Make it run from the west to the east.
Going to dissect all aspects of this unfortunate tragedy. But for me, and probably because of my personal experience and what I experienced today, we cannot be lax in terms of how we get information to those who need it most. And those are the family and loved ones of the victims. And when they don't have that information, it stirs up more emotion and adds more trauma to the pain that they're experiencing.
And do you hope that is something that has been corrected since you have visited with them today?
I think there was something in progress to address that. I think the flow of information sped up. I'm still not fully satisfied as to the bureaucracy that was in place that made it such a challenge. And for me, I'm still a little perplexed as to why it was and why we just didn't forego whatever protocols or bureaucracy in place to make the families a priority.
Well, hopefully that will be addressed. I mean, no doubt everyone was all hands on deck, from the hospital workers and to law enforcement and yourself. So hopefully all of those things will work out. But in the meantime, is there any, as we wrap up this interview with you, is there any one last thing you want to get out to your constituents and, of course, the families grieving?
Yes, absolutely. Just to acknowledge their pain, just acknowledge that we're all going through this together. This is uncharted territory for us all, particularly here in New Orleans. We have an awesome team in place. We have a tremendous amount of support and resource from the federal and state areas of government. And we have a tremendous law enforcement in place. And if I have to give a shout out, I want to give a shout out to those heroes who ran towards the danger. I want to give a shout out to those who put their lives in harm's way and saved so many more lives in the process. And I want to let everyone know who's listening that if you believe in a higher being, now is the time to pray to that being and pray for peace and unity against pure evil, because that's what we're going up against. And I think if there's anything to unite us, we should be united to defeat the evil that exists.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you gave a shout out, so to speak, to those officers who run towards danger as they did this morning when evil surely surfaced there in the French Quarter. Were you able to talk to their loved ones or to let them know how appreciative you are of what they did?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you get a chance to talk to the families of the NOPD officers?
I did not. I hope to do that tomorrow. My understanding is that they are recuperating quite well, and I think space and time is appropriate, and so I prefer to wait until tomorrow to have a greater conversation with them and express my appreciation personally and that of a grateful community.
Thank you so much, State Lawmaker Knox. Please stay in touch with us and keep us up to date. It really is a surreal experience and so tragic what we're going through right now, but I appreciate you sharing what is also happening behind the scenes at the UMC, where those families are getting life-changing, devastating news on this horrible day. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Megan, John, back to you.
Liz, officials have not identified any of the 15 people killed at this time, but we are learning about some of them from their families.
Lauren McCoy joins us now with an update.
Yeah, Meg and John, we have gotten confirmation of 5 of the victims who died in today's tragedy on Bourbon Street. And we've gotten confirmation of the 5 victims, again, who died in that tragedy. And so the first one, 18-year-old Nakira Dado of Gulfport. She came to New Orleans with a cousin and a friend. Then we know that 28-year-old Tiger Besh, the older brother of former LSU player Jack Besh. 27-year-old Nicole Perez, a mom from Metairie, who leaves behind a son. Teenager Kareem Badawi, he was a senior at Episcopal School, that's in Baton Rouge, and also out of Baton Rouge too, a 37-year-old Reggie Hunter died and his cousin was injured. Reggie's family says that he believes behind an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old. His injured cousin is in the hospital right now and says that he last heard from Reggie a few minutes past midnight when he texted their family group chat saying Happy New Year. Reggie is described as someone who joked and liked to tell jokes all the time, and he loved his kids and his family. So the latest numbers tonight, 15 killed and dozens injured. We will keep you posted as we get more information on other victims and as they get identified. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that, Lauren McCoy. Blood donors are needed. They had a center open in Metairie a little earlier today. That closed at 7. Tomorrow, though, you have another opportunity to donate blood because there's been such an obvious demand for it at these various hospitals. The Blood Center corporate office will be open from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. on Canal Street.
Former FBI Supervisor James Stewart spoke with us this afternoon to give us some insight into how this investigation is unfolding, including the discovery of the explosive devices found during the investigation.
You know, when it first came out, at first I thought it was a lone wolf, and I figured it was a single actor, and that that the police had basically rendered it safe with the shooting of the suspect, and they had the scene under control to that point. And then when the other information popped out about the IEDs found in Bourbon, New Orleans, it didn't sound like a lone wolf anymore. So it went, to me, you have a coordinated event with several actors involved in this issue, and that's what the FBI and the police are doing right now. I'm sure the JTTF here in New Orleans is doing just a full-blown. They're chasing down every lead that they can possibly they're getting. I can only imagine the number of leads they're getting. I can assure you it's in the hundreds, if not thousands, by this time. There's a lot to understand about the event, so they're going to have to. They start at the initial scene right there. It looks like it's right around Bienville, between Bienville and Conti, on Bourbon Street. From looking at the news, finding out who this guy was that's one thing. They're going to have to work backwards between checking phone contacts. They're going to be checking email addresses, email contacts. What's he looking at on the internet? Find out who these other supporting actors are, who supported him to get into New Orleans, who told him about where to go, what to do. I mean, that guy was on the mark, and those officers who responded initially to that truck and neutralized him, they're to be commended. They did a wonderful job in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, in that short amount of time, 10 people were killed and 35 people are injured at the same time. So I mean, there's a lot they're trying to understand too, as they go down there to render aid and then address the initial threat. And then to find out that they had the backup threat at the corner of Bourbon and Orleans. If those bombs were in fact live, like it seems like they were, I mean, the damage that those bombs could have done at that intersection would have been monumental, especially in the French Quarter, and being so close together with those buildings. They probably dodged a bullet right there.
All right, well, the FBI obviously has released a photo of the suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar. They're also asking people for any information to please reach out to them if you have any videos or pictures of evidence of what may have happened last night, or if you've had any interactions with the suspect whatsoever. You're asked to contact the FBI just to give them a little bit more insight into how this all happened and why as well.
A couple of ways to do that. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can contact investigators at tips.fbi.gov.
Congressman Troy Carter earlier today we had a chance to speak with him, and he was saying, this is just a tragic event, obviously all around for the city of New Orleans, for the people directly impacted. And he also touched a little bit about security concerns in the French Quarter.
Know this, for all the visitors and everyone out watching this broadcast, there will be no rest until these people are caught. As much as we can secure anything in the world, as much as we can secure anything when we have terrorists that hate America and hate Americans, we will endeavor to use every resource that we have. But listen, the reality is there are haters out there, and there are terrorists that hate us. And so as a result of that, everywhere we must be vigilant. Everywhere we must be careful. Everywhere we must make sure that we shore up our bases to protect people.
All right, and we also heard from the president earlier tonight. He addressed the nation on this terrorist attack. Let's listen into what the president had to say.
To all the families of those who are killed, to all those who are injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come.
All right, President Biden offering also the full resources of the federal government, as did President-elect Donald Trump, because we'll see how long those resources might be needed, but presumably there would be, need for them and continuing in the investigation as they build cases, perhaps against others. We shall see how it unfolds, in the weeks ahead.
We've also learned tonight that City Hall is going to be closed tomorrow in an effort to minimize traffic around the downtown area because so many areas are still shut down. Well, specifically the large portion of Bourbon Street, but obviously the scene is still stretching for some blocks on Canal Street where law enforcement personnel are sort of posted up as that investigation continues. So in addition to City Hall being closed tomorrow, we're also told that Orleans Parish Civil District Court and First City Court will also be closed. Now, Second City Court, that's in Algiers, that will be open because obviously it's not a concern over there about the traffic situation. So officials trying to do everything they can to limit the amount of people that may potentially be in this area. They've already told folks, if you don't have to be near Bourbon Street or any of these, intersecting streets where you may potentially see yellow crime scene tape, to stay away from that area because the investigators are still out there. It was pretty shocking to see. It was around 7:30, I think, John, when we saw one of the coroner vans finally pulling off from the scene. The mayor had indicated in her press conference earlier this afternoon that some of the victims, and this was at about 1:30, that some of the victims who died, their bodies were still on Bourbon Street as this investigation continued. And again, at 7:30, we saw a coroner's van finally leaving the scene.
At this expansive 8-block-long crime scene.
Yes.
We have a little bit of information about the suspect. The Associated Press reporting that he had had a divorce recently, and also that he had had some serious financial issues. Divorce records reveal some information showing that in January of 2022, Shamsuddin Jabbar was $27,000 behind on house payments, and he had written a letter to the attorney for his now ex-wife saying that he wanted to quickly finalize the divorce, said, "I have exhausted all means of bringing the loan current other than a loan modification, leaving us," he said, "with no alternative but to sell." His businesses were struggling too. Blue Meadow Properties LLC lost $28,000 over the previous year. Two others, a real estate company and another one, weren't worth anything. The divorce, again, approved in September of 2024. And that, there had been some videos people had found online of him talking about selling real estate.
Right, talking about the Blue, what was the name of it? His company, Blue something.
Right, Blue Meadow Properties.
Blue Meadow Properties,
and then
right.
the FBI revealed today that in the hours before the attack, he popped up with this video saying that he had been inspired, quote unquote, by ISIS, and that that was part of his motivation here. But until that, he had not appeared on anybody's radar. It wasn't on a watch list. He had been apparently honorably discharged from the military.
A U.S. Army veteran for many years.
We may learn more about his record as national news organizations, especially, dig deeper into that. People will talk to his neighbors, that sort of thing. But at least in terms of any, issue that he raised with police, he had not showed up on radar until today.
Right. This is someone who was apparently born in Texas, who I guess spent most of his life there. According to President Biden, he lived in Texas. He most recently lived in the Houston area. We saw a pretty large police presence in the Houston area today as the law enforcement converged on his house there to try to go in and figure out what exactly they could glean from what was inside of his house. Again, this is a U.S. Army veteran, so it's unclear when did he come to New Orleans, why did he target New Orleans for this crime, and who could have potentially helped him in this attack.
I think that, you have to look at that too, as Donald Lane, the security expert, told us earlier. This was an attack on America. Now, it happens that we're convenient because you have a big New Year's celebration and you have the context of the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
But, that yes, it's an attack on us, but it's an attack on America and on the American way of life. We also are following the story of the explosion of the Tesla Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas on the same day as the attack took place in the quarter. Las Vegas investigators say they are checking to see if there is any connection. The explosion killed the driver, injured some bystanders, but at least 7 people. Law enforcement investigators in Vegas said they know that the person who rented the truck, they're not releasing the name until the next of kin are notified. They also learned from the owner of Tesla, Elon Musk, that the truck used in the New Orleans attack and the truck used in the Vegas attack were rented using the same method for rentals, the same rental company. So
both vehicles, I'm being told New Orleans was rented from Toro and so was ours. That's another coincidence that absolutely is continuing to bear from our investigation that we have to continue to look into.
Investigators also say that Tesla CEO Elon Musk confirms that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and/or a bomb. Investigators say that Musk told them that they have confirmed it was not a problem with the Tesla vehicle because of their access to the data on the vehicle. Musk says that they were able to determine this by using Tesla's technology that provides data. They're also looking to see if this was in any way someone trying to send a message to Musk or President-elect Trump, because Musk, of course, is working with and an avid supporter of the President-elect. For now, the goal is to learn more about the suspect and determine if there is an act of terrorism here or a link to what's happening in New Orleans. Obviously, a lot of people thought that this was, quite a number of coincidences that just didn't add up. But they're trying to, connect all the dots before they say so.
And President Biden also referencing that incident in his address to the nation tonight, saying, we're still investigating. We do not have any concrete evidence yet to tie these two together to say if they are in fact linked, or if this is one big coincidence and this just happened on the same day and both of these vehicles were rented from the same rental company. So that is yet to be seen.
The president's remarks were interesting too, because he talked about some of what we've mentioned. Both he and Donald Trump, President-elect Trump, have talked about resources. Biden also talked about New Orleans being a place like no other, and said the spirit of New Orleans would never be defeated. As you heard him say that, you couldn't help but harken back to George W. Bush in Jackson Square after Katrina. Obviously a very different context. The entire future of the city seemed to be at stake at the time, but for the second time in under 20 years, a president of the United States to a live audience, primetime audience on the East Coast, saying that America, would come to the aid of New Orleans.
And Biden also praising the brave law enforcement officers, specifically the NOPD officers who were able to engage this suspect and actually shoot and kill him after the suspect rammed his car through the crowd of people on Bourbon Street. The truck crashed. This man got out of the truck and then opened fire on NOPD officers. There was a very, very large police presence there, and 3 of these officers fired back at the suspect, killing him. And we've been saying, John, God knows how many more people could have been killed in this attack, because what we've been hearing is the suspect had 2 different guns in his vehicle with him. He apparently was wearing body armor, we've heard from one of our sources, and he had explosive devices in this truck. So it remains to be seen how many more people could have been hurt if those officers weren't there and engaged him immediately and neutralized this threat.
As we look back on the scene early this morning, 3:15 this morning, when, it would seem that this was starting to die down, the evening. There's been a lot of speculation about why would they do it at this time.
Right.
Security experts have pointed out we don't know a lot, at least publicly at this point, about what he was doing in the hours leading up to this. He certainly, when he took that very definitive turn, that right turn, unless he saw a target of opportunity because something had been moved and we haven't heard anything about that, he took that and then just accelerated that truck down the sidewalk.
And perhaps we can pull up some of the scene video here as we're talking so people at home can see what we're talking about. And this is a video that was taken in just the moments after the crash. And obviously we've had to heavily blur portions of this video where people are injured on the ground there, but it was just pure chaos. Listening to some of these videos, you could just hear screaming, wailing, loved ones who've witnessed their family and friends get run over by this massive pickup truck and just lying on the ground motionless. Other witnesses saying it's a scene that they will never, ever forget, to see bodies littered up and down Bourbon Street after this carnage that unfolded early this morning.
Versus a live picture now, in a moment here, of the scene, a very different scene than we certainly would have expected to play out on Bourbon Street. You see, this looks like, yes, the Earth Cam picture, a couple of officers there with their units, and other than that, barely a creature to be seen in this 8-block stretch of Bourbon, which is an active crime scene, and we are told will be for some time. There appear to be the National Guard troops. Governor Landry has dispatched about 100 National Guard members to help with security.
Yeah, we had asked our reporter Olivia Vidal at the press conference earlier today, had asked the governor about additional security measures, especially with the Sugar Bowl now taking place tomorrow. And he said the National Guard is going to be here. We've already got the state troopers on the ground. Troop NOLA, which is the specially designated group of state troopers that have been assigned just to the French Quarter. They, of course, are here. They were on the scene early this morning when this transpired. And the NOPD. We also know that the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office has sent over deputies to assist with, law enforcement efforts, just because so many of these officers worked incredibly long shifts after this happened this morning. They had to stay on the clock as the investigation unfolded and help their colleagues to, cordon off these areas that were affected by this tragedy. So a number of different law enforcement agencies stepping in now to assist the NOPD, not only in this investigation happening right now, but in the Sugar Bowl security tomorrow.
And going back to it, in 22 hours, as we said earlier, in the case of the one state police state trooper.
He had been stationed on a street corner for 22 hours. I think he told Jacob Bradford, or one of our crew members, said he could finally leave. So
all right.
To give you a sense
in the
of
meantime,
dedication.
it has required a lot of dedication, and Chief Kirkpatrick talked about the police response earlier.
Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD in particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the Chief of Police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless.
All right, Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick at the news briefing at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We have not heard anything yet officially about when they might have an update.
Right.
Tomorrow, we assume, if you're with us with the Fox 8 Morning Edition, we'll know more about that tomorrow.
In the meantime, the scene is still very much active tonight on Canal Street and on Bourbon Street, of course. Our Chris Joseph is live along Canal.
I was actually around the corner. If you've been following this story today, it's been a long day. So I was charging my phone, but my colleague Jason here was actually here watching it as it played out. 2 tow trucks went in to Bourbon Street, where that Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office vehicle is now. Clearly the vehicle had to move because 2 tow trucks went in and a coroner van went out. Now, if you've been following this story, you'll know that the way the situation played out is the terrorist took his truck and came north along Canal Street and then took a right around an NOPD vehicle, proceeding to speed down Bourbon. Ultimately, he crashed on near the intersection of Conti and Bourbon. So presumably, and again, we don't know exactly what they're going in there for, but presumably the tow trucks would be in there for the vehicle in question. Now, we have not obviously seen the tow trucks come out this way. It's unclear if we will, but perhaps some indication as to where the investigation stands. Perhaps they're in a position where they feel they can remove the vehicle at this point, or perhaps they're taking it somewhere where they can analyze it further. Again, we really just don't know. We've seen coroner vans moving in and out of this area sporadically throughout the evening, but otherwise, as you see here, the scene has remained relatively stagnant. I'm counting at least 4 NOPD vehicles in my immediate vision. They're blocking off. You can't walk into Canal Street. If you feel you're going to have to drive to Canal Street or drive through Canal Street, not an option, not going to happen. Reroute your plans this evening. But otherwise, you still have a lot of folks on this side of Canal Street, plenty of tourists still walking up and down. And again, it'll be interesting to see what do they find, what does that truck look like as it's pulled out. Remember, when they ultimately found it, it was ultimately found with guns, improvised explosive devices, and an ISIS flag. I'm sure those items have been since removed, but what's on that truck really remains to be seen. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled. If it comes out this way, I know Andres Fuentes, our colleague, is also in this neck of the woods. I'm sure he's got an eye out for it as well. As soon as we know more, we'll obviously let y'all know. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks, Chris. And just a couple minutes ago, John, we were saying that at around 7, we thought we saw the last coroner van leaving the scene. Chris saying he just saw another one leaving the scene at this hour, so that may have been the suspect's body that was being taken away. I know we were kind of thinking he would probably be one of the last bodies to be removed from the scene, but 8:30, one of the last coroner vehicles just now leaving the scene hours after this happened at 3 o'clock this morning.
The death toll, of course, now 15, which would, with the math, put the number of hurt at about 30. Ashlyn Brothers spoke with a friend of one of the victims.
We had family come in for Texas for the New Year's. This was their last night that they were going to be here, so we all decided we were just going to go to Bourbon, and they wanted to get the feel of, how New Orleans was during our party seasons. We arrived probably about 20 minutes before the incident.
A New Orleans native and witness to this holiday horror that happened about 3 hours into 2025 says her family arrived in the French Quarter about 20 minutes before tragedy struck, and they went searching for a restroom along Bourbon. But the place they first went was closed, forcing them to walk a couple minutes down the road.
I definitely do feel like that was a very, very big sign from God to say, get away from this area, because if that bar was not closed and it was open, me and my husband, my sister-in-law, brother-in-law, my uncle, we were standing outside waiting. We would have been caught in this crossfire.
There were 7 of them. A fight to keep family together amid what would become a mass casualty.
I heard the big bang, but it's New Year, so in my head I was like, okay, maybe somebody's putting fireworks. Within 2 seconds after that was when everyone started just running. We hear people screaming and, oh, he has a gun, oh, they're shooting, and it was just, there was so many shots fired on top of just the adrenaline of what was going on. People running, jumping over each other. I got hit a couple times. All you can hear is just the just the scaredness that everybody was feeling, the adrenaline that everybody was feeling at the same time, all in one area. My instinct was keep my family protected.
She's processing in a constant state of paranoia.
Finding out that this could be a possible terrorist attack, I think that's what's really getting to me. I always told my mother that I would love to bring my kids to the city and show them around how my mother did for me, about the beautiful city we were raised in, but my heart just can't. It hurts my heart because I do love my city. New Orleans is definitely my home. There was a possible chance that I couldn't come home because of what happened hurts. And I hope that all the victims and their families, I do hope and pray for them. One of the victims, unfortunately, was a friend of mine.
All while she and her husband mourn the loss of one of their friends, telling me the woman, a daughter, sister, and mother, was in her late 20s with so much life left to live.
She did leave behind her son, and it hurts because I have a child that has a parent that is no longer here. So I can only imagine what this baby is going to feel growing up, knowing that, you know, he no longer has his mother because of such a tragic incident that happened. And it hurts a lot. And I hope and pray for each family, everyone involved, all the bystanders, everyone, including myself, my family, that unfortunately had to witness all of this and go through, you know, such a traumatic experience like this. It especially on the new year, you know, and it hurts that there's so many victims now that won't be able to enjoy and embrace the new year to come because of such a bad thing that happened.
All right, that was Ashland Brothers reporting. The deceased suspect in today's attack is a U.S. citizen.
Sabrina Wilson is in the newsroom with why a counterterrorism expert says it's critical to delve into this apparent homegrown terrorism.
That's our John Seamus Hughes is a senior researcher at the National Counterterrorism Center and says there have been 250 people that he knows of who have been arrested in the last 10 years for ISIS-related activities, and the vast majority are U.S. citizens or legal permanent residents. Now, the FBI says the suspect, who was killed by police after he engaged in the terrorist attack on Bourbon Street, is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar of Texas, who served in the U.S. Army. Authorities are eager to learn for sure if anyone else was involved in the terrorist act. The counterterrorism researcher I spoke to this evening says a lot of times terrorists are lone wolves. But if Jabbar had help, that will be telling. Meanwhile, elected officials from New Orleans say this attack will not break the city's will to hold major events.
If it turns out that he had accomplices, that would be very much like what we've seen in Europe, of a number of individuals committing attacks in groups and teams. And so what's happening right now is there is a team of FBI agents and analysts that are combing through all of the closed circuit TVs, looking at anyone who was around that area, any friends he may have, and really kind of shaking the bushes to see if what shakes out on this.
And it's just so unfortunate that this has sent international shockwaves around something that should be positive. So we're going to do what we have to do and come together as a city. We're going to stand united. We reject this. We do not stand for this, and we're going to come together and do everything we can to heal from this and go forward as best we possibly can.
Jabbar had served in the Army, and Hughes says there have been other cases where active or retired Army officers have been drawn into ISIS, a known terrorist organization. Now, President Biden says the FBI told him that Jabbar posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, especially the desire to kill. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sabrina. City leaders and state leaders said that they are focused on making sure that the city is safe, that the fans are safe for tomorrow's game. We spoke earlier today with City Council member Helena Moreno.
It is a natural reaction to feel that kind of shock and fear, no doubt. I mean,
our city has been attacked by a terrorist. So that is a natural reaction. But I will say this, it's like we are pushing back with significant resources, with significant law enforcement to ensure that the city is safe. And you were talking about, what is it like to work with all of the different partners and also my thoughts about how quickly everybody came in. This is an absolute all hands on deck approach. I mean, the governor came in with such tremendous resources just like that. It was really phenomenal. Same with the federal government. The fact that the FBI for this investigation behind us, flew in folks from Quantico, and they will be processing this entire team. Not to mention that the president himself went on air and talked about the support that the city of New Orleans will absolutely be receiving. But I'll say this, this time around, it was an attack on New Orleans, but really this needs to be looked at as this is really an attack on our country. So New Orleans was the victim this time, but what is the federal government, not just this administration, but the new administration coming in, going to do to ensure to protect our country from these types of attacks? So what happened here in New Orleans not only doesn't happen again here in New Orleans, but doesn't happen again in another city.
Something we've heard from so many people today, just commending the police response to this incident. The quick-thinking NOPD officers, 3 of them who engaged the suspect in gunfire and ended up killing him. 2 of those officers ended up being wounded in the process. We had a chance to speak with City Councilwoman Leslie Harris about that earlier today.
It's something that I would never think would occur in the city of New Orleans. And so waking up and hearing this news was shocking, and my heart goes out to all of the victims, both those who lost their lives and those who are still in the hospital and being cared for by our first responders.
And the city provided an update on the Bourbon Street bollards. Work started in November to fix some of these issues. 2 locations progressing toward Canal Street. They removed the old bollards, used temporary barriers to replace them, so the work, they say, is now complete on 11 of 16, because the issue has been that for all these years that people thought they were being deployed if they were casually observing. Maybe locals who were people who frequent that area knew otherwise. They didn't work very well. For all the 15, 20 years ago, all the hoopla about it.
Yeah.
Part of the issue, believe it or not, was trash, Mardi Gras beads getting caught in them and preventing them from securing in place. And the city set out in advance of the Super Bowl to fix this issue. The mayor today indicated they are on track to do that. It just is there's this window of time, which unfortunately the terrorist was able to take advantage of. And then the additional issue of the fact that they went down the sidewalk, so the bollard wouldn't necessarily have done anything if there even had been one. There isn't one in place at that intersection, but even if there were, so the governor committing today to make sure that they address some obvious weak links in the system.
Right, and he didn't provide any specifics about, will that particular program with these new bollards, is that what's going to be finished? Will they sort of come up with anything else to help block the sidewalks? But then again, you're blocking foot traffic on the sidewalks.
Right, so you could do, and no one has said this, just conjecture, I guess, so take it for what it's worth, but you could do poles that could come and go.
People could walk around.
People could go, a wheelchair for wheelchair access would be able to get through there, but a vehicle
would not
couldn't,
be able
as
to.
happened today. For example, and there are a number of things, concrete barricades, all kinds of things you could do.
So hopefully in the coming days, we'll be learning more information from the governor, from other city leaders about what exactly is going to be the plan for the Super Bowl. Some of the council people we've talked to today said these are discussions that obviously have been ongoing for a while. Super Bowl security, but now they're really going to ramp up after what happened today. The NFL, we heard, was actually flying in town tomorrow to see how the city is able to pull off the Sugar Bowl in light of this incident, and how safe will the millions of visitors be for the Super Bowl in just about 6 weeks. All right, we want to show you some surveillance video that was taken early this morning. This is when this incident happened. You can see here that white pickup truck on your screen. That is the truck that was driven by the suspect. He was cruising along Canal Street, going rather slow. It looked like he was stuck in some traffic until he came right to the intersection of Canal and Bourbon. Despite there being an NOPD officer's car parked right there at the entrance of Bourbon, the suspect in the white pickup truck made a hard right-hand turn, plowing first into a group of people you could see standing there on the street corner, then jumping the curb, going around the NOPD unit, up onto the sidewalk, then back onto Bourbon and continuing to plow on through. The police chief saying this man drove very intentionally at a high rate of speed with the intent of hurting and killing as many people as he possibly could. The only thing that stopped him is that he ran into a crane that was positioned on Bourbon Street. The foot of a crane happened to be there. The truck ran into the crane, but then he got out of the vehicle and opened fire on NOPD officers. That is when he was shot and killed. But these videos obviously helping to tell the story of what exactly transpired this morning. And these videos and this technology is what's going to help investigators piece together this puzzle to learn more about this suspect and why he committed these acts.
Which is one of the reasons why they've said if you've got a video, they'd like to see it. If you had contact with this suspect, they'd like to know about it. It may seem something that is, you know, the most innocent sort of non-connected thing, but it might connect to some other dots. Troy Carter, the congressman, spoke earlier today also about this issue of the bollards not working properly.
In fact, that's correct, that they were not operable. That's unacceptable. And if they were not operable, there should have been a plan B. There should have been a tow truck. There should have been a fire truck. There should have been some other item or something steadfast there to disallow any vehicles from being able to plow through the crowd. I don't know the facts on that, but I will tell you, many years ago I served on the city council. I'm intimately aware of the security features that are in place for downtown and for the French Quarter. If those bollards were operable and working properly, no one would have been able to get to the 400 block of Bourbon Street.
And in fairness, that interview was done before the news conference, so there are a couple of things that have been updated since then. One being that there was a construction project that hadn't been wrapped up yet to make them workable. And then the second issue is that, again, the truck went down the sidewalk, so there's a glaring hole there.
Could have gone around the bollards had they been in place there.
The governor, frankly, saved a police captain today who was being grilled somewhat mercilessly by a network reporter about, hey, how you never thought about this? And the governor stepped in and said, look, we have, as he repeated a couple of times, we have a problem here. We're going to be transparent. We're going to address it.
Yes.
And I'm sure the NFL, has some questions about what will be addressed and how it will be addressed.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a major concern. But something we've heard a lot too is the security of the Superdome itself. We were told that even before this happened, that there were many, many layers in place as far as Superdome security, sweeping the building first, locking it down to make sure they know exactly who's coming in and coming out, and then checking each individual person before they get into the building itself. So that I don't think will be as much of a concern as the public streets, where obviously the Super Bowl revelers, the tourists, will be traveling. Bourbon Street, all the parts of the French Quarter, downtown. I think that is the major concern now, how to prevent something like this from happening on a public street like it just did.
All right, our reporters are on the scene checking out what's happening on Canal Street and in the areas surrounding that. Let's go live now to Andres Fuentes.
All right, guys, look, I haven't left this intersection in around 5 hours now, and it really is kind of weird seeing the heavy police presence behind me, but also tourists and fans and whatnot surrounding us here on Canal and Carondelet. But what I really want to show you is video that I shot not too long ago, maybe 30 minutes ago, of the college football playoff buses actually leaving downtown New Orleans. They were staying one of those big downtown high-rise hotels downtown closer to the river. I saw the buses come, turn, make their way toward Poydras Streets. Now, I have asked specifically if any teammates were on there or exactly where they were going. It looked like they were going in the direction, again, of Poydras Street. Unconfirmed as of right now where those buses were headed, and again, whether or not the team was actually on those buses, but it was several buses moving on out of downtown New Orleans. About an hour before those buses, we saw Notre Dame buses also leave. So it looks to be a lot of the teams here in town for the Sugar Bowl are kind of heeding the warnings that they've been hearing from law enforcement and just making sure that the players, the students that came here with the team, they're all safe and sound wherever they might be. We got word from our sports reporters saying that For the most part, they've been in their hotel rooms since there is no game today, and they've been wondering whether or not they'll be able to get out for practice or be able to really stretch their legs or do any sort of Sugar Bowl related events. But for the most part, those events have been canceled, and all the focus right now is turned to Thursday afternoon when the Sugar Bowl is set to kick off around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But if we can point to me live real quick, I'd like to show you a little bit of the scene that we've been seeing for, again, several hours now. We've been doing coverage, or at least I've been doing coverage here downtown New Orleans since 6 o'clock this morning, and again, it really is a weird feeling seeing, you know, we have street performers out here, people going in inside of restaurants that are open here along Canal Street. If we could kind of turn our way, Tommy McDonald, we could kind of turn our way toward this hotel right here, the Crown Plaza. We've been seeing people going in and out of it and stopping to look at the scene thus far. The trash still left over more than 12 hours after this tragedy that struck here on New Year's Day. Speaking with a lot of the people that stayed in a lot of the French Quarter hotels, they told me that a lot of them, you know, went to bed really, really early. They didn't want to stay on out. They heard rumors of just how big and rowdy the New Year's crowds can be here in New Orleans, and they didn't want to be a part of that, and they say that they're thankful they weren't a part of that because of what transpired with 15 people dead, dozens of people, at least 35 people injured, 2 of them being NOPD officers after this terrorist attack here in downtown New Orleans. But I also really want to mention some of the locals, what I've been hearing from New Orleanians who live and work here in the city, specifically here in the French Quarter. A lot of them have been telling me, you know, they're completely in shock, not only because of this happened right here in their own neighborhood, on their own doorstep, but they're going to have to go through this anxiety again when New Orleans does host not only Carnival, but the Super Bowl too, when they expect a lot of people. This is the most people that New Orleans typically does handle in such a short amount of time. So a lot of them are on edge about what happened here today, and they're going to be monitoring a lot of what we cover and what we're hearing from our local officials and FBI and other responding agencies pertaining to this investigation. So again, we're trying our best to try to get as much information as we can on this investigation. FBI says that they will be updating the press tomorrow afternoon with the latest on this investigation. I do want to pitch back to, we did see a coroner's van maybe an hour ago leave this stretch of Bourbon Street and move on out of the way. We also saw maybe around 30 minutes ago a tow truck finally make their way down Bourbon Street, likely to retrieve that car that was involved in this terrorist incident. We have not seen them emerge thus far. You know, the photos and videos that we've seen of that car, it is in a wreck, and knowing that FBI and as well as a lot of other agencies are down there investigating this scene, I'm sure it's going to take some time for that piece of evidence to be moved on out of the French Quarter and then preserved as this investigation gets underway. But again, you know, we are monitoring the situation. We're hearing from public officials that we are going to be debriefed at the Superdome sometime tomorrow morning, likely around 9 o'clock in the morning, just to see some of the added security that the city as well as their partnering agencies has brought in, just to make sure that the Sugar Bowl goes off without any sort of hitches, that they make sure that there's people attending the Super Bowl, whether inside the dome or people in and around the city enjoying the Sugar Bowl and all of its festivities tomorrow, will be safe and sound. So stay tuned for that and those tours and that information that we can get. But again, you know, speaking with not only Council President Helena Moreno, District Attorney Jason Williams, those 2 key public officials say that they will be attending the Sugar Bowl. Initially, they didn't have a ticket at all to attend that game, but seeing the events that transpired today, the tragedy that transpired today, that a lot of the lives impacted, whether dead or injured, are New Orleanians. They said that they want to attend tomorrow's game just to show a solidarity and to really show that this terrorist attack will not downtrodden New Orleans at all, and to try to lift spirits and show that really NOPD and all those partnering agencies are doing all that they can to keep people safe here in the city of New Orleans. But again, you know, we've been seeing a lot of people with a lot of questions. I understand it is a developing situation. We've been seeing a lot of rumors form on social media. I do stress, if it's not verified by a credible news source or any sort of public official, public agency, law enforcement, to try not to spread that information, you know, try to get it from those credible sources. And we'll, again, keeping you updated with credible information as we get that information. But for now, reporting live, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8, Local First.
kind of dovetailing on that, Andres, thank you. Senator John Kennedy today said there's a lot of information out there. Some of it's actually true, as he put it, some of it not. And here's some of what Senator Kennedy had to say.
Because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation.
Kennedy did say that he felt it was wise to postpone the game in reference to these other possible people who were involved, accomplices, if you will. He said there was too much stuff we don't know. It's not worth it.
Now, meanwhile, Jeff Landry, the governor, has said he will be at the game tomorrow. He actually posted on X about an hour and a half ago a photo of himself, his wife, Attorney General Liz Murrill, and said, "Ate dinner tonight in New Orleans. Proud to be part of this incredibly resilient city. See everyone at the game tomorrow." So it sounds like plans are moving ahead with the game to happen tomorrow at 3 o'clock inside the Superdome.
And we have some new information tonight. Another victim has been identified.
He's a graduate of Archbishop Shaw. Lauren McCoy joins us now with an update.
Yeah, Meg and John, Shaw High School posted on Facebook a short time ago that 2021 graduate Hubert Gautreaux was killed in the attack this morning. The school calling it a senseless act of violence. He was 21 years old. In the post, the school went on to say to pray for Gautreaux's family and his friends at this time. The post ended with a prayer. 3 other victims who have been identified at this time include 37-year-old Reggie Hunter of Baton Rouge. He died and his cousin was injured. Reggie's family says that he leaves behind an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old. 27-year-old Nicole Perez, a mom from Metairie, who leaves behind a son, and 28-year-old Tiger Besh, the older brother of former LSU player Jack Besh. And also tonight, we have learned that 18-year-old Nakira Dado of Gulfport and teenager Kareem Badawi of Baton Rouge also died in this attack. And again, those latest numbers still the same tonight: 15 killed, dozens injured. Meg and John.
All right, thanks so much for that, Lauren McCoy. Attorney General Liz Murrill said, of this morning, that some parents this morning got a call that that no parent wants to receive, described this as a heinous and cowardly act. The thing about this too is the police chief said there were, at first they said 300, then they updated that. There were actually 400 police officers on the job in this area at that time between the various agencies.
And multiple law enforcement agencies.
Right, yes.
Not just New Orleans police. We had state troopers out there. A lot of times for big events like this, other law enforcement agencies from around the region come in to assist as well. So a massive police presence. All the while this happened.
Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick saying that this is not just an act of terrorism, this is evil. She said that you can run in fear or you can stand in strength, and that's part of the context of why some officials are saying it is so important to hold the game tomorrow. We heard city council members say they believe that the state will be able, it's a state facility obviously, will be able to secure this facility tomorrow for this game, which is the focus of the college football world, and certainly will be tomorrow when it's the only one of the playoff games. So we have much more coming up in the next hour and a half as we begin our coverage on Fox 8 News at 9.
Real life horror movie. This is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil.
The spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated.
Tragedy strikes Bourbon Street as we learn the names of some of the 15 people killed in a terror attack. Dozens more are hospitalized. Video obtained by Fox 8 shows a truck driving in the French Quarter before it takes a rapid turn on Bourbon Street, speeds down a sidewalk, and slams into a crowd of people.
It's just one of many tragic scenes captured on camera early this morning as a terror attack unfolded. This video shows the scene after the truck plowed through the crowd. You can see people scrambling to help victims of the violence.
Good evening, I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. New Orleans officials say the driver of the truck took advantage of a failure in the public safety system in the plan that was designed to protect New Year's Eve revelers in town for New Year's and for the Sugar Bowl.
15 people have died, dozens more were hospitalized. The closest number we have seems to be roughly 30 people hospitalized as a result of terror on Bourbon Street. The FBI says the suspected driver was inspired by ISIS. He died in a shootout with police. 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar is a U.S. citizen, Texas resident, an Army veteran. State police say that he had guns and pipe bombs in the truck. In the meantime, the FBI says it does not believe that Jabbar acted alone.
We're continuing our live team coverage that started early this morning as we try to get answers. Chris Joseph gives us an update live from the corner of Canal and Bourbon.
This entire area has been locked down, as you can imagine, since the early hours. You can see NOPD officers obviously blocking off Canal Street. You can't cross Canal Street. There's obviously no cars on Canal Street. And then you've got a Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office mobile communications center blocking off the intersection at Bourbon. Now, that's obviously intentional. When you talk about the vulnerabilities that were maybe taken advantage of here, that's the key. That's the quote-unquote soft spot that we've been talking about all day. The truck came north along Canal, took an aggressive right turn around an NOPD vehicle, which is where that JPSO vehicle is now, and proceeded to plow down Bourbon Street, taking out obviously all those poor victims and, making his way down before ultimately crashing on Conti. Now, that's important because just in the last few minutes, my colleague Jason here, who's working the camera, caught two tow trucks entering down Bourbon Street. Now, presumably that's for the vehicle in question. We don't know exactly what they're looking for, but one can only assume and maybe make some presumptions that the investigation has gotten to the point where law enforcement may be in a position to move that vehicle out of the French Quarter, perhaps analyze it somewhere else, or perhaps they've analyzed it enough along Bourbon Street. Again, we don't know where exactly that stands. This is being led by the FBI, so again, details right now a little hazy on that. Simultaneously, however, Jason also saw a coroner's vehicle exit. We've been seeing coroner vans sporadically enter and leave throughout the afternoon and the evening, but this one separated by a few hours. Again, we don't exactly know what to make of that. Obviously, coroners handle homicides, so take from that what you will. But this entire situation has been effectively locked down for easily a dozen hours, obviously more at this point right now. There's still folks walking along the side of Canal Street where we're located, but in terms of foot traffic, you can see it's been shut down. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thank you, Chris. Taking a look at law enforcement activity in Houston, where the suspect Jabbar is believed to have lived. Officials say this is around his home near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive in North Houston. FBI personnel and specialized teams were expected to be on site there for several hours.
A counterterrorism researcher weighs in on the known profile of the suspect in today's attack in the French Quarter.
Seamus Hughes is a senior researcher with the National Counterterrorism Center, and he's not surprised that the suspect is a U.S. citizen or that he served in the military. Again, this is the suspect who was killed by police after intentionally driving into crowds on Bourbon Street around 3:15 this morning. He's identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar of Texas. He served in the U.S. Army. The FBI said he had an ISIS flag in his pickup truck. It's not known if Jabbar was on the FBI's radar.
The profile is actually not that unique in that if you look at the individuals who've been arrested, there's been 250 folks that have been arrested in the last 10 years for ISIS-related activities. The vast majority are U.S. citizens or legal permanent residents. They were born and raised here. And so when we talk about homegrown terrorism, we truly mean homegrown terrorism. In terms of his military experience, it's really not an outlier, actually.
He says there are a number of cases where retired military people who have been drawn into ISIS. The FBI is asking anyone who may have interacted with the suspect to let them know. They are also asking people if you have any pictures or videos, anything that could help this investigation, to let authorities know as well. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI or contact investigators at tips.fbi.gov. The truck used in the attack was rented from the company Toro.
In a statement, Toro said that we are heartbroken to learn that one of our host vehicles was involved in this awful incident. We are actively partnering with the FBI, and they say that we are currently aware of not aware of anything in the guest background that would have identified him as a trust and safety threat to us at the time of the reservation.
We heard earlier today from the president of the University of Georgia. We understand one of the victims was a student there who was critically wounded. The president, Jer Moorhead, saying how deeply saddened he was and devastated by the attack overnight. Obviously, the Georgia Bulldogs, one of the teams playing in tomorrow's Sugar Bowl. At this point, they are just continuing to get information about this University of Georgia student, again, critically wounded in the attack.
All right, let's go back to Andres Fuentes, who is live on Canal Street.
All right, guys, I'm joined here live on Canal and Carondelet with Major Ed Bennix with the Salvation Army here for the Greater New Orleans. This is a live interview. I know the producers had a different mind, but I do want to get this live. Sir, you told me that you are helping the first responders here in this instance, and tell me a little bit about those efforts.
Yes, Homeland Security reached out to us because we have a history of being involved with multiple kinds of disasters. I've been, for instance, I was at the Oklahoma City bombing, so we've been involved in man-made natural disasters, and so we have the ability to get around. We've got the equipment, we've got the trained personnel, and so we're here to feed the first responders and whoever is in the area doing the work.
And Major Bennix, when I first flagged you down, you're actually coming through the crime scene. You know, what is that like? What have you been hearing from the first responders? Because truly, they have seen some of the worst of this tragic incident.
Just that they're very grateful for the support they're getting from the community. They're in good spirits in spite of what's going on. They know that they've got an important job, and our job here is just to make sure they've got everything that they need to get through.
For sure, and I'm sure there's people watching now live on Fox 8, you know, asking and wondering how they might be able to contribute, any ways that they might be able to help in your efforts and other people's efforts.
If you want to help us to help the responders, the best way to do it is to go to salvationarmyusa.org, and you can donate online there. You can also donate particularly for New Orleans. If you want to go to NOLA Empty Stocking, that is our fundraising effort this time of year, and all fundraising stays locally. And you can also go to the Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services website, and you can donate there. If you put in your zip code, every dime that you donate stays within your community.
Sure, and that's really crucial because as we've been reporting all day, FBI, Homeland Security, state police, local police, regional law enforcement, everybody's out here investigating this for who knows how long.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm local. I live in this community. I serve this community. I've been here 2 years now, and I want the best for our area.
Thank you so much, Major Bennix. I do appreciate your time, and I do want to sort of recap the scene, if we can. You know, just behind us, real quick, Major Bennix, if we could, yeah, there we go, just so that we could get a nice live view of Canal Street. I know Chris Joseph showed us his vantage point. We're just on the opposite side of Chris Joseph, and it really is kind of. I really don't know how to describe it in good words because we have all of this police presence, like we mentioned, regional, state, federal, and we have tourists just lining the streets all behind us, right, on all sides of Canal Street, just also trying to get questions as to what happened, trying to get answers as to the screams, the gunshots, the crashes that they heard this morning when thousands of people were out here celebrating. Now, I did have the opportunity to talk to District Attorney Jason Williams here for the Orleans Parish, and he also says that, look, this was a terrorist attack not only toward the city of New Orleans, but also to Americans, point blank.
I hope that other cities are looking very closely at what happened here, so there's lessons learned with regards to some of the other bowl games that are happening. This is unique to us, but this has happened in Germany, in Belgium, in France, numerous times since 2015. It's just one of the first times that it's been this close to home.
And, you know, just talking to not only Jason Williams, but Council President Helena Moreno, they tell me that, look, it's going to be all hands on deck tomorrow for the Sugar Bowl, but not just that big event. next big event, right? The Super Bowl that's going to be down here, as well as just the carnival season all together. We've been seeing that added support here on the scene on Canal Street, and we've also been seeing, or at least hearing, that it's going to be just an added effort for those big events that are on the schedule for 2025. But I know we've been talking a lot about tourists and tourist reaction and how a lot of those thousands of people are feeling now that they won't be able to go to their football game today. Some of them have to leave today. But just hearing from New Orleanians, a lot of them just too frazzled to go on camera with me, but just hearing from them, it's hard for them to put this into perspective. We've covered multiple shootings that have happened on Bourbon Street just in the past year. Back in 2024, we've covered multiple mass shootings that have happened over the past several years, especially here along the stretch of Canal Street. But to them, this was something completely different. While those might have been sprung from arguments, or it might be a little more answers to their questions as far as those incidents are concerned, something like this, they tell me that it's just unfathomable. They never thought that New Orleans would be the center of a terrorist attack, and they are concerned about security measures for those upcoming major events, and they are concerned about what their daily lives will look like, especially those who live and work here in the French Quarter or downtown New Orleans. So it's going to be a few days, few weeks, a few months of them trying to build back that trust to come on down and really go back to their normal lives, if they can go back to their normal lives, right? Because just hearing from local law enforcement, they tell us a majority of the victims involved in this case, they are locals, not necessarily tourists, are locals. So there's going to be a lot of local families, whether they live here in New Orleans or the surrounding metro area, that are going to be impacted by this for lifetimes, whether they lost somebody here in this terrorist attack or they had somebody injured because of this terrorist attack. So tensions are high. If you remember, when we did our live interview with Council President Helena Moreno, we did have an individual actually go through the police tape and sort of come here by where the press and the media are set up, and kind of spooked us a little bit. We saw all the police kind of swarm him just to make sure that he was okay, and not trying to do anything either to tourists or to us, the media. So it just goes to show that everyone really here is on edge, whether that's the first responders here, the tourists here, the locals here, the media here. We're all just trying to hunker down and trying to get as much information as we can out to you guys, the viewers. We do know that the FBI will be updating us sometime tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully we'll be having a lot more information before then to try to update you guys, trying to work our sources to try to give you the best and the latest information on this case that happened early this morning. We're also hearing that we are, as the media, are going to be able to go into the Superdome around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning just to see the added security measures there at the Dome and around the Dome, just to see how the first responders, FBI, NOPD, State Police, they're all aiming to keep people safe there in the stadium for this 3 p.m. kickoff tomorrow. So stay tuned to that for the Fox 8 Morning Edition, and we'll be continuing that coverage throughout. But again, we do want to emphasize that here as local media, we do have the most up-to-date information for you guys at home. I've been tagged in a lot of conspiracy theories about false information out there on social media. I do want to put that all to rest. We are out here. We have been working out here. My photographer and me have been out here since 6 in the morning trying to give you guys the latest information on what happened here this morning here on New Year's Day. We have vetted our sources and our information, and we have the best information available. So just be mindful of that. Get your information from credible sources, specifically either us, the local media, or those verified public sources from state law enforcement, local elected officials. They have been putting out their statements and the latest information on their social media. But stay up to date with that, and we'll keep you up to date with that as well. But for now, putting live here on Canal Street, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
Thanks, Andres. Tonight, the suspect's employer, Deloitte, put out a statement saying that we are shocked to learn of reports today that the individual identified as a suspect
Get money, niggas, subscribe.